Our first item of business is portfolio questions, and at question number 1, I call Bob Doris.
Thank you, President Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how it is supporting the National Theatre of Scotland as it marks its 20th anniversary.
Cabinet Secretary Angus Robertson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And this is the last portfolio questions of the Parliamentary session, so it's an opportunity to put on record my appreciation being able to serve as the Cabinet Secretary, to colleagues across the parties who have an interest in the portfolio, and to the dedicated and talented civil servants I've had the honour to work with. In reply to Bob Doris, I'd like to thank him for hosting an excellent parliamentary reception last month to celebrate the National Theatre of Scotland reaching its milestone birthday. The Scottish Government will provide £4.5 million to the NTS in 26-27. This significant funding demonstrates the Scottish Government's recognition of the important role that the NTS plays within the culture sector of Scotland as a theatre without walls, taking their world-class productions to venues across Scotland.
Bob Doris.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. And the parliamentary reception did indeed highlight the ongoing significant contribution to the cultural life of Scotland and the important work in Scotland schools that the National Theatre of Scotland does. Will the Cabinet Secretary join me in wishing our National Theatre every success for the 20th programme of events, including a new adaptation of The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie, and Stand and Deliver, which tells the story of the Legion sitting in Greenock some 45 years ago. And finally, Cabinet Secretary, given the funding concerns which have been highlighted, will you take this opportunity to offer the Scottish Government's ongoing commitment for the long term to the funding of the National Theatre of Scotland in the years ahead?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I'd like to join Bob Doris in congratulating the NTS for reaching its milestone anniversary and to wish them well for their 20th birthday year. We aim to provide additional funding in future years, and I understand the importance of multi-year funding, having seen how this is benefiting other areas of the culture sector through Creative Scotland's multi-year funding programme, and I've asked my officials to undertake work to explore this further.
Question number 2, Emma Roddick.
To ask the Scottish Government how it is supporting Scotland's national performing companies.
Cabinet Secretary.
May I thank Emma Roddick for her question. The Scottish Government will provide £24.6 million in funding in 2026-27 financial year to support our 5 world-class national performing companies, demonstrating our support to these organisations. We've provided an uplift of £1 million in funding across our 5 national performing companies in 25-26, and they receive an additional £700,000 of funding in 24-25. This investment takes their core funding to the highest level of funding since 2011-2012.
Emma Roddick.
I'm grateful for that response. I was copied into a letter from Eden Court to the Cabinet Secretary, which I'm aware he has responded to. I do enjoy the benefits myself of Scottish Ballet, Scottish Opera, National Theatre, the National Orchestra and Chamber Orchestra regularly performing in Inverness. However, they've reported issues with their funding, which I understand has been described as standstill. Rebecca Holt, the Chief Executive, said that this puts their performing in Inverness at risk. The companies report that they have found it increasingly challenging to include Eden Court in their tours due to the greater travel costs and additional overnight stays required by our location. If performances from these companies were to stop coming to Eden Court, this would leave a significant part of Scotland's population without access to this high-quality Scottish-produced work. So it does sound like the Highlands is at risk of missing out. Can the Cabinet Secretary provide more detail on any discrepancy here, and does it sit right with the Government that Highlands may miss out on such opportunities?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I certainly agree with Emma Roddick that one of the advantages of us having national performing companies is that they perform throughout the nation, including Eden Court and elsewhere. And I know that's greatly valued in the Highlands, as are their performances elsewhere in the country. I expect the national performing companies to continue to deliver their world-class productions across Scotland, including the Highlands. I've recently met with the chief executives and the chairs of all 5 companies, and I'd like to reassure Ms Roddick that the Scottish Government aims to provide further funding to the national performing companies in future years.
Joe Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We are so fortunate to have the national performing companies, but as we've just heard, the standstill budget that's been handed down by the Scottish Government does mean they're having to potentially cut back on some of their activities. Now, in 2021, in the Programme for Government, the Scottish Government, indeed the Cabinet Secretary himself, committed to 3-year funding for the national performing companies. 5 years later, that still has not been delivered. So why has that promise been broken? And what is the Cabinet Secretary going to do to make sure it is now delivered?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, the first thing I'd say to Murdo Fraser is, of course, that we are now 70% through the record additional uplift in annual spending in culture, which I hope he welcomes, having voted against the budget, of course. But I think it's also fair to put on record that multi-year funding has been delivered through Creative Scotland for a record number of organisations. He will know, as do colleagues across the chambers, as do the national performing companies, that I'm in favour of multi-year funding being delivered for the national performing companies. I hope his party will commit to that, and if I have the good fortune to return to this place or indeed to this office, I look forward to delivering just that. But perhaps next time Murdo Fraser would actually vote for it.
Question number 3, Liam Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how it is supporting the long-term sustainability of Scottish opera.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thanks to Liam Kerr for his question. The Scottish Government will provide £8.6 million in funding to Scottish Opera in 2026-27 as part of £24.6 million in funding to the 5 national performing companies. The Scottish Government aims to provide additional funding in future financial years as part of the commitment to an additional £100 million per year by 2028-29. Recently met with all 5 national performing companies, and my officials will continue to work closely with them over the coming months to develop plans to support long-term sustainability of our world-class national performing companies.
Liam Kerr.
Well, thank you, but in fact, Scottish Opera has suffered a 66% real terms cut to its grant since 2007-8, with its General Director warning that the current position is unsustainable and it risks losing the talent that underpins Scottish Opera's international reputation. So how will Cabinet Secretary, what is a standstill budget in 2026-27, impact that unsustainable position warning? And does he accept that this government's funding decisions are directly threatening jobs and Scotland's cultural standing?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I would take Liam Kerr's calls for more funding for the national performing companies seriously if he actually voted for the record increase in culture funding. He voted against that. Scottish Opera will receive £8.6 million in 2026-27. It will ensure that they're the single highest publicly funded performance organisation in Scotland by some distance. I acknowledge the point that he makes about talent, and it's important to retain that, and I acknowledge that funding is an important part of the picture of ensuring that that is what will happen. And I have already stated a number of times now my desire to introduce multi-year funding for the national performing companies and to look at the last 30% of the increase of £100 million for culture, which this government is delivering with a particular focus on the national performing companies. And I would encourage him, should he be returned to this place, that instead of voting against these record increases for national performing companies and culture, he would actually vote for it in future.
Well, let's make sure we can hear one another. Brief supplementary. Bill Kidd.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, how does the per head investment in opera in Scotland compare to the investment from the UK Government or the Arts Council in England?
Cabinet Secretary.
I don't have that information to hand in answer to Bill Kidd's question. I'll be happy to correspond with him. I've already put on record that the significant amount of funding for Scottish Opera, it is the single highest publicly funded performance organisation in Scotland by some distance. Nevertheless, it is an important part of our national performing companies, 5 excellent NPCs, and as we move towards the delivery of the £100 million increase in culture spending, that my focus is very much part of the national performing companies, and that of course includes Scottish Opera.
Question number 4, Alexander Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how it is supporting local authorities to promote culture and the arts.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank Alexander Stewart for his question. While it's for local authorities to decide how they allocate their funding, in addition to the block grant, the Scottish Government's budget for 2026-27 provides a further £20 million in funding for culture. This provides ongoing funding for our flagship community-led arts programmes, Culture Collective and Creative Communities, and supports local authorities to promote culture and the arts. The Scottish Government is working with cultural conveners on how local and national organisations can work together to continue continue supporting and promoting culture.
Alexander Stewart.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. Creative Scotland Chief Executive has warned he is increasingly concerned about the risk to arts funding due to pressures on local authority budgets. Culture is vital to communities across Scotland, yet councils are being forced to cut arts funding. In the Western Isles, for example, the Council has removed all secured annual investment in the arts. Therefore, Cabinet Secretary, after nearly 2 decades of SNP power, councils are now so financially squeezed that access to art and culture in communities across Scotland is being put at risk. Therefore, what is the Scottish Government doing to reduce that risk?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, the first thing I'd say to Alexander Stewart, of course, is that I'm regularly receive calls, particularly from his side of the chamber, saying that local decision-making is really important. And I agree that it is right that local councils should make decisions in this area, but I would appeal for them to protect and support cultural provision in their local authority area. He knows the figures about the increases for council funding. He also knows that I'm working closely with council culture conveners in the Convention of Scottish Local Authorities. That commitment will continue, and I acknowledge it's really important that national and local government works together to make sure that we can protect and support the cultural infrastructure across the whole of the country.
Brief supplementary, Neil Bibby.
Last month, City Property Glasgow, an arm's-length organisation of Glasgow City Council, issued its tenants with an eviction notice for their premises at Trongate 103 unless they agreed to sign a new lease. This would see their rent rise up to 4 times the current level. Trongate 103 is home to organisations like GMAC, Shamanka Kinetic Theatre, Glasgow Print Studio and Street Level Photoworks. We all know that local authorities are under significant financial pressure, but this is very concerning to the cultural sector in Glasgow, particularly following the closure of the CCA. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree this would be another devastating blow for Glasgow's creative sector, and can I ask what he and his officials are prepared to do and can assist with these organisations and try and find a way forward to this situation?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, can I thank Neil Bibby for his question, and I acknowledge the concerns that he raises, and I recognise the fact that there are a great number of people, particularly in Glasgow, who are concerned about these developments. This is, in the first instance, an issue relating to Glasgow City Council and Creative Scotland as well, and I am being updated on the situation. Discussions are ongoing, and as soon as there's anything that I might be able to report back to him, I'd be happy to do so.
Brief supplementary, Faisal Chowdhury.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, in light of today's Edinburgh International Festival 2026 launch, what steps the Scottish Government is taking to work with the local authorities, support local artists and maximise cultural and economic output of the festival for our communities in Edinburgh and across Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, may I take the opportunity to thank Faisal Chowdhury for the opportunity to highlight the launch announcement by the Edinburgh International Festival today, and I would encourage members right across the chamber to share the very exciting contents of what we will be able to see later this year. Mr Chowdhury will be aware that the Edinburgh International Festival is now being funded on a multi-year basis. I think that is huge progress, but there's more that can be done, and I think he understands, having set up the festival's task force, which I have, to coordinate the work of government and other public agencies with our festivals, including the Edinburgh International Festival. We acknowledge the important role that this world-class festival fulfils, and I will do everything, not least because I am the member of the Scottish Parliament for Edinburgh Central and the Cabinet Secretary for Culture, but I think he highlights an important month in the calendar for Scotland's cultural life, and the Scottish Government will work closely with Edinburgh International Festival so it succeeds as it has done over the last 47 years.
Thank you. Question number 5 is not lodged. At question number 6, I call Graham Simpson.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government what plans it has to make records on the Scotland's People website more readily available elsewhere.
Cabinet Secretary.
May I thank Graeme Simpson for his question. I've asked Alison Byrne, the Chief Executive of the National Records of Scotland, to respond. And the answer is as follows. As well as Scotland's people, National Records of Scotland provides access to its records at General Register House in Edinburgh, local family history centres across Scotland, and through its extract services. Scotland's people offers a unique service with around 1.3 million global users and no restrictions on who can access the records. Searches are free, with charges applying only to viewing or saving records. NRS is exploring options to let commercial partners integrate a digital interface so that their customers can search the Scotland's People database directly.
Graeme Simpson.
Well, can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer, which is entirely accurate, but let me explain what the issue is. So thousands of people across the world do like to research their family connections to Scotland, but it's actually very difficult due to the restrictive nature of the Scotland's People website. The vital information it contains isn't shared with other sites, and if you do use it, you have to buy credits in order to see or order records that may not even be relevant to you. And it's either that or you have to physically go into records offices in Edinburgh or the Mitchell Library in Glasgow, neither of which may be convenient. So would the Cabinet Secretary agree to look at opening up Scotland's records of births, deaths, marriages and divorces, not just to Scotland, but to the world?
Cabinet Secretary.
Clearly Graeme Simpson is a keen genealogical buff, as am I, and I have an account on Scotland's People, clearly, as he does too. It would be incorrect to leave the impression that Scotland's People is not available around the world. It is open to everybody. I acknowledge that Scotland's People is the official site for searching and reviewing public records and archives. The records available to search include historical statutory registers, church records, census returns, tax and legal records, poor relief and migration records, prison registers, historical employment records, and the Scottish Cabinet records. But if I can just repeat the last part of the reply from the Chief Executive of the National Records of Scotland, where she said that NRS is exploring options to let commercial partners integrate a digital interface so their customers can search the Scotland's People database directly. I think that should answer the concerns that Mr Simpson has raised.
Thank you. Question number 7, Tess White.
To ask the Scottish Government what action it is taking to support freedom of speech across the cultural sector.
Cabinet Secretary.
The Scottish Government recognises freedom of speech as an essential part of a healthy culture sector and democracy. At the same time, the exercise of that right must never be used to justify behaviour that is harmful, intimidating or unlawful. The Scottish Government works with publicly funded culture bodies to ensure adherence to public sector frameworks that govern the use of public funding. These principles and the legal frameworks within which all organisations must work also apply to cultural organisations in receipt of public funding and are subject to the regular scrutiny of the awarding public body.
Tess White.
Thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary. Poet and novelist Polly Clark was shamefully cancelled by literary magazine Gutter for her gender-critical beliefs. Gutter is funded by SNP Quango Creative Scotland. This is yet another chilling example of state-funded censorship in Scotland's cultural secretary, and I'm glad the Cabinet Secretary says that he will take action for any organisation under his wing that is acting unlawfully. So, will Creative Scotland defund Gutter for discriminating against Polly Clark for her lawful beliefs? Yes or no?
Cabinet Secretary.
So the first thing I would say is, I think Tess White knows this, I hope she does, Creative Scotland operates at arm's length from government, and it does that for very good reasons, because it's not for a culture secretary to order an arm's length organisation when it comes to creative content. Creative Scotland, in the case that she's mentioned, has clarified that it does not regulate editorial content. Intervention is only possible where funding conditions are breached. Its funding approach is shaped by equalities and access priorities. But if she would like to write to me about the specific case, I'd be content to write back to her.
Question number 8, Ros McCall.
To ask the Scottish Government what further support it will provide to local authorities to protect access to public libraries in rural areas.
Cabinet Secretary.
Scottish Government will provide an increase of £100,000 in funding to the Scottish Library and Information Council in 2026-27. This will take funding to £1.035 million. This is on top of our general revenue funding to local authorities and includes £450,000 for the Public Library Improvement Fund, which has been awarded annually since 2006, with £200,000 going to support creative, sustainable and innovative public library projects throughout Scotland.
Ros McCall.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that response, but financial pressures facing our local authorities are well known and are as a result of the choices of almost 20 years of this SNP government. In its latest budget, the SNP administration in Perth and Kinross Council has indicated that it intends to use the proceeds from the visitor levy to support the long-term sustainability of rural libraries. At every stage on the visitor levy, we have stated that this is exactly what would happen, and the intention that proceeds would be used to enhance local tourism would not come to fruition. So does the Cabinet Secretary share my concerns that councils are being pushed into an alternative funding sources to provide basic council services, such as rural libraries?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I would gently say to Ros McCall that again I'm getting calls from the Conservative Party benches to intervene in the democratic decision-making of local councils, something that they normally oppose. I would choose, in answering her question, to draw her attention to the fact that since 2014, 140 projects have been funded, including 127 individual projects and 13 collaborative projects, reaching a total value of nearly £2.4 million. And I'm pleased to confirm that the Scottish Library and Information Council is receiving a £100,000 uplift in funding in 2026-27.
Brief supplementary, Mark Ruskell.
Thank you. And can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for engaging with campaigns across Perthshire to protect libraries, in particular for accepting my invitation to come and visit Scone Library at the end of last year. At that event, the Scottish Library Information Council announced that they will be publishing new guidance on what constitutes the adequate provision of libraries, something which campaigners have been calling for in Perthshire for a long time. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, when can we actually see that guidance being produced and utilised by councils?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, can I begin by paying tribute to Mark Ruskell for his tenacious pursuit of this issue and for the invitation to attend Scone Library. He will wish to be aware that the Scottish Library and Information Council will publish the recommendations from the Beyond Adequate Library Working Group tomorrow. This working group considered how local authorities can meet their statutory duty to provide an adequate public library service in a way that is equitable, financially sustainable and aligned with Scotland's national outcomes. I can't comment on these recommendations today, but I would encourage Mr Ruskell and other colleagues to read them when they're published and hope that everyone will agree that they should be warmly welcomed.
Brief supplementary, Willie Rennie.
Could I encourage the Cabinet Secretary to investigate the work of the charity e-Libraries for Schools, who are working to create a national children's digital library? The Cabinet Secretary for Education is familiar with their work. What I would encourage him to do is to facilitate a discussion between councils, trusts and this charity to see what can be done together to improve the service.
Cabinet Secretary.
I think that's a very helpful intervention, and I think the key operative intervention is with the Scottish Library and Information Council that does a lot of the coordination work across the library provision across Scotland. I've taken a note of the point that he has made. I will raise it, and I'll be happy to report back to Mr Rennie.
Thank you. That concludes the Constitution, External Affairs and Culture and Parliamentary Business portfolio question. We move on to Justice and Home Affairs. At question number 1, I call Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how many crimes involving a knife there were in North Ayrshire in 2007-8 and 2024-25.
Minister Siobhan Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. While acknowledging one knife crime is one too many, knife crime has fallen considerably over the last 20 years. The number of recorded crimes of weapons possessions that specifically reference the presence of a knife or a bladed pointed article decreased by 33% from 123 in 2008 to 83 in 2024 to 2025 in North Ayrshire. Significantly, emergency hospital admissions due to assault by a sharp object in the NHS Ayrshire and Arran decreased by 78% from 81 in 2007 to 2008 to just 18 in 2024 to 2025, but 18 too many, I would say, as well. This is a welcome contribution to the 70% fall in admissions due to sharp object assault seen across the whole of Scotland since 2007.
Kenneth Gibson.
I thank the Minister for that answer. Can't she say what impact the creation of Police Scotland has made to the efficiency and effectiveness of our dedicated police officers, and confirm that homicide numbers reached a record low last year of 45, down from 116 when this government came into office, proving that Scotland is safer with the SNP?
Minister.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with the member on that point. While one homicide is still too many, homicides in Scotland are at a record low. The number of sharp object-related homicide victims fell from 49% from 55 in 2008 to 2007 to just 28 in 2024 to 2025. And over the last 20 years, the number of homicide victims aged between 13 to 19-year-old has decreased by 75%, from 44 victims during the 5-year period of 2005 to 2010 to 11 victims for the 5 years of 2020 to 2025.
Sharon Dowie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. At the start of this parliamentary session, North Ayrshire recorded 130 cases of possessing an article with a blade or point in a public setting, and the latest figures still show 128 bladed or pointed article crimes in 2024. With the figures showing little change over recent years, the SNP has failed to get a grip of this problem. Given the importance of early intervention, what engagement has the Scottish Government had with schools to ensure young people are being educated about the dangers of carrying knives and to prevent this behaviour before it starts?
With regards to the substantive question, Minister.
Yes, thank you. Of course, any level of violence is unacceptable. That, as I said in the first question, there has been a reduction since 2007. Just in relation to work that is happening within schools across Scotland, all local authorities have engaged with the mentors in violence, and 234 schools have delivered the programme over the last session, and over 6,000 young mentors delivered over 8,000 MVP lessons to younger pupils. And also, just over the last year, 80 Police Scotland youth volunteers completed peer education training focused on the dangers of weapon carrying.
Katie Clark.
After the death of 16-year-old Caden Moy, who was stabbed in Irvine Beach in May 2025, cuts in funding for the No Knives Better Lives programme was raised with me, and I asked the Minister about this, and indeed we've entered into correspondence about the real terms cuts in recent years. It's not clear whether there will be an increase in funding in this coming year. Can the Minister advise on whether it's been possible for her to achieve an increase in funding for this programme?
Again, in relation to the substantive question.
Yes, thank you, Presiding Officer. I do not have the exact figures with me at the moment, but I do know through Children, Young People and Families Early Intervention, the sector is supporting 11 youth work organisations with over 860,000. But on that specific point, I don't have the figures for this budget, but can I write to the member on that point? Thank you.
Question number 2, George Adam.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what steps it's taking to reduce crime in Scotland.
Cabinet Secretary Angela Constance.
Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government is reducing crime by prioritising prevention, early intervention and addressing root causes such as poverty, inequality and drug or alcohol-related harm. It is implementing measures to tackle organised crime, violence, hate crime, cybercrime and human trafficking. This work is guided by the Vision for Justice in Scotland, which sets a transformative framework for creating safer communities. And we recognise the vital roles of police officers and staff, so we are investing over £1.7 billion in policing for 26-27, enabling Police Scotland to deliver priorities, strengthen frontline services and progress their 3-year business plan.
George Adam.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her answer, but I welcome the policing funding from the Scottish Government. But in light of the UK Government, Labour Government's national insurance hike affecting our public sector in general, has the Scottish Government continued to press the UK Government to cover these extra costs?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, we have called on the Chancellor of the United Kingdom Government to fund these costs in full. but she has failed to do so. The UK Government's failure to fully fund their increase to employer national insurance contributions has left public services in Scotland with a total bill of over £700 million. We have, however, provided an additional £15.2 million of funding to Police Scotland, baselined to compensate for the UK Government's tax in this regard. And while I was more than happy to secure this additional funding, it is, of course, funding that we now cannot invest elsewhere in our public services due to this increase imposed on us by the UK Government.
Question number 3, Evelyn Tweed.
So to ask the Scottish Government how the 2026-27 budget is investing in Scotland's front...
Sorry, just a second, Ms Tweed. Can I... Sorry. Thank you. If you'd like to begin again. Thank you.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how the 2026-27 budget is investing in Scotland's frontline justice public services.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, we will invest £4.6 billion across the justice system in 26-27 to support this Government's priority of high quality and sustainable public services, and also to deliver the essential frontline services. This includes record funding of over £1.7 billion for policing, over £1.1 billion for the Scottish Prison Service and Community Justice Services, and £436 million for the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service. Scotland is a safer place since this Government took office, with recorded crime down 38% since 2006-07 and having halved since the peak in 1991. And the increased investment across the justice system in 2026-27 will help to keep our communities safe.
Evelyn Tweed.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. Charities play an important role in supporting people engage in the justice system. Can it be highlighted to how the 2026-27 budget supports their work?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I wholeheartedly echo the important role that the third sector plays in society and in providing support and information to those affected by crime, and also to those who have been involved in the justice system to support rehabilitation and reduce reoffending, and also to divert young people from crime through our cashback programme. The Scottish Government budget underpins our commitment to victims and survivors of crime. We will continue to support 23 organisations as part of our £18 million victim-centred approach fund, including over £6 million for specialist advocacy support for survivors of gender-based abuse. In addition, the Delivering Equally Safe Fund is being increased in the next financial year by 5%, so total investment will be almost £46 million over 2026-28 to ensure recipients are able to continue their vital work to prevent violence and support survivors.
Liam Kerr.
Well, the Cabinet Secretary trumpets funding and says it will deliver community outcomes, but there are around 1,000 fewer police officers in Scotland than there were 5 years ago. How will the funding that the Cabinet Secretary announced there directly get that number back up by 1,000, or is she happy to leave it as it is?
Cabinet Secretary. Well, Presiding Officer, I'm quite sure Mr Kerr is aware of the manifesto commitment that this Government stood on and was elected in 2021, and indeed the one before that in 2016. It is, of course, a matter for the Chief Constable to come to a view on the number of officers, and I was very pleased that the Chief Constable, as a result of the £1.7 billion that this Government is providing to policing, that the establishment figure for police officers will remain at 16,500.
Question number 4, Michelle Thompson.
To ask the Scottish Government how it is supporting the Cashback for Communities programme as it enters Phase 7.
Minister.
Thank you. The Cashbacks for Communities programme delivers early intervention work with young people to reduce the risk of their engagement with police and the justice system, and the forthcoming phase will operate from April 2026 to March 2029. I'm pleased to say that 51 projects will be funded and that there will be project delivery in all 32 local authorities. The programme will be supported by a record allocation of up to £26 million, which will continue to enable initiatives that provide safe spaces, trusted adults and positive diversionary and support activities for young people aged 10 to 25, addressing underlying factors linked to antisocial behaviour and criminality.
Michelle Thompson.
I thank the Minister for that response. Now, does she agree that work in early prevention and a focus on improving young people's well-being is critical in reducing both the risk of offending and indeed re-offending, which then in turn benefits our communities?
Minister.
Absolutely. Early intervention with young people, supported by a strong focus on understanding and improving their wellbeing, is a core element of the Cashback for Communities programme. Through universal provision, partners support young people on their individual journeys by offering the safe spaces and the trusted adults and guidance that builds confidence and skills while addressing conditions that may lead to harm before they actually arise. All 51 Phase 7 partners will work collaboratively with children, young people and their families to ensure young people feel safe, nurtured, active, respected and included.
Thank you. Question number 5, Sandesh Gilhani.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government what discussions the Cabinet Secretary for Justice and Home Affairs has had with the Scottish Prison Service regarding arrangements for prisoners eligible to vote in the forthcoming Scottish Parliamentary elections.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government and Scottish Prison Service are working with the Electoral Commission and electoral registration officers on communications with prisoners ahead of the Scottish Parliament election on the 7th of May. The deadline to register to vote in the election on the 7th of May is 20th of April, and that deadline will be highlighted in our prisons. Only prisoners serving sentences of 12 months or less are entitled to register to vote, and as of 6th of March there were 609 prisoners in Scotland serving sentences of 12 months or less.
Sandesh Gilhani.
Well, this SNP government continued to give prisoners the vote of confidence by allowing offenders on sentence of 12 months or less the right to vote in these upcoming elections. These 609 prisoners include people who have committed sexual and violent crimes. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary how enfranchising these prisoners will reduce crime and support victims?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I'm not sure if the member was around in Parliament in 2019 when the Scottish Elections Franchise and Representation Act was passed, which is the only piece of Scottish Parliament legislation to require and obtain a supermajority, and it got in favour 92 and against 27. And he may also be interested to know that in November 2019 that the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee in their Stage 1 report on this legislation unanimously agreed, and I quote, that the blanket ban on prisoner voting is unsustainable as it is at odds with the European Convention on Human Rights. And further to that, in the 2021 elections, there were 38 prisoners registered to vote, and in 2022 local government elections there were 49 eligible prisoners that were registered.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Presiding Officer. Would the Cabinet Secretary agree with me that allowing prisoners with less than 12 months in prison to vote allows them to retain a connection to the communities that they will indeed return to?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, I do, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Question number 6, Polly McNeill.
To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to recent reports that police officers are attending up to 700 mental health related calls per day.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I appreciate the member's question on this matter, as I recognise the pressures highlighted, and we are working with a range of partners, including Police Scotland, health boards, local authorities and third sector organisations to deliver improvements. This shared approach is helping to make a difference. Since 2019, the Scottish Government has invested over £18 million in the enhanced mental health pathway, which directs suitable emergency calls to the 24/7 NHS 24 Mental Health Hub, and has redeployed 76,000 police hours. And this sits alongside initiatives such as distress brief intervention, reducing unnecessary call-outs and ensuring people in distress receive timely, compassionate support when they need it.
Polly McNeill.
So let me recognise the ongoing work the Cabinet Secretary refers to. The mental health related calls now represent 1 in 5 of all incidents police officers attend, and only 15% of those involve criminality. It is now the biggest single reason that police officers' time is unnecessarily taken up. At the recent Criminal Justice Committee, Scottish Government advisor Dr Robbie Steele said that there is a gap in provision for many people who are having a mental health crisis. He said, "The reason that I point out the gap is that there is a limit to the extent to which the police and the NHS working together can solve this problem, as it's a broader societal problem, and in effect Police Scotland find themselves responsible for dealing with people in this gap." In fact, this morning the Chief Inspector of Constabulary said that when he talked to people who'd been in receipt of the service, they said they found it quite scary with the police turning up, and actually made it worse for them. So, given in mind that this is the gap, I think, that needs to be addressed, what further to what the Cabinet Secretary has said can she do to assure me that we're maybe shaping the services in a different direction to make sure that the police officers are not picking up this wider societal problem?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I do very much recognise the frustration here, and in many circumstances what Ms McNeill narrates is something that is unacceptable, both from a policing point of view but also in terms of a care for people point of view. There are good examples of good work, particularly around community triage models. There's the one in Lanarkshire, for example, that's had a very good result, and the data demonstrates that. Similarly with Ayrshire and Arran, and I think what that points to is the need to scale up and to do so at pace. In terms of the issue around mental health provision, Ms McNeill may be interested to know that £3.5 million has been invested in the 24/7 response to mental health emergencies. There's a new crisis framework for children and young people, and the expansion of NHS 24 mental health support to include psychological therapies has all been helpful. And there's also cross-collaborative work in terms of Scottish Ambulance Service, NHS, Police Scotland, in and around high-intensity users as well.
Thank you. Stewart McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary has touched upon some of this, but can the Cabinet Secretary outline what further work is being done through improvements to getting people the right care when they need it through the Distress Brief Intervention Programme, and will the increased investment in mental health reduce the need for police to attend mental health-related calls?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The investment in Distress Brief Intervention Programme, which has now been rolled out across Scotland, has achieved over 100,000 referrals. It is also supporting the expansion of the NHS 24 Mental Health Hub that I referred to earlier, and that helps to support call handling capacity and establish that national model of digital and psychological treatments. And we are continuing to fund Scottish Ambulance Services mental health paramedic response units, with an evaluation of this support expected in the coming months, and our investment in these and other improvements will continue to ensure people experiencing distress get the right support at the right time and in the right place, whilst ensuring officers are deployed only when necessary.
Question number 7, Marie McNair.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what action it's taking to protect women and girls from violence in the light of International Women's Day last weekend.
Minister Siobhan Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Violence against women and girls is abhorrent and still far too common. That is why we remain focused on delivering Scotland's equally safe strategy for preventing such violence against women and girls, which includes seeking to change the attitudes and also the behaviours that underpin it. The Delivering Equally Safe Funds provides 107 organisations, delivering 115 projects, and between October 2021 and March 2024, from which more than 67,000 adults, children and young people were supported. The fund is being increased in the next year by 5%, so total investment will be over £46 million over 2026 to 2028 to ensure recipients are able to continue their vital work to prevent violence and support survivors.
Marie McNair.
I thank the Minister for that answer, and I'd like to extend my gratitude to the Minister for meeting with my constituent today to hear from her as a survivor. Does the Minister agree with me that it's vital that policy must be informed by those who have lived experience, and can she highlight how that approach will continue to shape the decisions necessary to ensure survivors get the support and services they so need?
Minister.
Thank you. Yes, firstly, I just want to recognise the courage and fortitude required when survivors of sexual and domestic abuse, when they speak about their personal experiences, whether to ministers or in court or to other people in their lives. I'm absolutely endorse the need that we need to listen to them, to learn from them with lived experience, which has been very much central to the work that we do, including the landmark Victims, Witnesses and Justice Reform Scotland Act 2025, which the Cabinet Secretary took through, which will transform our justice system, ensuring that victims and witnesses are treated with compassion and supported throughout the legal process. And it is also why we established the Victims Task Force, which is supported by a Victims Survivor Advisory Board, to ensure that their work improving the experiences of victims and witnesses is underpinned by lived experience.
Pam Gossel.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The UK Supreme Court ruled that single-sex bases based on biological sex are lawful, and only single-sex if the opposite sex is excluded. Yet the Scottish Prison Service policy still allows some biological males who identify as women to be held in female estates. Most women in prison are victims of male violence and deserve safety, dignity and privacy. What level of risk does the Minister consider acceptable for these women?
Minister.
The judgment of the Supreme Court is accepted by the Scottish Government. What we are doing, as any responsible government must, is ensuring that our policies comply with all our legal obligations, including, of course, the Scotland Act and the European Convention on Human Rights. The prison guidance has not been changed, and it can be taken from the Scottish Government has conducted it, and it will not need to be changed in light of the Supreme Court judgment. I know there is a live court case at the moment, so I will not comment on it any further.
Beatrice Wishart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To coincide with International Women's Day, Shetland Women's Aid published the results of its Voices of Women of Shetland survey. 57% of respondents report being affected by gender-based violence, and nearly 60% of those affected did not receive any support, and over three-quarters chose not to report to the police. It's concerning to learn that many women who experience harm are unable to access support or report what has happened. So what is the Scottish Government doing to support public services, including education providers, to challenge a culture of misogyny which makes it harder for gender-based violence to be reported and survivors supported?
Minister.
Thank you. I would appreciate, I have not seen that report. If the member may send that to the Justice team, I think we would appreciate looking into that. As I've said, violence against women is completely unacceptable, and that's why we are delivering the Equally Safe strategy. We are investing record amounts of money into this to support services to support women of domestic abuse as well. But I am happy to engage further with the member on this issue.
Question number 8, Michael Mara.
To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on actions it is taking to address the use of modified e-bikes and off-road vehicles in the incidents of antisocial behaviour.
Minister Siobhan Brown.
Thank you. To tackle the behaviour, we continue to invest significantly in policing, with £1.64 billion funding this year and £1.7 billion for the next financial year. And whilst operational policing decisions are rightly a matter for Police Scotland, I do welcome the positive examples of activity in this area, including increased seizures. We've also, for example, funded a summer Crime Stoppers campaign for off-road vehicle misuse. We began to review antisocial behaviour legislation and expanded our Cashback for Communities programme to help divert young people from antisocial behaviour. Scottish Government wants to work collectively to address concerns, and we recognise that this is a common issue across the UK and the whole of Scotland, and there are some pieces of legislation in this area that are reserved. We've therefore proposed further interministerial discussions to consider how we can tackle this shared concern.
Michael Mara.
Thank the Minister for that update. I do continue to hear from constituents more and more in areas such as Ardler, Kirkton, Blackness and Dryborough, other areas in Dundee, that these modified bikes are being used with seemingly no consequence. That's really how people are feeling about it at my constituency. And that is despite them posing a clear risk to public safety and frankly causing mayhem. Given the increasing risks that are being posed to the public, does the Cabinet Secretary believe the current powers available to Police Scotland are sufficient to deal with these illegally modified e-bikes and off-road vehicles?
Minister.
I'm not sure if the member's aware, but myself and Mr Fairley, just given the cross-portfolio responsibilities, have been engaging with MSPs for about the last 18 months, and we had a meeting just last week on this, and also engaging with the UK Government. It is complex because there's issues in Edinburgh City Centre, for example, are quite different to the challenges in rural areas. I do believe Police Scotland do have the tools at the moment. There is more that can be done, and as of our meeting last week, Minister Fairley and I are very keen that this work is progressed in the next parliamentary session, and we took from members their suggestions on what should be done, and we will be leaving that on the desk of the next Minister in the parliamentary term to proceed with that work.
Very brief supplementary, Bob Doris.
Thank you, President Officer. Minister, as you know, I was at the meeting you referred to in relation to what more can be done to tackle the issues Michael Mara has raised. Police Scotland were also in attendance. Minister, can I get a reassurance that in the next Parliament we will continue to have a cross-party approach to tackling this issue, whether the solutions sit at Scotland or at Westminster, and that local MSPs can continue to have ongoing and constructive dialogue with the Scottish Government on this matter?
Minister.
Yes, I can't talk for the next Scottish Government, but I can assure the member that if this SNP government is back in government, we will be engaging on a cross-party basis on this issue. Just regarding legislation, as I said to Michael Mara, is quite complex because there's between the reserved and the devolved areas, but I do feel there is some work that we can be doing in this area, and I really hope that it progresses in the next parliamentary term.
Thank you. That concludes portfolio questions. There will be a brief pause before we move to the next item of business.
Thank you. The next item of business is a statement by Tom Arthur on Sky House, progress and assurance. The Minister will take questions at the end of his statement, and therefore there should be no... Could I please ask those members who are leaving the chamber to do so quickly and quietly, because we're actually moving on to the next item of business. Thank you. The Minister will take questions at the end of his statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. I call on Minister Tom Arthur. Up to 10 minutes, please.
Presiding Officer, my statement today follows the joint Healthcare Improvement Scotland and Mental Welfare Commission report on Sky House, NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde's Regional Adolescent Inpatient Mental Health Unit. Following the BBC disclosure documentary on Sky House, which aired in February 2025, my predecessor, Marie Todd, made a statement to Parliament on 26 February, setting out the Government's plan for stronger external assurance. That commitment reflected the seriousness of issues identified in the documentary. It included commissioning a programme of joint visits by Healthcare Improvement Scotland and the Mental Welfare Commission to every adolescent mental health inpatient unit in Scotland, including Sky House, to ensure that concerns were examined thoroughly and independently. I would like to express my thanks to both organisations for the thoroughness with which they have carried out that work, and to all those who contributed to the reviews. As Parliament would expect, I will not comment on the detail of individual cases, But I do want to specifically address the findings of the joint visit to Skye House, as I know this is a matter of deep concern to members across the chamber. I also want to acknowledge at the outset the young people and families whose courage in raising concerns, including through the BBC Disclosure documentary last year, have helped bring these issues to light. They should not have had to fight to be heard. They deserved better. Since the BBC documentary aired, both Marie Todd and I have met several families and young people who were in Skye House. I am grateful to them for speaking so openly about their experiences. I have been deeply moved by what they shared and impressed by their commitment to driving change in the future. I want to reassure these families and young people again today that their voices have been heard and they will shape change. It is also important to remember that the Disclosure documentary had a significant impact on staff. These reviews show that there is a lot of high-quality critical care being delivered in CAMHS inpatient units, and I am incredibly grateful to those staff who are working hard to provide compassionate care to young people in challenging circumstances. However, I am also very clear that the serious issues identified in the report are where we need to see improvement. The issues highlighted range from cultural concerns and staffing pressures to weaknesses in governance, such as inconsistent recording of restraint. And I remain particularly concerned about the lack of clarity around the lawful use of restraint during nasogastric feeding. I have met with the Children's Commissioner to discuss these concerns. I have also met the Health Board leadership and been assured that improvements have been made since the inspection took place 7 months ago. The Chief Executive has confirmed to me that they feel the risks within Skye House are being actively and appropriately managed each day, and the service is operating safely, while recognising that caring for this patient group involves inherently high levels of clinical risk. The Board has also strengthened its governance through a dedicated executive oversight group, chaired at executive level. This group meets regularly to provide direct oversight of Skye House, monitor progress against actions and escalate any concerns immediately to the Chief Executive. I understand that there are a number of new staff now in post, including 11 new nurses, and that recruitment is nearly complete to strengthen the wider multidisciplinary team. Increasing permanent recruitment should mean less reliance on temporary staffing, which was a key factor in the cultural issues identified. I have also been told that the Civility Saves Lives champions who are working in Skye House are helping drive the cultural improvements that are clearly required. This is bringing with it a zero-tolerance approach to any and all inappropriate behaviour. The Board's action plan demonstrates that there has been a drive to improve and reduce the use of restraint. It reports that 99% of Skye House staff have now completed prevention and management of violence and aggression training, with bank staff trained in safe restraint practice. In addition, improvements have been made to the recording and oversight of the use of restraint, with clearer governance and reporting. Whilst I acknowledge that improvements have been made, I have been clear that more still needs to be done to ensure that the care at Skye House reaches the high standards which every young person in Scotland has the right to expect. NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde is accountable for care and treatment at Skye House, and I now expect the Board to be laser-focused on driving up those standards of care. The Board has accepted all of the requirements and areas for improvement that are set out in the Joint Inspection Report and now has an action plan in place to address them. I now expect this plan to be implemented at pace, so as to improve the experience of young people needing care within our adolescent inpatient facilities. In respect of the serious issues identified around the authority to treat under the Mental Health Act, I understand that weekly checks and audits of all treatment forms are now in place. A multidisciplinary review of legal processes is underway, and the Board is working closely with the Commission to ensure full compliance going forward. Members may also be aware that I am taking urgent action to improve the use of restraint and seclusion in inpatient mental health settings by updating the Code of Practice under the Mental Health Act. I have also asked the Commission to begin monitoring and reporting on the use of restraint and seclusion on a national level to enhance oversight. Following the publication of these reports, I have met with the Chief Executives of all the boards accountable for delivery to ensure that robust improvement plans are in place, and my expectation that all formal requirements and areas for improvement are implemented swiftly. I have made it clear that I expect regular updates on progress. As well as the individual reports on each of the inpatient units, I welcome his and the Commission's recently published National Overview Report, which brings together the themes arising from visits in order to inform future improvements to the quality and safety of our CAMHS inpatient units. In response to these themes, I have considered what national improvements will be required to better support young people, and I have highlighted my support for the recommendation that all health boards currently responsible for adolescent psychiatric inpatient units develop a national inpatient service specification and, following the review of care they have already undertaken, put in place more robust governance and oversight. A national specification will help ensure that all settings are operating to the same high standards and will clearly set out the role of inpatient care as part of a broader child and adolescent mental health service. I have written to these same Chief Executives asking them to report back to Ministers after the election with detailed proposals on how they will further collectively strengthen CAMHS community services and pathways in and out of inpatient care, improve care at home, and ensure that vulnerable young people receive the right support at the right time in the right place. For further assurance, the Commission will also undertake follow-up visits to monitor progress against the action plans for all regional units. Officials will follow up with the boards on any resulting recommendations through routine engagement and performance monitoring. We are working closely with the Commission to explore how we can improve routes of escalation between the Commission and Scottish Government. I also intend to provide additional funding to the Commission for more rigorous visits in future, including visits over multiple days. Healthcare Improvement Scotland will also monitor progress of the action plan and has the ability to escalate any issue to Ministers and Scottish Government if appropriate. Officials will work closely with them over the first half of 2026-27 to develop proposals for an ongoing programme of CAMHS inspections, with activity expected to start in the latter half of this year. Presiding Officer, these reports set out a number of challenges for these services moving forward, but they do also highlight many positive aspects, and critically they give us a clear path forward. The young people and families who spoke up did so with extraordinary courage. We owe it to them to ensure that care at Skye House and across all our CAMHS inpatient services is safe, compassionate and rooted in the rights and dignity of every child. I am absolutely determined that the changes now in train are delivered at pace during the remainder of my term. I am committed to doing everything in my power to deliver that change and restore public confidence. To quote the recent inspection reports, when a child or young person is admitted to one of Scotland's national or regional mental health units, it is because they require assessment and treatment for complex mental health needs. They are at their most vulnerable, and they and their families have a right to the highest quality, compassionate care and a safe, clean and welcoming environment. We found that this was the experience of some, but not all of those we met with. This is not good enough. All have the same right, irrespective of where the care is provided and by whom. Presiding Officer, to conclude, I invite members to work collaboratively with me on this matter, as I know improving mental health services for children and young people is an important issue to many of us across the Chamber. And I hope that together we can work towards mental health services of the highest standards for all young people in Scotland.
Thank you, Minister. We will now take questions on the issues raised in the statement. I would invite those members who would wish to ask a question, please press the request to speak buttons. I intend to allow up to 20 minutes, after which we will move on to the next item of business. I call Megan Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I also thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement, but more importantly the way in which he's approached this particular issue, not just meeting with me but also meeting with families, because it is a very real and very serious issue. I first raised the issue of Skye House in this chamber almost a year ago. While I welcome the steps now being taken to listen to families and to improve services, systemic issues still remain. When I raised the BBC documentary, I revealed that the Government was aware of the abuse young people were experiencing as far back as June 2023, and I still believe that this is yet to be investigated as part of the wider concerns. I continue to work with affected families today because their concerns have still not been properly addressed. One family has exhausted every avenue in trying to hold the system accountable for the trauma their daughter has endured. An independent review was commissioned into their case, but when the report was finally published, it was the parents, rather than the professionals who were involved, who were portrayed as the problem. Too often, when families speak up, they are dismissed, they are ignored, or they're made to feel like they are the obstacle to change. My experience in supporting this family points to a culture of closed ranks within parts of our health and social care system. When systems close in on themselves instead of protecting the most vulnerable, public trust is inevitably eroded. I will, Presiding Officer. So, does the Minister support the creation of a new national whistleblowing officer for the NHS and social care sector, one that delivers? And does he honestly believe that families who have come forward with these harrowing experiences have been treated fairly by the very systems designed to protect them?
Minister.
Can I thank Ms Gallagher for her question, and can I also thank her for her resolute campaigning on these matters and for consistently working to represent the interests of her constituents and those who have been affected. It is of the utmost importance to me and Government that we can provide assurance and ensure that public confidence is fully regained, given what we have been contending with here. I have sought that direct assurance from the Chief Executive, and I made reference to that in my statement, that all appropriate mitigations and safeguards in place and day-to-day care has been delivered safely. I would recognise the ongoing work, independent work of both the Mental Welfare Commission and HIS in providing that assurance, and indeed the work that we're undertaking with HIS to put in place a programme of ongoing inspections, recognising that that was one of the areas that had been highlighted by members previously. With regards to what further assurance can be provided, with regard to any whistleblowing mechanisms, we already have mechanisms in place, but I'm happy to consider further, along with ministerial colleagues, any additional measures. And I want to assure the member and Parliament, and most importantly families, that providing that assurance and restoring confidence is of the utmost importance to me and to the Government.
Paul Sweeney.
Deputy Presiding Officer, can I also thank the Minister for his statement and once again express my own admiration for those brave children and young adults who spoke out about their treatment at Skye House at Stophill Hospital. Their courage has helped to realise the improvements we've heard about today. I'm also relieved to hear that staffing levels are finally approaching an appropriate level for such a crucial facility such as Skye House. Yet we know that adolescent inpatient mental health units are highly challenging workplaces, so there will be a fluctuation of staffing levels. It's therefore essential that long-term workforce planning takes place so that when these rotations happen, staffing levels do not fall back and that the cycle of temporary staffing returns. So will the Minister provide assurances that long-term workforce planning is being undertaken by the Health Board for Skye House so that children and families affected can have confidence in the long-term standard of the quality and safety of care?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I am confident that the Health Board has a full understanding of what is clearly implied within the reports, which is the link between culture and staffing and the importance of ensuring that they are permanent positions. And I think that is reflected in the increase in staffing that we have seen, and that has certainly been conveyed. It is implicit, of course, it's highlighted within the reports, but it was made clear to me in my engagement with the Chief Executive and her team that there is a clear understanding of that important link. So while these operational matters do sit with the Health Board on a day-to-day basis, I am confident from the assurances I have received from the Health Board that they have a full grasp and understanding of the importance of staffing to ensure that we have a positive culture, both for patients and for staff as well.
I would call Rona Mackay, but she seems to be busy. Rona Mackay, to be followed by Ros McCall.
Apologies, Presiding Officer. It's crucial that anyone entering Skye House and their families have confidence in their care and support. How does the Minister anticipate measures such as the introduction of a care manager role as the key point of contact in working to improve the trust and relationships with families and carers?
Minister.
Presiding Officer, the introduction of a dedicated care manager role at Skye House will give each family a clear, consistent point of contact throughout admission and coordinate care and their care there more broadly. I am pleased to note the positive feedback from families in the inspection regarding this. NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde also report there has been a substantial amount of work to obtain feedback from parents and carers at Skye House to drive further improvements. I have met several families and young people who were in Skye House, as I touched on earlier, and I want to repeat my gratitude to them for speaking so openly about their experiences. And I want to again reassure these families and young people again that their voices have been heard and that they will shape change.
I call Ros McCall, to be followed by Emma Roddick.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I want to place on record my acknowledgement of the fight of young people and families to get us to this point. They deserve so much better. The statement says that NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde is accountable for care and treatment at Skye House, but it seems to me, other than laser focus, there are no consequences for that accountability. So my question is very simple. How does the Scottish Government hold NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde to account?
Minister.
I have set out very clearly in my statement, as I have set out very clearly directly to the Chief Executive, what my expectations of the Health Board are. And my understanding is that they are fully appreciative of my perspective on this and the perspective of families and what is required. I think it's important to know that there has been significant change within the Health Board in the recent period, and I am assured from what I have been told directly by the Health Board of the gravity with which they treat the requirements and the recommendations within the joint report, and that they will work at pace to ensure that they are implemented. Notwithstanding that, my officials will be continuing to engage closely and monitor these matters, and I've been very clear with the Health Board that I expect regular updates and demonstrations of progress.
I call Emma Roddick, to be followed by Carl Mockin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. A common thread throughout these reports, as well as conversations in wider society, is the importance of a respectful culture when discussing or working in mental health services. Can the Minister therefore outline how the Scottish Government is working to champion the rights of vulnerable children and young people?
Minister.
I think the importance of culture is of the utmost importance, and in this specific case, it was something that was clearly highlighted as a key concern in the reports. And that is why the actions around culture are so important. I have touched previously in responding to questions on the importance of ensuring that we have more permanent staffing, which we have seen subsequent to the inspections in August of last year. Further to that, I have alluded to the work that is underway to improve culture within Skye House, and I have received assurance from the Health Board that that work will continue to be implemented. And again, I will make clear I expect regular updates from the Health Boards to ensure that that work has been taken forward.
I call Cara Mockin, to be followed by Emma Harper.
Thank you. Can I thank the Minister for his statement? He notes the need for national improvements to better support young people in units across Scotland and the need for robust governance and oversight. While health boards work to develop a national inpatient service specification, what assurances can the Minister give to families that their loved ones are being cared for in the way we would expect? And is he confident in the quality of care and conditions right across establishments in Scotland?
Minister.
I thank Carol Mockin for her question. As I touched on in my statement, I've spoken directly with the Chief Executives and senior leadership of all of the 3 boards where the adolescent inpatient units are located. There were different issues raised across the reports, but there was also some common threads. And it is my clear expectation that each board will respond to the issues that have been identified in their respective units. But further to that, there has been commissioned at board level a tri-regional review looking at all regions which will report. There is also external assurance being carried out specific to Skye House from the Royal College of Psychiatrists. So there's further work that has been undertaken in this area. So on the point around nationally, clearly there are lessons to be learned nationally, and the member alludes to the national specification proposal, which we are supportive of. But notwithstanding that, there will be ongoing engagement between officials and the health boards to ensure that the recommendations of the reports and the learning more widely from the reports is being taken forward and implemented.
I call Emma Harper to be followed by Gillian Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The comprehensive training of staff working in services like Skye House is essential to supporting patients. And I'm asking, as a former clinical nurse educator for the NHS, how is the Scottish Government working to ensure that full staff training is a priority and that patients' welfare is at the core of their care?
Minister.
I know as a member will appreciate responsibility for ensuring that staff are fully and appropriately trained lies with individual NHS boards. Operational workforce decisions, including staff training, development and deployment, are matters for local determination. However, the Scottish Government is clear that boards should prioritise high-quality, comprehensive training across all services, including specialist facilities such as Skye House. Progress is being made. At the time of publication of the Skye House report, 99% of staff had completed training in the prevention and management of violence and aggression, ensuring they are equipped to provide safe, person-centred care to vulnerable young people. More broadly, the Scottish Government continues to invest in the training and development of the health workforce. In 2025-26, over £31 million was provided to NHS Education for Scotland to support multidisciplinary training and workforce expansion.
I call Gillian Mackay to be followed by Alex Cole-Hamilton.
The inspection report highlighted that the social work post at Skye House has been vacant for around 3 years. It's unclear if there are plans to replace this role, or if not, how social work views and knowledge can be accessed. The report stated that this is clearly a gap, so can the Minister outline how social work will be engaging with the unit going forward? Minister.
Can I thank Gillian Mackay for her question? These issues around the wider team were part of the discussions and conversations that were undertaken with the Chief Executive and her team. While there has been a significant increase in staffing, as I touched on earlier, there's still work underway to complete that process and ensuring that the correct balance of individuals and positions across a multidisciplinary team is there. I will be receiving further updates from the Health Board, and I'll be happy to write to the member to provide further information.
I call Alex Cole-Hamilton to be followed by Elena Whittam.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, we have an inspection regime for a reason, to pick up on deficiencies of practice and care. And yet there wasn't an inspection in Skye House between the years of 2017 and 2024. That is an absolute scandal. During that time, teenagers in deep crisis were subjected to cruelty, restrained with excessive force, and they were humiliated. Now, whilst the national specification that the Minister has announced today will go some way to preventing that happening again, I'm still not clear as to why this wasn't inspected for so long. And it also begs the question, and I want to ask the Minister, are there any other facilities currently going so long between inspections for vulnerable people in their care where things like this may be happening again?
Minister.
Can I thank Alex Cole-Hamilton for his question and recognise and agree with him on the importance of that independent assurance that is provided through inspection. As a member will appreciate, both the Mental Welfare Commission and HIS operate independently, and it is for them to take these decisions. However, given the significance of the events that have taken place, what we have seen undertaken is a joint inspection report with both the Commission and HIS. Going forward, of course, the Mental Welfare Commission will continue to undertake their duties. However, to provide assurance, we are engaged with HIS on the commencement of an ongoing programme of inspection of these facilities. And as I touched on earlier in my remarks, that is forecast to commence in the second half of this year. So that key learning around the importance of inspection and the role of HIS is something that has been taken on board, and it is something that is subsequently leading to actions that will be implemented, namely those inspections by HIS going forward.
I call Elena Whittam to be followed by Miles Briggs.
In light of the concerns expressed by young people and their families that those with co-occurring neurodivergence or living with lesser understood eating disorder (ARFID) did not always get the support they needed at Skye House, how can the Scottish Government support the delivery of services grounded in inclusive and trauma-informed practice that reflects the needs of those who are neurodivergent?
Minister.
Can I thank Elena Whittam for her question and recognise her long-standing championing of these issues, and she will be aware of the importance that I place upon them as well. The importance of ensuring that all of our public services are delivered in a way that is neuro-inclusive is of the utmost importance. Indeed, this is something that has been part of our deliberations over the proposed LDAN bill, which will be something for the next Parliament to consider. But some of the provisions within that legislation, I think, are potentially directly applicable to the issues that Ms Whittam raises. Notwithstanding that, it is my clear expectation that all of our mental health services should be providing an environment that is safe, compassionate and person-centred, and that includes being responsive to individual needs, including those that pertain to neurodevelopmental conditions.
I call Miles Briggs to be followed by Jackington Park.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I welcome the National Inpatient Service specification. It was something that I tried to progress as part of the Health and Care Staffing Bill back in 2019, and obviously that has now come into force in 2024. What I don't understand from what the Minister's outlined is what escalation and reporting ministers will have beyond that annual report. So I'd like to know, in terms of staffing, what the Minister will actually be told and on what basis.
Minister.
Specific to the circumstances at Skye House, there is an executive oversight group that has been established within the board to look at these issues, and the Chief Executive will be kept up to date, but there is a process in place for immediate escalation on any serious urgent matters. With regards to that, though, the position of the Government is that officials are going to be continuing to engage regularly, and I have set out clear expectations directly to the Chief Executive of what is required by way of updates to the Scottish Government across all of the issues raised in the report, but particularly on staffing, in and of itself, but also because of the correlation between staffing, the type of staffing and the culture and environment. That is of the utmost importance, and I will ensure that Parliament and members are kept up to date on these matters.
I call Jackington Barr to be followed by Sharon Dowie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Whilst HIS and the NWC's report is specific to Skye House, does the Minister agree that it is important to consider any learnings on improving access and experience of mental health services in Scotland within a wider context too?
Minister.
Presiding Officer, we expect all health boards and their employees to act in line with the values and behaviours expected of everyone in NHS Scotland. NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde has committed to delivering a significant culture change programme focused on listening, transparency, staff voice and psychological safety. There is also a zero-tolerance approach to behaviour that falls below high standards of care. Further action has been taken to strengthen management processes, including through increased internal audits.
And I call Sharon Dowie.
Complaints were received about Skye House for a number of years, but they appear to have been ignored. Last year, I supported a constituent who raised serious concerns about their daughter's treatment at Skye House, including a lack of supervision and a failure to listen to parents. What specific steps will the Government take to ensure that when families raise concerns about care at Skye House, those concerns are properly investigated and not brushed under the carpet?
Minister.
Look, I again want to recognise the young people and families who have come forward and who have spoken directly to me, to other members, and have engaged through this process. Again, I cannot more profoundly express my gratitude for what they have done. I hope what I have set out today in terms of the actions that have been taken by the Government with the commissioning of these joint inspections, the report from the inspections with those recommendations and requirements, and the direct engagement the Government has had with the health boards, setting out our clear expectations that all of these requirements and recommendations are implemented at pace will go some way to providing that reassurance and restoring confidence. But let me reiterate, I may be standing up to make a statement today, but this is not the end of the matter. Officials and I directly will be having ongoing engagement with health boards to ensure that these actions are taken forward, and where any issues are identified in doing so, they are remedied rapidly. So I hope that provides some reassurance to the member.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes the statement, and we will now move on to the next item of business. And the next item of business is Stage 3 Proceedings for Assisted Dying for Terminally Ill Adults, Scotland Bill. In dealing with the amendments, members should have the bill as amended at Stage 2, that is SP Bill 46A, the marshalled list and the groupings of amendments. The division bell will sound and proceedings will be suspended for around 5 minutes for the first division of the Stage 3. The period of voting for the first division will be 30 seconds. Thereafter, I will allow a voting period of 1 minute for the first division after a debate. Members who wish to speak in the debate on any group of amendments should press the request to speak buttons or enter RTS in the chat function as soon as possible after I call the group. And members should now refer to the marshalled list of amendments. And I call Amendment 149 in the name of Brian Whittle, grouped with Amendments 159 and 303. And I call on Brian Whittle to move Amendment 149 and to speak to other amendments in the group. Mr Whittle.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Here we go again. The concern that I'm trying to address here is around protection of patients, their wishes and the protection of healthcare professionals. It provides a clarity on the patient's decision to family members and friends because the patient's wishes are paramount in this situation. What the amendments do, 149 and 303, make provision for the Scottish Government to bring forward a template advance directive which expresses a patient's wishes for end-of-life treatment for patients accessing assisted dying. I would stress here it is optional to use the full template, some of the template, or decline to use it at all. The advance directive I cannot be used to choose assisted dying in the event of incapacity. 159 creates an obligation for medical practitioners to discuss advanced care directives with the terminally ill adult. In response to Stage 2 feedback, I have removed legal requirements for an advanced care directive to be completed. A terminally ill adult would have the option of using the template the government produces, filling in as little or as much as they want. A discussion about advanced care directives is still mandatory so that patients are aware of all their options. Overall, this set of amendments helps to avoid doubt about patient intention and provides clarity to patients, to healthcare professionals and their loved ones. I have looked in research across the UK and international examples of what should be included. It is standard elsewhere, and using this bill as a way to introduce the practice gives us a clear way to evaluate how they can work. The Advance Directive makes clear the patient's wishes around specific items of care that may prolong their life if they become incapacitated and cannot continue with the assisted dying process, or become incapacitated due to the effects of the substance, or choose to cancel their declaration or decide not to use the substance. Again, I say the Advanced Directive cannot be used to choose assisted dying in the event of incapacity. The template requirement is to allow a standard format for the advanced directives that fits the needs of healthcare professionals and makes information easy to locate when needed. Power is given to ministers to expand beyond what is listed if required in consultation with health professionals. I also recognise that the Law Society of Scotland feel that reform for advanced care directives should occur more comprehensively, but as the functions under this bill will be reviewed, this is an opportunity to test pilot changes around advanced care directives. Deputy Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Whittle. I call on the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, taking together the amendments in this group concern the matter of advance directives. On amendments 149, 159 and 303, the Scottish Government would highlight that requiring advance care directives as part of the process raises legal and deliverability considerations. At present, advance care directives are not legally binding in Scotland, although they are generally treated as strong evidence of a person's wishes. Mandating their use in this context could create uncertainty for medical practitioners and patients about their legal status and how they should be applied in practice. And I've got nothing further to add, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call Liam MacArthur.
Thank you. Brian Whittle's Amendment 149 and consequential 159 would require assessing doctors to make a person aware of the option of making an advance care directive, along with the consequential Regulation Power Amendment 303. As I've said previously, I think see a great deal of value in advance care directives, and I'm pleased that Mr Whittle has brought this amendment as an option, as he set it out, rather than a requirement for those seeking assistance. Advance care planning is a valuable tool to help people ensure that their wishes are indeed understood and respected. To deliver truly patient-centred care, though, people should be able to decide what care plans they have in place and what medical treatments they do and do not receive, including if they want to refuse treatments or refuse even palliative care. GMC guidance already places a duty on doctors to provide relevant information to patients and have a dialogue with them about the decisions they may wish to make. It is relevant to note that the bill, as currently drafted, requires the registered medical practitioner to explain and discuss with the person, as far as is considered appropriate, the nature of the substance that might be provided to assist the person to end their own life, including how it will bring about death. The person will therefore be fully informed from the start, and in practice this provision will likely facilitate a discussion between the person and their doctor about what should happen in all possible circumstances. Finally, I'm sure Mr Whittle would agree that it will be important to make sure there is clarity around what would happen should somebody change their mind, having submitted an advance care directive. But on balance, I support Brian Whittle's amendments in this area and genuinely thank him for the power of work he's done, not just at stage 3, but earlier at stage 2 on this same issue.
Thank you. And I call on Brian Whittle to wind up. To press or withdraw Amendment 149.
Can I say at the outset how disappointed I am to hear the government position on this? Because, of course, the government is right. The advance care directives are not legally binding. That's not why they're there. They are there to give clarity, not just to the healthcare professional who are reading the notes, but for loved ones as well. We talked yesterday about coercion, and I think this is part of a package. Give way.
Daniel Johnson.
I'm very grateful to the member for giving way. I wonder if he might agree with me that this isn't actually just about the particular circumstance we're dating today. Actually, it's a good idea for all of us to discuss potential health matters that may arise further in line, discussing with our loved ones about what care options and treatment options we may want, and actually what the member seeks to do, in my opinion and my understanding, is establish something that is just good practice, regardless of whether we're talking in the context of assisted dying or just generally healthcare contingencies that may arise later in our lives.
Brian Whittle.
I absolutely agree with that. I don't think there's anything contentious about offering an advance care directive in situations like this. I think one of the things, as Daniel Johnson has quite rightly highlighted there, sometimes we struggle to talk about what we want going forward. And this is a way in which it can be discussed with your healthcare professional about what you want in an eventuality. It's not binding, it's not legally binding, but what it does do is set out what the patient wants, and that is of absolute paramount importance when we're talking about assisted dying, because it's not what everybody else wants, it's about what the patient wants. The Deputy Presiding Officer, I move Amendment 149.
Thank you, Mr Whittle. The question is that Amendment 149 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. As this is the first division today of the Stage 3 amendment stage, I will suspend for around 5 minutes to allow members to access the digital voting system. Thank you. We will now proceed with the division on Amendment 149, and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Marie Todd.
Sorry, Presiding Officer, I'd have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Todd. Your vote will be recorded. Point of order, Angus Robertson.
Voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Robertson. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 149 in the name of Brian Whittle is yes 63, no 52. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. We now turn to Group 7 on assessments, including support of terminally ill adults. I call amendment 150 in the name of Brian Whittle, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I remind members that if amendment 161 is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 162, which was previously debated in Group 2 on eligibility to be provided with assistance, and that if Amendment 125, previously debated in Group 5 on training, qualifications and experience of health professionals, is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 301 by way of preemption. I call on Brian Whittle to move Amendment 150 and to speak to other amendments of the group. Mr Whittle.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'll start with, I'll move Amendment 150 in my name, but I'll start with Amendment 22, which is a tidying amendment. The concern here is those accessing assisted dying should be provided with all options of support, including social care and palliative care. 34 add a reference to social care assessment to the medical practitioner's statement under Section 8. 34A adds reference to a palliative care assessment to a medical practitioner's statement under Section 8 in relation to Bob Doris's Amendment 23, which introduces requirement to assess palliative care. 78 adds reference a social care assessment to the medical practitioner's statement to Schedule 2, and 78A add reference a palliative care assessment to the medical practitioner's statement under Schedule 2, again in relation to Bob Doris's Amendment 23. 83 adds reference a social care assessment to the medical practitioner's statement to Schedule 3. 83A adds a reference a palliative care assessment to the medical practitioner's statement under Schedule 3, and again in relation to Bob Doris's Amendment 23. At one stage of drafting, the amendments read social care or palliative care, and I would like to place my thanks on record to Liam MacArthur to moving forward social care and palliative care. Both serve different needs. Both should be assessed in their own rights. In 150 and 304, the concern was that assisted dying becomes a preferred option to patients because of a lack of palliative care. What 150 does is allows for Scottish ministers to define minimum standards of palliative care for those accessing assisted dying. 304 is consequential. Having engaged with the third sector on this amendment and understand they are hesitant and it may become a barrier to access of palliative care, but access to an acceptable level of deliverable palliative care is an important consideration of this bill. During stage 2, I drafted this amendment to include that plan. It should be costly to make a point about deliverability. Following feedback about workability, I have removed this requirement. 105 addresses the concern that medical professionals' opinions must be truly independent of one another. In 155, limitations of notes to the independent practitioner to ensure that the independent practitioner is making their assessment on the exact same evidence as was available to the coordinating practitioner at the point of request. The independent practitioner cannot have consulted with the coordinating medical practitioner on the case, except for referral, or have access to the notes by the coordinating medical practitioner regarding the assisted dying request beyond the date that the assisted dying request is made. The Stage 2 feedback from the committee was that this amendment needed to be clear, that this amendment only restricts information about the person's wishes to access assisted dying, not their entire medical record, as we recognise those that are terminally ill can have rapidly changing healthcare needs and concerns. I have tidied up this amendment to read, has not been provided with any other notes prepared by the coordinated registered medical practitioner regarding the person's request to be provided with the assistance to the end of their life since the date of that first declaration for that reason. 193 is consequential to 174, requires that the statement from an independent assessor was recorded in an adult's medicals record. Deputy Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Whittle. I now call on Bob Doris to speak to Amendment 23 and other amendments in the group. Mr Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My amendments in this group are in three main areas. Firstly, with regards to palliative care. Secondly, with regards to the currently set out in a practitioner's report. And thirdly, on registered medical practitioner's discretion. There are 5 amendments on palliative care, amendments 23, 165, 166, 167 and 168. Let me turn first to Amendment 23. This bill contains a requirement as it stands for the registered medical practitioner to ascertain whether the appropriate social care has been provided to or offered by any person seeking assisted dying. Amendment 23 requires the same registered medical practitioner also ascertains whether appropriate palliative care has been offered or provided to that person. This offers a consistency of approach and urge members to support it. Amendments 165 and 166 dictate circumstances where the registered medical practitioner must refer to a palliative care specialist. 165 requires such a referral where the appropriate palliative care has not been offered or provided to the person, and 166 requires such a referral when the person's reasons for seeking assisted dying are that they have uncontrolled symptoms or fears of such symptoms, something particularly important to palliative care specialists. Both are very clear-cut examples as to when the input of a palliative care specialist can and could make a substantive difference to ensuring the person seeking assisted dying has all the support required to make an informed decision on assisted dying relevant to their circumstances. In the experience of specialist palliative care practitioners, people with a life-shortening condition who express a wish to shorten their life because of distressing physical or psychological symptoms, including common fears, often change their minds. They often go on to enjoy valuable time once these symptoms have been explored, understood and addressed through appropriate palliative care. Indeed, such people will often say later they are glad they did not end their life. It is not reasonable or safe to assume that someone making a first declaration to seek assisted dying has already received appropriate palliative care. In fact, a wish to hasten death may be an indication of a lack of appropriate palliative care. My Amendment 167 ensures that if a person chooses not to have such a specialist palliative assessment, refusal in itself would not make them ineligible for assisted dying. The person's autonomy is therefore respected. Amendment 168 allows the registered medical practitioner carrying out the assisted dying assessment to take into account, if they wish, a refusal to attend a palliative care assessment in their decision-making. Together, these amendments aim to ensure that no one is pursuing an assisted death without having first received appropriate palliative care, and more specifically ensure that someone is not pursuing an assisted death because they are in agony which can be treated or because they have fears which can be allayed. My second set of amendments in this group creates a requirement for a medical practitioner's report to be compiled, setting out how any assessment has been reached, documenting what evidence was gathered used to inform their decision and judgment, and the reasons the practitioners reached their judgment. Without this, the bill contains what in reality are tick box forms for recording the outcomes of an assessment. The information to be contained in the report would not be recorded anywhere else under the provisions currently within this bill. My Amendment 37 would therefore establish a provision for registered medical practitioner reports and with it capture such important information. The evidence and reasoning behind each assisted dying decision would be clear. The medical practitioner's report would also provide relevant information in case of complaints. It may be a source of protection actually for practitioners where there is absolutely no wrongdoing. The report will also be an important source to inform understanding of the Act and its operation, should it pass in any review. It is surely only right that in something as significant as assisted dying, a report is prepared and not simply a tick box pro forma. Amendments 38, 39, 40 and 67 are all consequential to 37. 38 ensures that if a request for assisted dying is cancelled, there is no need to prepare such a report. 39/40 ensures that the person's GP will be provided with the medical practitioner's report and it will be added to medical records. And Amendment 67 adds the report to the regulation making provisions within the bill for the Scottish Government. Finally, Presiding Officer, my last set of amendments in this group aim to add consistency to the discussions a registered medical practitioner has with any person seeking an assisted death. Matters of diagnosis, prognosis, treatments available, palliative, hospice and other care options and the nature of the substance provided to a person to be explained and discussed with them can be discussed insofar as the registered medical practitioner considers appropriate. In reality, that could mean no conversation at all. Amendment 28 would ensure a conversation had to take place. Amendment 32 would ensure that the registered medical practitioner must advise the person seeking an assisted death to inform their own registered medical practitioner they are seeking an assisted death. They would also advise them to discuss the request with someone close to them. Quite a lengthy explanation of 3 separate sets of amendments in my group. The only thing I'd like to add is I'm fully supportive of what Brian Whittles has said earlier on and in amendments in Fulton McGregor's name, which we'll hear from shortly.
Thank you, Mr Doris. I now call on Daniel Johnson to speak to Amendment 153 and other amendments in the group. Mr Johnson.
And thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. So far in Stage 3, there has been much discussion about the safeguards that may be provided for this bill. But in reality, what that boils down to is the judgment of 2 doctors. And that may well be the right way to proceed, but I think we need to be clear about that the opinion of the coordinating medical practitioner and the independent medical practitioner is the safeguard. And yes, that is subject to guidance, to training, and indeed consultation with other professionals as set out in other amendments, but ultimately it is their decision. Therefore, I think we need to think very carefully both about how that judgment is arrived, in what context, making sure that it is robust and evidenced and accountable. And most critically, what happens if those opinions are that the person is not eligible for assisted dying? And these are the subject of my amendments in this section. Amendment 153 ensures that a medical practitioner makes the assessment in person and meets the person more than one occasion in order to do so. Now, at Stage 2, I brought forward, I'll give an amendment which sought to specify how long the doctor had known the patient. Now, that was a probing amendment because what I was seeking to establish was that you need a good relationship between doctor and patient in order for that opinion to be arrived at. I think as a bare minimum, we need 2 consultations and in person for that judgment to be arrived at. Happy to give way to Brian.
Brian Whittle.
Very grateful to Daniel Johnson. I think we're in agreement with this. I think this was raised yesterday. The importance of that doctor-patient relationship is unique. And that my concern here is that more and more that doctor-patient relationship is becoming more distant in that we don't see the same doctor over and over. And you must meet them in person. I mean, we have to meet them face to face because you have to be able to see look somebody in the eye to gauge their feelings and gauge their emotions. I wonder if the member would agree.
Daniel Johnson.
I completely agree. I think what is really important is that we establish that there is good understanding, and that can't be done in a perfunctory way. I think it needs to be done in person. What we don't want is this to be something that is decided upon after very short interactions. These need to be quality interactions. On Amendment 9, and I would pay tribute to Bob Doris, because I think he is quite right, and I would urge all members to look at Schedule 2. Because this is, I will give way in a moment, this is, in a sense, the device that will evidence the opinion of the coordinating medical practitioner, and all that is required is for the details of the medical practitioner and indeed the individual, and a line to specify the condition, a line deleted and a signature and a date at the bottom. And I think, given the gravity of the decision, I don't think that in and of itself is sufficient. And happy to give way to Christine Graham.
Christine Graham.
I thank the member. It really is just a commentary on something Mr Whittle has raised and yourself regarding face-to-face patient-doctor relationship. I would surmise, I don't know if the member would agree with me, that once you're diagnosed with a terminal illness, that will become much more personal, much more face-to-face, and not the 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock phone call and offlines. And so I think that that has to be addressed, that there will be much more relationship, in many cases, between the GP and the patient once that diagnosis has been confirmed.
Dan Johnson.
I would agree with that, and I think also the nature and indeed sometimes the intensity of that will produce a very good quality relationship, which is why I actually, and I reflect this as at stage 2, the length of time actually is not a good proxy for that, because sometimes a short but intense relationship between doctor and patient is actually much more valuable than a long but cursory one. But coming on to my Amendment 9, I reflected on some of the discussion at stage 2 between the member in charge and Bob Doris. And while I think there is much merit in his amendments for the requirement for a report, I do worry that it may be burdensome, that full addition or report, especially given sometimes I think the very sensitive timing of this. But what I think is required is at the very least a statement of what's required. So this is what Amendments 9, 183 and 183A address. In particular, but just a more particular point, though, is also this, is that it needs to be recorded when a medical practitioner does not agree that it should proceed. And this is what Amendment 9 does. Now, that needs to be recorded, and this is what Amendment 9 would record, is that if that is the assessment, that a statement is recorded and provided to the patient. That will also be important, because I think if subsequently that decision is reversed, that original decision needs to be referred to, and it explained why, by a subsequent medical practitioner, but why they have arrived at a different opinion. Now, given that the nature of the drafting, the structure that comes in through 183A. But I think it is important that this bill provides not just for what happens when this is a decision to proceed, but also what happens when the decision is that this should not proceed. And indeed, these amendments are modelled on what exists within the New Zealand legislation, where there is a clear specification around what happens if the coordinating medical practitioner decides that the person is not eligible or that should not proceed. Finally, Amendment 183 specifies that in addition to the form set out in Schedule 2, that further details need to be given in the form of an additional statement that must be recorded. What is required is both the nature of the relationship of the patient and the doctor, the understanding of the doctor about the nature of their condition, but also in terms of the steps and the understanding that the coordinating medical practitioner has of the person's ability to both have capacity and undertake these things, which I think it is important to evidence those things, have them as a matter of record, so that we have clarity, robust evidence and accountable decision-making on what is ultimately an incredibly important decision that both the patient and the doctor are making. Happy to give way to Bob.
Doris.
Thank you, Daniel Johnson, for giving away. Daniel Johnson made reference to my Amendment 37 for the medical practitioner's report, which appeared to be supportive of, but had a concern it could be overly burdensome or bureaucratic. Can I reassure Daniel Johnson that Amendment 67 allows the details of that report to be laid out in regulations by the Scottish Government to make sure it is not so? So hope on reflection he'll be supportive of 37 and the consequential amendments within that group, because it is really important, surely, to have a rationale for the decision arrived at by the coordinating medical practitioner.
Daniel Johnson.
Well, indeed, I just believe my amendment would require that rationale, but rather than a full report is in the form of a statement, which I think, just having reflected on the debate at stage 2, I think provides the robustness that's required, but also I think the clarity. I think leaving things to regulations always slightly concerns me when I think actually we can have the clarity. Although I am very supportive if my amendments don't pass, I would be supportive of Mr Doris's. But I think... very happy to.
I'm very grateful to him for taking the intervention. Just on his Amendment 9, the statement of dissatisfaction, can I just confirm where that statement would be recorded? Would it go into the patient's medical records? And if so, if I could, via this intervention, encourage the Cabinet Secretary, if Amendment 9 is passed, to commit to putting that in the guidance, because I agree with the purpose of this amendment. I'm not entirely clear from the amendment where that statement would then go, in which record it would be put. I presume it would be the patient's medical record, but I think it would be useful to confirm that, certainly to confirm that that's the intention.
Daniel Johnson.
That very much is the intent. I think it is an oversight in drafting that it doesn't say so explicitly. That was my intention when I gave the instruction, and it is unfortunate. Indeed, I too would be grateful if that could be clarified in guidance, because I think it should be recorded in a patient's medical records. But above all, I would just say this to Parliament in closing, is I think this bill does set out what should happen if the decision is to proceed. I do think we need to think very carefully about whether or not this bill has sufficient clarity about what happens when the decision is not to proceed. And I think if people are so minded, I think at the very least, I think some of the provisions in these amendments have merit and should be agreed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Johnson. I now call on Douglas Ross to speak to Amendment 154 and other amendments of the group. Mr Ross.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Amendment 154 in my name seeks to strengthen the assessment process by ensuring that registered medical practitioners fully discuss the range of palliative care options with anyone making a declaration. This includes symptom management, pain relief, psychological and social support and end-of-life planning. Crucially, it also requires that the patient understands these options and that the discussion is formally recorded. At its core, this amendment is about choice, real choice. As the bill currently stands, a doctor could proceed with assessing eligibility for assisted suicide without guaranteeing that the person fully understands or has access to the care that could relieve their suffering. That is simply not acceptable. Without ensuring that palliative care is funded and accessible, we risk presenting people with a false choice between unbearable suffering and ending their life prematurely. True autonomy can only exist when people are able to access the care that they need, regardless of circumstance. We know from palliative care specialists that suffering at the end of life can very often be alleviated with expert support. Pain management, psychological care and holistic support can significantly reduce the desire for an assisted death. And that is why it's essential that discussions about these options are comprehensive, understood by the patient and formally recorded. This not only strengthens informed decision-making, but ensures that there is a clear safeguard that palliative care was fully considered before any assisted death is pursued. If this legislation is to be genuinely about choice, it must guarantee that every person knows and has access to the full spectrum of palliative care. Without that guarantee, I fear this bill risks turning what should be a well-supported, fully informed decision into a coerced or coerced by circumstance one. Amendment 154 is a small but I believe crucial step to ensure that patients are not left facing a false choice and that the promise of autonomy is matched by real, accessible care. And for these reasons, Presiding Officer, I hope members can support Amendment 154. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Ross. I now call on Paul O'Kane to speak to Amendment 157 and other amendments in the group. Mr O'Kane.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I don't intend to detain the Chamber for long in terms of the broader issues and themes that surround this amendment, because many of them were made in the proceedings last evening when we were discussing the important role that social work should play within this process and multidisciplinary approaches indeed. Current wording states that a registered medical practitioner carrying out an assessment must consider making inquiries of a healthcare professional, social care professional or social work professional with qualifications in or experience of a matter relevant to the person being assessed. This amendment would instead make it a requirement for a registered medical practitioner carrying out an assessment to make inquiries of at least one health professional, social care professional or social work professional who holds a qualification or has demonstrable experience relevant to the condition, care needs or circumstances of the person being assessed. So I think at a very basic level, my amendment seeks to strengthen the assessment process by replacing what is a discretionary power in the bill as amended with a mandatory requirement. And I think that would ensure that assessments are being informed by appropriate multidisciplinary expertise, will promote greater consistency in practice and reduce the risk that relevant safeguarding or welfare considerations might be overlooked. And I lay this amendment because of all of the issues that I have raised and the need for expert professionals to be part of the assessment process of individuals who, of course, may demonstrate certain vulnerabilities. And with that, Deputy Presiding Officer, I will hand back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr O'Kane. I now call Liam MacArthur to speak to Amendment 26 and other amendments of the group. Mr MacArthur.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start by again reminding the Chamber of my declaration of interest in the support I received from various groups in relation to this bill. Unlike Mr O'Kane, I'm not sure I can offer a reassurance I won't detain the Chamber for a little bit of time given the number of amendments in this group, but I will do my best. In terms of my own amendments in this group, Amendment 26 reflects the fact that the drafting of Section 71ZC is not quite right, as it requires the assessing doctors to, quote, inquire about and discuss an adult's reasons for wishing to be provided with assistance to die. This could be read more widely than just asking the adult themselves, potentially requiring the assessing doctors to investigate more widely. I don't think that was the intention or would be appropriate, and the amendment adjusts the wording to make that intent clear. Amendments 79, 81, 85 then ensure that, where known, those reasons are recorded in the relevant schedules. Amendment 29 makes it clear for the avoidance of doubt that once the second declaration has been signed, it's up to the terminally ill person to decide whether to ask for the substance to be provided to them and when. Amendments 30 and 31 are technical in consequence of amendments made at stage 2. Section 71B sets out the information a registered medical practitioner must provide to the person during an assessment. At stage 2, a requirement was added to inform the person they may request a social work assessment, but it referred to a subsection that wasn't agreed to, and Amendment 31 removes the incorrect cross-reference. Amendment 30 is technical, seeking to maintain consistency in terminology when referring to social work professionals in the bill. Brown-Whittle's amendments 150 and 304 would mean that a terminally ill adult who has made a first declaration may request to be provided with a palliative care support plan with minimum requirements to be set out in regulation. I've always been clear that it is not a case of either or between palliative care and assisted dying, as international evidence clearly supports. I support these amendments. Marie McNair, yes.
Marie McNair.
Would Mr MacArthur acknowledge that without first-rate palliative care, the bill does not offer terminally ill people a real choice? I know from my own experience, seeing people come into the hospice, they're in extreme pain and distress, wishing to be put out their misery, and within a few days the pain was under control, their quality of life had improved dramatically, and wishing to live again. Why does this bill not take away every step to ensure that people have the opportunity to have not just a discussion but a guarantee access to such care?
Liam MacArthur.
I think the bill does safeguard that. The discussions that would need to take place with the individual that's requesting the choice of an assisted death would have to include discussions of palliative and other care options. I think those discussions, as we see in other jurisdictions that have introduced laws of this kind, demonstrates an improved engagement with palliative care that isn't there at the moment. I see no reason why that cannot be the case here. I worked with Brian Whittle on amendments 22, 34, 34A, not at the moment, Mr Mann, 34A, 78, 78A, 83 and 83A, and I thank him very much indeed for his constructive approach on these, and would encourage members to support them. Amendments 34A and 78A are consequential to Bob Doris's Amendment 23, which requires a doctor to be satisfied that any eligible patient must have been offered or provided with palliative care. The interaction with palliative care, as I've said, is extremely important, and so I support Amendment 23. Daniel Johnson's Amendment 153 would require the RMP carrying out the assessment under Section 6.2 or the independent assessment under subsection 4 to have met the person who made the declaration on more than one occasion. Well, I would expect this to happen in the vast majority of cases, not least for the reasons that Christine Graham mentioned in her intervention. I'm concerned about removing discretion from doctors involved in making decisions appropriate to the circumstances of the individual. While there is obvious value in in-person consultations, mandating it in primary legislation reduces the flexibility that some terminally ill people may need for whatever reason. It would be more appropriate, I believe, for clinical practice guidance to strongly recommend face-to-face consultations and permit them only to be held virtually in exceptional circumstances and where appropriate. Turning to Douglas Ross's Amendment 154, I fully support terminally ill people having access to appropriate advice and support about palliative care, and I'm sympathetic with the aim of this amendment. Yeah.
Just to return a moment to what he said there about in exceptional circumstances, remote consultations taking place. Obviously, the concern with that is that the practitioner cannot see who is out of view of the camera. That's where concerns about coercion, etc. come in. I was wondering if you could detail about how that can be mitigated against, because that's an issue where I'm really torn. My default position is that I do think these should be in person, because I'm just not clear how you can manage that in mitigation.
Liam MacArthur.
I think that's a very valid concern. As I say, I would expect this to happen in the vast majority of instances, but as I think Christine Graham amplified in her intervention earlier, there are likely to be many occasions in which those conversations are taking place. There may be instances where the medical professional feels that it is appropriate for a remote consultation to take place, but the notion that there would be no interaction face-to-face with the patient seems to me a vanishingly small possibility. But I think capturing that in the clinical guidance is probably more appropriate than putting it on the face of the bill. As I say, it would be reasonable, I believe, for clinical practice guidance to strongly recommend face-to-face consultations and permit them only virtually where appropriate and exceptional circumstances. Turning to Douglas Ross's Amendment 154, I fully support the terminally ill people having access to appropriate advice and support about palliative care, and I'm sympathetic to the aim of the amendment. However, in the bill as drafted, section 71A(3) requires any doctor undertaking an assessment to discuss and explain to the person any palliative, hospice and other care available, including symptom management and psychological support. They must also inform the person they can be referred for a palliative care assessment to explore whether any additional support could be provided to them, and must make a statement on this as per Schedule 2. As such, the bill already includes provision to ensure that there is explanation and discussion about palliative care available, as well as a referral for an assessment. Doctors already keep records as a matter of practice and in accordance with requirements, but while not persuaded the amendment is necessary due to the bill's other provisions, I'm content to accept it should Parliament consider it necessary and helpful. Brian Whittle's Amendment 155 adds that the independent RMP cannot consult with the coordinating RMP on the case and has not been provided with access to any notes prepared by the coordinating doctor. There is a risk that this amendment could be counterproductive. In practice, the coordinating doctor may record concerns or contextual information in the patient's notes that highlight important aspects of the person's condition. These notes can help the independent doctor make a fully informed assessment. Preventing them from consulting the coordinating doctor's notes could mean that crucial context is missed, and I give way to Brian Whittle.
Brian Whittle.
MacArthur, I'm very grateful to Liam MacArthur for taking the intervention, and we have discussed this at length. I think my concern here is that we're asking two independent medical practitioners who we would assume have a higher level of expertise to come to the same conclusion with the same set of medical conditions. I think that to me it ensures that one can't influence the other, and I think that's why I brought forward these amendments.
Liam MacArthur.
Brian Whittle rightly observes that this is a conversation that we had at some length at stage 2 as well, and I understand the sentiment behind it, ensuring that there are an independent process being undertaken. But for the reasons I've suggested, I think denying the ability of the independent doctor access to those notes isn't necessarily in the interests of the patients. I think are safeguarded as things stand under clinical practice. Paula Kane's Amendment 157 makes it mandatory for doctors to make inquiries with at least one health, social care and social work professional with experience directly relevant to the person's condition, rather than just having to consider it. The section as drafted already requires that, where considered appropriate, the assessing doctor makes inquiries of health professionals who have recently provided care to the person. They will know the person and have an understanding of their circumstances, enriching some assessments. I'm confident the provisions in the bill will ensure that appropriate inquiries are made with experienced professionals, whilst allowing for the exercise of professional judgment, and therefore I do not support this amendment. On Bob Doris's amendment, I will take an intervention.
Paul O'Kane. I'm grateful for Mr MacArthur giving way. He seems to accept the sort of broad concept that this is an important innovation in terms of how we understand all of the circumstances that surround a person's life and their decision. I just wonder why he feels it shouldn't be mandatory, because I think if we've got kind of nothing to worry about and we're agreed in terms of it being a positive thing, then surely as a matter of course it can be done, and if there are no concerns that would be identified quickly and the person could then move on.
Liam MacArthur.
As Paul O'Kane and I discussed in exchanges yesterday, I think I would fully admit it at this stage that the bill as introduced to Parliament, one of the obvious admissions was recognising the importance of the involvement of social work and social care in some of the assessments we're requiring of medical professionals. Where I have a concern is we seem to be lurching from either banning things or making them mandatory, and I think it crowds out the ability to exercise medical judgment of those who have the experience, the training and the qualifications to exercise that judgment. On Bob Doris's amendments 28 and 32, while the provisions in the bill were drafted with the aim of centring the professional judgment of medical practitioners, I appreciate the additional safeguard these amendments look to provide, and I'm content therefore to support 28 and 32. My concern with Amendments 161 and 163 in Stephen Kerr's name is that mandating special assessments in every case removes the ability for doctors to take into account individual circumstances, including where there is no clear basis for referral. The effect of these amendments would be to add unnecessary burden to many applicants for whom there is no doubt as to their terminal illness or capacity, and as such there is no additional safeguard. International evidence, again, doesn't support that, and I don't support these amendments. In terms of Jackie Bailey's Amendment 164, I'm wholly sympathetic to the aim of ensuring we safeguard young adults in this situation, as well as those with diagnoses which are fluctuating in nature. I also appreciate Jackie Bailey's approach in allowing for flexibility, which relies on professional judgment in terms of the degree of involvement from psychiatry and social work professionals to support assessments. This is proportionate, especially given the extremely low numbers likely to be involved, and I'm content to support Amendment 164. Similarly, I'm inclined to support Bob Doris's Amendments 165 to 168, which require a specialist palliative care referral in instances where a patient has not been offered or provided care, or are motivated by the prospect of uncontrolled symptoms. The amendments also allow a patient to decline such a referral without being denied access to assisted dying, which strikes, I think, a reasonable balance. On Miles Briggs' Amendment 169, while my bill already requires assessing doctors to inform the person that they may be referred for a social work assessment, the inclusion of this requirement in relation to mental health services would add an additional safeguard, and one I believe is both sensible and welcome. On Amendment 170 and related consequentials 300 and 301, I recognise the important role that social work and mental health services play in the value that they can add in the various circumstances listed in the amendment, and of ensuring protections are in place for young adults. I'm also conscious, though, that the regulating power in relation to practitioner training may raise some of the same concerns over training provisions in the bill, which are dealt with under the Section 1, or should be dealt with under the Section 104 order. The Scottish Government raises deliverability and potential equalities issues on the basis of a difference of treatment of age, on the basis of age, in addition to raising issues of legislative competence. In light of that, and despite very much accepting the principle, I would ask Mr Briggs not to press and Parliament not to support 170. On Fulton McGregor's Amendment 171 and consequential 306, protecting vulnerable adults is of the utmost importance. So again, I am very sympathetic to the aims here. However, the bill already includes clear and strong safeguards to ensure voluntariness and capacity, with 2 independent medical assessments, specific checks for coercion and referrals to a psychiatrist if they are in any doubt as to somebody's capacity. The bill will put in place a legal framework that exceeds what is in place to protect people making other end-of-life decisions. It allows assessing doctors to make inquiries and seek the seek the views of health, social care and social work professionals and those who have provided or are providing care to the person as the health professional sees necessary, something Fulton McGregor rightly pressed for at stage 2, and I'm very grateful to him for that. And I take an intervention, Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for taking that intervention. And so how would the member address the fact that many of the professionals he's described in contributions, GPs, social workers and others, have said that they would find it difficult to make judgments about capacity and coercion within the structures that exist? How would the member address that?
Liam MacArthur.
I'm not sure that that is the evidence that the Health Committee heard throughout the Stage 1 process. I think, as I say, we see this system operating in other jurisdictions well. The capacity and coercion assessments that are being made routinely in relation to other types of medical treatment are the sorts of assessments that would be made here. I fully accept that there may be further training and ongoing training that we required. I think we touched on some of the issues yesterday in relation to coercion and our developing understanding around things like coercive and controlling behaviour. All of those things can be factored into the training that is already being provided. But as I say, I think this, I believe, is a more appropriate approach than a blanket requirement as proposed in Fulton McGregor's amendment. I'm also mindful of the Government's position that similar amendments at Stage 2 presented a deliverability challenge with legal and operational issues cutting across existing duties, which in turn could lead to duplication and potentially disproportionate intervention. With Audrey Nichols' Amendment 173, I consider that the existing reporting requirements in the bill are comprehensive and this amendment would duplicate many of those. I can't support Alistair Allen's Amendments 176 and 179. The bill already requires multiple assessments, which in practice clinicians will normally conduct in person. As I said earlier, placing a rigid requirement in primary legislation assessments must be in person removes flexibility in circumstances where remote consultation may be clinically appropriate. Whilst again I would expect the vast majority of assessments to be in person, I'm cautious of adding an explicit requirement and thereby creating a potential barrier in a specific future case where more flexibility may be necessary and felt appropriate. As he and I both know and accept, given the constituencies we represent, decisions on when online consultations with patients is and is not appropriate is rightly left to medical judgment. Daniel Johnston's Amendment 9 requires that if the assessing doctor is not satisfied that a person seeking an assisted death is eligible or acting voluntarily, a statement is made to that effect and provided to the patient. Requiring practitioners... You may be preempting me, but I give way to Daniel Johnston.
Daniel Johnston.
I'm very grateful to the member. I'm also very grateful to parliamentary staff for knowing our work better than we do. And I'd just like to point out that Amendment 194 and 195 would mean that the statements are recorded in line with other statements. So I'd actually done a more comprehensive job than I'd realised. So I hope that reassures members. And of course, I wouldn't want to mislead Parliament on such an important matter.
I'm grateful to Mr Johnson for raising that as an intervention on me, not a false point of order. Requiring practitioners to record and explain decisions where eligibility criteria are not met will also help patients understand the outcome of their assessment and the reasons for it, which is in line with patient-centred care. So I support Amendment 9 and consequential 194. I also support Daniel Johnston's Amendments 183 and 183A with consequentials 185 and 195, which add detail and require an additional statement concerning the relationship between the assessing doctors and the patient, as well as the rationale given if a doctor reaches a different conclusion on a patient's eligibility to a previous doctor. I can't support Jeremy Balfour's amendments 184 and 307, which would prevent a person assessed as ineligible from making another request for 12 months. Apart from anything else, this ignores the fact that a lot can change in an individual's disease or condition over such a period. I'm inclined to support Bob Doris's Amendments 37, 38, 39, 40, 60 and 67. These require a coordinating medical practitioner to produce a comprehensive report on the assessment, which will in turn facilitate extensive data gathering with Public Health Scotland. But I don't consider Stephen Kerr's Amendment 186 necessary. The bill already provides sufficiently for medical practitioners to seek advice or input from other professionals with relevant knowledge and expertise where they consider it appropriate. That, of course, is in addition to the existing expert knowledge of the assessing doctors themselves. Referral to relevant experts is already a well-established feature of clinical practice. Sue Webber's amendments 91 and 92 also add unnecessary barriers, in my opinion, by requiring further assessments after both doctors have undertaken independent assessments and confirmed they are satisfied the criteria have been met. Given the bill provides that at the point of witnessing the second declaration, the coordinating doctor must remain satisfied of the criteria set out in section 8(1), I see no purpose for the further requirement, which would simply be an obstacle rather than a meaningful safeguard. On Alistair Allen's Amendment 188, while there is value to the second declaration process being done in person, again mandating it in primary legislation reduces the flexibility that some terminally ill people may require. The bill requires the declaration to be witnessed, so this would remove telephone consultation, but may include video consultation. Again, robust clinical guidelines are the best way of safeguarding this part of the process, and I don't support Amendment 188. I'm content to support Jackie Bailey's Amendment 95, so that any information obtained from inquiries of social care, social work and health care professionals is shared with a person's GP and included in medical records. As regards Jeremy Balfour's Amendment 195, the bill already requires multiple independent assessments, and the process cannot proceed if a person is found ineligible. Clinicians are required by the bill to refer the person to a specialist if there are any doubts about the person's illness or capacity. Amendment 196 risks duplicating these safeguards, adding unnecessary complexity to an already robust process without changing the fact that if any of the clinicians involved have doubts about a person's illness or capacity, then that person is not eligible to proceed with an assisted death. I can't therefore support Amendment 196. Finally, Liz Smith's Amendment 197 on recording of cancelled declarations, while well-intentioned, seems unnecessary due to the existing professional standards. I'm also conscious that professional conduct matters and deciding on conduct breaches are within the GMC's remit, and that each regulatory body will have its own system for matters such as this, raising additionally the prospect here perhaps of legislative competence issues. As such, I think the very laudable intention of what Ms Smith is seeking to achieve can and will be met, so don't support Amendment 197. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 161 and other amendments in the group.
I think the interesting and perhaps liberating aspect of our deliberations yesterday and today, and probably tomorrow, is that we are speaking very much on the basis of our own positions. And I think that, as I say, is quite liberating. And I want to reflect on what I've just heard from Liam MacArthur in relation to his responses to many of the amendments that are offered in this group. And indeed, in reference to the exchange there was between Christine Graham and Daniel Johnson about the frequency with which a doctor might see a patient in a life-threatening situation. And I think the thing that strikes me is that there is an overriding assumption about everything. It's assumed that these things will happen. It's assumed that palliative care will be on offer to a patient in any given situation in any part of Scotland on an equal basis. And that just isn't the case. I will give way.
Liam MacArthur.
Thanks, Stephen Kerr, for giving way, and certainly echo his sentiments about the nature of the debate. Some may find it liberating, the whips may disagree. But in terms of the assumptions that are made, I would just point to the evidence that we can gather for the way in which these laws work in practice elsewhere. We may disagree about the principle, but you can look at the data gathering about who accesses it, with what conditions, for what reasons, and how the safeguards work in practice. These aren't assertions, they're drawing on the evidence.
Stephen Kerr.
I think that goes to the heart of the issue, actually, because when you look at the evidence, when you look at the case studies that are offered to us from other jurisdictions, it isn't quite as black and white as Liam MacArthur is making out. I think some of the generalisations that have been about the evidence that's been offered are not helpful in the consideration of the bill. And as I say, these assumptions, I think undermine the possibility of us making good law here, because they assume a homogeneous fairness about, for example, I come back to the issue that we've heard from another speaker in relation to one of the amendments on palliative care. It just doesn't exist equally for people across Scotland currently. And until that situation is remedied, I feel that we are in a very troubled set of waters.
Sue Webber.
Thank you.
Mr Kerr, for taking that intervention. I'm looking back at some evidence I've heard elsewhere, and a report to the Westminster Health and Social Care Select Committee notes that the Cicely Saunders Institute of Palliative Care Policy and Rehabilitation at King's College pointed to examples of findings from Canada that palliative care resources were disproportionately consumed by MAID requests, while non-MAID patients had reduced access to palliative care. Does that sound fair to you, Mr Kerr?
Stephen Kerr.
Well, it doesn't, but it also creates those shades that I think that we should accept exist in terms of the evidence that's available to us from other jurisdictions. I give way to Rona Mackay.
Thank the member for giving way. The House of Commons 14-month inquiry found no evidence of palliative or end-of-life care deteriorating following the introduction of assisted dying in other jurisdictions. No evidence, indeed observing it had often acted as a catalyst for improvement.
Stephen Kerr.
Well, there is the perfect illustration. We had an intervention from Sue Webber quoting academic research that suggests there is, and now we have an intervention to say there isn't. I mean, that, I think, in a sense, is the very issue that is at the heart of some of the assumptions and generalisations that we should be aware of. I give way to Michael Mara.
Michael Mara.
The member for giving way. I think certainly at stage one and also in our deliberations throughout this bill, there's been a general consensus that we want to see palliative care increased, access to it, as Mr Kerr is setting out. But would he agree with me that there is not a single line in the Scottish Spending Review that identifies further resource for palliative care, and there is no additional money in the budget we have just passed as a Parliament to expand palliative care? So whether it be these are the questions of the facts of availability of expansion is not going to happen.
Stephen Kerr.
Couldn't agree more with what Michael Mara has just said. And that's what I say. These are the troubled waters that I think that we're in. We're talking about a set of ideals that don't exist, and there are no plans to create this offer across Scotland on an equal basis. And until there is, I think consideration of measures such as this, I say, are fraught with moral difficulty. Because until that situation arises, we're not giving people fair choices at all. And I think that's been reiterated by a number of the people who have spoken, not just in this group, but in the previous groups as well. But I do wish to refer now directly to my amendments in this group, because this group talks about the issue, again, that was raised earlier by Daniel Johnson in his remarks, about the fact that this is down fundamentally to two doctors' judgments. So we're talking about how do you request, how is a request for an assisted death assessed? And as the bill is written, a single registered medical practitioner may be required to make life and death assessments under Section 6. And we've heard the debate, the to and forth, on the very issue of whether this should be an in-person assessment, which I find quite frankly mind-blowing on something as vital as this, that we're not insisting. I think Ross Greer, for example, made a very timely intervention in relation to this matter. And that's why I, in a sense, have arrived at my amendments. Because referral to a specialist in the bill happens only if that practitioner believes there is doubt about eligibility or capacity. Now, that is a very heavy burden to place on any doctor. It is also a very thin safeguard for a decision of such consequence. And so Amendments 161 and 163 seek to correct that. They place discretion with clear requirements. And under these amendments, every person undergoing assessment would be referred to appropriately qualified specialists, one that could confirm the nature of the terminal illness. And I would remind members, as has been referred to previously, and I think this evidence should weigh on our minds, I refer to the words of Professor Scott Murray, Emeritus Professor at Palliative Care at the University of Edinburgh, who has pointed out that the accuracy of prognosis in such cases can be as low as 23%. Members will be familiar, I hope, with his column that appeared in the Times, where he warned that while those facing death cannot assess the high-quality palliative care, cannot access the high-quality palliative care they need, legislation of this type risks becoming, in his words, a simple and dangerous cost-saving measure. Those are very, very heavy words, very troubling words. So What these amendments do is refer the individual to appropriately qualified specialists. One would confirm the nature of the terminal illness. Another would examine questions of capacity where that is relevant. That matters because these situations are rarely straightforward. Prognosis can be uncertain, as I've just highlighted. Capacity can fluctuate. Depression can exist alongside serious illness. And the circumstances surrounding a request may involve pressures, certainly vulnerabilities. I can't imagine a more vulnerable individual than someone who has received a diagnosis with a terminal condition. And some of those vulnerabilities, by the way, may be added upon by things that are not immediately visible. So if the law is to permit assisted suicide at all, then the safeguards, we must have safeguards designed for the hardest cases, not the easiest and perhaps, and I hesitate to use this term, straightforward ones. When the law contemplates the ending of life, the protections around that decision must be stronger than our uncertainties, not weaker than them. Specialist scrutiny should not depend on whether a doctor happens to feel uncertain on a particular day. It should be part of a process from the beginning. And these amendments move the bill away from relying on a single practitioner's judgment and towards a process informed by specialist expertise and proper professional scrutiny. And this is what I took away as well from what I thought was an excellent contribution yesterday from Michael Matheson, who brought his experience in relation to another piece of legislation dealing with these matters, and I felt made a forceful contribution to our consideration of the whole issue. Give way. Yes.
Lorna Slater.
I'm very grateful for the member taking an intervention. Something the member said earlier in his contribution about the decision, the judgment resting with two doctors, as is currently proposed in the bill. What the member has not said in any point in his contribution is that the person whose judgment matters here is the patient. It is their choice to make. And as the member, and I know the member has good intentions, or I very much hope the member has good intentions, and is not attempting to just set an impossible bar that cannot be achieved. I hope that isn't the case. But what he is doing is moving the decision further and further away from the patient, when actually it is the patient's decision that we wish to enable, fully informed, fully consenting, but it is the patient's decision that is the important one.
Stephen Kerr.
Well, the patient, the issue of the patient and their well-being, welfare, is at the heart of these amendments. I'm a bit of a loss as to why some colleagues felt that was somehow a contribution that merited their applause, because frankly I'm not suggesting anything other than that we should be extremely careful in how we scrutinise this process, and that we view it as a process rather than two doctors with the heavy burden of making those decisions, because I just don't think that's fair on the doctors, frankly. And I certainly don't think it's fair on the patient, because I'm taking a holistic view to the nature of how an individual may or may reach a decision about requesting and applying for assisted suicide. So, Amendment 86 addresses a related concern, because at present the bill leaves doctors largely on their own when carrying out these assessments, yet the questions they may face can be extraordinarily difficult. They may involve concerns about mental health, the possibility of coercion, or complex family circumstances. In Amendment 186 would establish an independent panel of experts to provide guidance in these situations. The panel would include expertise in psychiatry, palliative care and safeguarding. And where there are doubts about capacity, mental health concerns or the possibility of coercion or undue influence, the case must be referred to that panel. And that is deliberate in answer to Lorna Slater's intervention, because I want us to keep our eyes firmly on the patient and the concerns of the patient. And pressure on vulnerable people is not always obvious. A person may speak about autonomy while quietly feeling that they have become a burden. These arguments are being rehearsed over and over in this debate because they should concern us. Someone may appear calm while experiencing treatable depression. And these are human realities that clinicians encounter every day. For decisions of this magnitude, it is not reasonable to leave a single doctor to carry out that responsibility alone. Some will point out that establishing such a panel comes with a cost, and that is true. But when the stakes involve human life, the cost of proper oversight is not an optional luxury. It is part of legislating responsibly. And taken together, these amendments do not simply add procedural detail. They address a fundamental weakness in the bill as it stands. They introduce specialist scrutiny, independent advice, clearer safeguards, where the current draft relies too heavily on individual judgment. And I repeat again my concern about the nature of many of the assumptions that we're making. For a decision like this, that cannot be reversed, the Parliament should insist on nothing less.
Thank you. I now call on Jackie Bailey to speak to Amendment 164 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I want to specifically concentrate on two amendments and start with Amendment 164, which I've tabled on behalf of CHAS, which is the Children's Hospice Association of Scotland. This amendment focuses on ensuring young people under 25 with complex or unstable conditions receive specialist multidisciplinary input during assisted dying assessments. This protection is needed because we know that young people with serious conditions often have enhanced safeguarding needs. We know their capacity can fluctuate, communication methods may vary, and decisions may involve significant family or social dynamics. So access to specialist psychiatry and social work ensures that risks are fully explored and fully addressed. So given that context, the amendment requires doctors to involve psychiatry and social work professionals when assessing young adults under 25 who have an unpredictable or fluctuating condition. That will mean there is appropriate and essential multidisciplinary support and specialist input for young adults under 25, and it provides a consistent national approach to ensure the vulnerabilities of young adults are not overlooked. So I commend this amendment to Parliament. Can I move on to the second amendment I wish to speak to in Group 7, which is... I forget the number of the amendment. It will come to me, 95, I think. Amendment 95 on behalf of the RCN Scotland. That's the Royal College of Nursing. Sections 7(1)(ZA) and (ZB) provide that a registered medical practitioner carrying out an assessment under Section 6 must make or consider making inquiries of professionals who are involved in the individual's care or who have relevant expertise. The RCN agree that the doctor responsible for making the assessment should be able to draw on the expertise and experience of the multidisciplinary team. However, what they're calling for is a provision to be added to the bill to ensure that these inquiries are properly recorded. They believe that this is important should the results of the assessment be challenged or scrutinised at some point in the future. So Amendment 95 introduces a new section after Section 12, which would apply where such inquiries have been made of other health, social care or social work professionals. Information would need to be recorded on what inquiries were made, the name and profession of the person who was asked, and a summary of the information provided by that person. This information would be recorded in the adult's medical records, which aligns with the requirement for patient declarations and medical practitioners' statements to be recorded in an individual's medical records. And I see Bob Doris wants to intervene.
Bob Doris.
I thank Jackie Bailey for taking the intervention. I'm very sympathetic to the amendment. I'm listening with interest. When listening with this information having to be captured but also written down would seem to persuade me even more that my amendment, I think, is 37 for the establishment of a medical practitioner's report, where all of this is captured in the one place and then put into medical records, is even more important. Would Jackie Bailey agree?
Jackie Bailey.
Absolutely would, but I would also make the comment that this section has a huge number of amendments, and I think it is a measure of the concern that we absolutely get this right. And it's not just your amendment that I think is worthy of support. The RCN themselves have noted that there is overlap with Amendment 173, lodged by Audrey Nicholl, which requires a registered medical practitioner carrying out an assessment under Section 6 to prepare and retain a written record. Now, whilst Amendment 173 requires all inquiries made under Section 71ZA and ZB to be recorded, it doesn't require a summary of the information provided by other professionals to be recorded. So the RCN's position and mine is to ask MSPs to support both Amendments 95 and Audrey Nicholl's 173. And I welcome very much Liam MacArthur's support for the amendments that I've addressed. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I call Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 169 and other amendments in the
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And like Jackie Bailey, I've worked with children's hospices across Scotland to bring forward Amendments 169, 170, 300 and 301. And these amendments ensure that anyone being assessed for assisted dying is made aware that support is available, including social work or mental health services. They strengthen protections for under 25s by making certain referrals automatic, including a requirement to refer anyone under 25 for social work or mental health support if any of the following indicators are present, including concerns about capacity, fluctuating or unpredictable diagnosis, safeguarding issues, communication needs, multiple disadvantage or limited or no social support. These amendments also allow ministers to set additional rules about the training and qualifications needed for practitioners making these referrals following consultation with relevant professional bodies. And in conclusion, these amendments will ensure that Parliament can set clear regulations that support safe, consistent and referral processes for young adults under the age of 25. And importantly, this maintains, I believe, coherence across the bill, ensures no gaps as well in ministerial powers. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Fulton McGregor to speak to Amendment 171 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I refer to my register of interest where I'm registered with the Scottish Social Services Council. I'll focus and keep my remarks to my amendments 171 and 306, not least to stay on the good side of the business manager. And I want to place on record my thanks to the Scottish Association of Social Workers, who have been pivotal in bringing these amendments to fruition. Colleagues, by supporting my Amendment 171, it would ensure that social work services are included as a statutory safeguard within the assessment process for assisted dying. Whatever view members hold on assisted dying across this chamber, we all share a duty to ensure that the safeguards within this bill meet the essential minimum required to protect those who may be vulnerable. Where a decision is irreversible, our safeguards must be beyond question. Now, Scotland has already had a strong, carefully constructed legal framework designed to protect adults who may be vulnerable due to incapacity, mental ill health, abuse or coercion. The Adults with Incapacity Scotland Act, the Mental Health Care and Treatment Scotland Act and the Adult Support Protection Scotland Act 2007 are all key pieces of legislation that form the backbone of Scotland's safeguarding system. Yes.
Kate Forbes.
I just wanted to commend Fulton McGregor on his amendments, but obviously social workers are more versed in spotting coercion. We heard from Michael Matheson yesterday just about that long-term relationship being critical. And so does he feel, as I think he does from his amendments, that involving social workers will inevitably mean that safeguarding issues are more quickly identified than with some healthcare professionals that might only be meeting with somebody for a shorter period of time?
Fulton McGregor.
Yeah, I thank the Deputy First Minister for that intervention. I'm going to come on to that point. In relation to the acts that I'd mentioned just there, these acts were designed to precisely ensure that when decisions carry profound consequences, they are made with proper scrutiny, appropriate expertise and a full understanding of a person's circumstances. Yet, as currently drafted, this bill risks bypassing the very safeguarding structures that Parliament has already put in place. Medical practitioners are, of course, central to the assisted dying process. No one is doubting that. But I don't think they can be expected to assess alone the complex issues of social risk, coercion or safeguarding that may shape a person's decision. These factors are social, relational and often deeply contextual. Social workers and safeguarding professionals hold that expertise in identifying coercion, undue influence, domestic abuse, financial exploitation and situations where individuals may feel pressure. These pressures may be from others, from circumstances or even from the self-belief that they are a burden. Local authorities also hold statutory duties and records that may be directly relevant to an assessment of a person's capacity and vulnerability. Without consultation, medical practitioners will simply not have access to this information. Members should consider what this could mean in practice. A person seeking assisted dying may already be subject to safeguarding inquiries, capacity assessments or protective measures under existing law. If the coordinating medical practitioner is not mandated to consult the local authority, those safeguards may theoretically remain unknown, and that cannot be considered safe. Stage 2 amendments recognise the importance of multidisciplinary input by allowing referral to social services, and I note the member in charge, whose engagement on these matters I really welcome, has stated his belief that this discretionary inclusion of social services is a proportionate measure, but I have to disagree. I do not believe that leaving such a referral solely to the judgment of the coordinating medical practitioner resolves the problem. Medical practitioners cannot reasonably be expected to determine whether social work input is required if they do not have the information or the training needed to identify safeguarding risks in the first place. And evidence from jurisdictions examining similar legislation increasingly highlights the need for multidisciplinary assessment. The recent review by the Jersey Assisted Dying Citizens Jury and Review Panel concluded that clinicians alone cannot always identify coercion, safeguarding dynamics or complex capacity issues without input from professionals with expertise in social care and safeguarding. Now, I know this chamber had a lengthy debate yesterday on the very existence of coercion. We heard a whole range of views on the prevalence of coercion or the potential for coercion in other jurisdictions. And I think whatever side of this argument you may be on, we must try to avoid a confirmation bias. Whether that is that coercion is not an issue or indeed that it is a problem that cannot be overcome. The fact here is, if practitioners don't have the tools and resources to identify coercion, it's self-evidently going to be very difficult to confirm that it's taking place at all. As we all know, coercion itself is rarely obvious. It may not present as overt force or threat. It may appear through subtle family dynamics, emotional dependency, financial pressure, or, as mentioned earlier, internalised belief that one's life has become a burden. Indeed, coercion can be systemic. Societal narratives about the cost of care, the strain on families or the value of independence can shape a person's decision in ways that are deeply powerful and extremely difficult to detect in a purely clinical assessment. For this reason, I believe that safeguarding against coercion requires multidisciplinary scrutiny. My amendment would establish a simple but essential safeguard, which is a duty for the coordinating medical practitioner to consult the local authority and ensure that relevant information about safeguarding, capacity assessments or existing statutory processes are taken into account. If you do not think that coercion is a major issue, this amendment will give added peace of mind to those who believe it does. If you are concerned about the cost of such a proposal, this would amount in most cases to a simple background check. If it finds nothing, then there would be no need for further social service involvement. If it finds something, then doesn't that make the proposal worthwhile? Isn't that what we are trying here to identify? This may lead to arguments also about resource implications. However, I want members to note that SASWA, Social Work Scotland and the SSC all welcome these amendments. In fact, they are insisting that we vote for these amendments today, which I'll come back to. They welcome the additional work as minimal as it would be, as they believe, like I do, our primary decision here should be based on safety and not on finance. Another argument is around autonomy and whether someone would wish for a social work referral. I do not believe this amendment impedes on a person's autonomy, as a person's choice can only be truly autonomous if it is made free from coercion, free from hidden pressures and with full understanding of their circumstances. Ensuring consultation with social work services allows medical practitioners to make decisions with the fullest possible picture. It strengthens the integrity of the process. Yeah, of course.
Emma Harper.
Thank you very much, Fulton McGregor, for giving way. Yesterday in this chamber it was discussed that coercion education in Western Australia took 5 minutes and a couple of PowerPoint slides. And so I followed up and with a former Western Australia MP, Sally Talbot, and she got back to me at 11:05 last night after I messaged her at 11 o'clock. And she described that the coercion education is up to 10 hours, there's 9 e-modules, it's already experienced doctors who are participating in this, and there's a 90% pass rate on the exam questions required. So I just wanted to add that as a way to say that, you know, coercion is taken really, really seriously in Australia. And I think there is obviously a wider issue around including the wider multidisciplinary team. So I would just wonder if Fulton McGregor would agree and acknowledge that coercion isn't taken lightly in the Western Australia model.
Fulton McGregor.
Well, I thank the member for painting the picture there of the Western Australian model, and I welcome her putting that on the record. The point I've been making in my contribution today is that coercion is a very complex area, and we've heard that across the board. And I think that my amendments today provide another safeguard in relation to this bill, and it will strengthen the integrity of the process and the confidence the public can have in it. Paul O'Kane. Yeah.
Paul O'Kane.
I'm very grateful to Fulton McGregor for giving way, and I agree with many of the amendments he's bringing, and indeed I spoke to that yesterday evening. I don't mean to conduct a debate through Fulton McGregor to Emma Harper's intervention, but well, I mean, I don't think this sort of barracking is really helpful in terms of the discussion we're trying to have on very serious issues, quite frankly. The point I'm about to make is, I'm not going to get into the debate about the Western Australian issue because I didn't raise the issue in the chamber, but what I would say is if we're talking about exam level conditions for training, all of the things that Emma Harper has laid out, which she says she has evidence of, none of that is in this bill. We do not have a level of education for professionals of any of that level in this bill. My amendment, if not supported, which brought mandatory training for practitioners, is potentially not going to be backed. So I think I would just put that on the record. I would also say to Fulton McGregor that does he recognise as a social work professional himself the concerns that are being raised by social workers that if his amendments don't pass, the social work profession wouldn't have confidence in the legislation, not because of the content of whether you support assisted dying or not, but actually because the system would be wrong.
Fulton McGregor.
I thank the member for that intervention, and I'm taking the opportunity to put what he wanted on the record. I do recognise what he said at the end there. I'm going to come to that. Without the safeguards that are being proposed here, we do risk, I believe, creating a system that overlooks the very protections that Scottish law has spent decades building up. Members, in conclusion, Presiding Officer, members may differ on the principle of assisted dying. We can hear that in the chamber, but surely we can all agree that if this law is to exist, it must operate with the highest standards of safety, scrutiny and care. When Parliament legislates a matter of life and death, we must do so with the full weight of our safeguarding system behind us. As Paul O'Kane's mentioned, in a joint briefing to MSPs circulated by the Association of Palliative Care Social Workers, the Scottish Association of Social Work and Social Work Scotland, they stated without support for Amendment 171, the bill would not reach a minimum safe threshold from a social work perspective and would be unsafe for the people of Scotland. In addition to this, the Chief Executive of the Scottish Social Services Council, 2 minutes, Marie Allison, has specifically said that Amendment 171 is the most direct way to ensure that the bill aligns with existing safeguarding frameworks and avoids preventable harm. Ross Greer.
Ross Greer.
For taking the intervention. Just on a point of clarification, because I sympathise with the broad desire that it has for safeguards here. My reading of the amendment would require a referral even if the patient confirms that they in fact do not have a social worker. So I'm not sure about the operability of it, particularly given it would require the Council to return that information within what's described as a reasonable period that would be set by ministers. Given that local government in Scotland is not famous for smooth and rapid bureaucratic processes, I'm concerned about the operability there, particularly if this would apply to every single patient, even those who do not have a social worker. Could you clarify on that?
Fulton McGregor.
Thank the member for that intervention. Happy to clarify that, and we actually think that will be the majority of cases where people would, where the consultant would be making a check with social work, and it would be a simple check of the records if that person was known, if there were any safeguarding concerns. So he raises that point, and I think he's right to raise that. We don't see that as a concern, and I think it's as all the social work agencies have told us, it's something that they feel that they can easily manage within their current systems. So, to now finally conclude, Presiding Officer, for the reasons that I've given, I urge colleagues across the chamber, whether you're for or against this bill, to consider these arguments today, and please vote for my Amendment 171 and 306, which is a consequential amendment, and I move the amendment in my name. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Audrey Nicholl to speak to Amendment 173 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you very much. And before I speak to my amendment, can I just say I fully support Fulton McGregor's Amendment 171. I think it's a very practical provision, and it shows the intersection between issues such as adult support protection, adults with incapacity, and potentially the legislation that will be enacted should this bill pass. So, Presiding Officer, Amendment 173 is designed to improve transparency, accountability and robust record keeping. This amendment introduces a mandatory requirement for registered medical practitioners carrying out assessments under Section 6 to prepare and retain a comprehensive written record of the assessment process. It covers all inquiries made of other professionals, discussions with the person being assessed, explanations provided regarding diagnosis, prognosis, treatment options, palliative care and the nature of any substance that might be provided, as well as advice given, referrals made and the clinical reasoning for decisions, including any instances where inquiries or referrals were not completed. There is a high prevalence of people choosing to die because they feel they are a burden on others. For example, in Oregon and Canada, close to 50% of people cite this as one of their main reasons for taking their life early under assisted dying provisions. Now, this raises, in my view, serious questions about the prevalence of coercion. There are also issues like the postcode lottery of palliative care, with some having excellent care from the point of need and others receiving too little, too late. So, given factors like this, I think it is incumbent upon us to ensure robust information is recorded, to ensure the potential reasons driving an assisted death have been discussed fully, all possible help is provided to ensure someone is not driven to take their life when they otherwise would not consider it, and that this doesn't become a tick box exercise. Now, we've heard evidence from abroad that what is called doctor shopping, where patients are turned down for assisted death as they are not deemed to qualify by doctors who know them and their conditions well, but they keep reapplying to different doctors until they find someone who liberally applies the eligibility criteria, for example, approving a disabled person with many comorbidities. Now, this may explain why in places where the law has not technically expanded beyond the terminal illness eligibility criteria, non-terminal people have nonetheless been approved. So I think of Oregon, where government data shows people with conditions like arthritis and anorexia have been approved for assisted dying. An anorexia charity has found from whistleblowing doctors across the US at least 60 confirmed cases of people struggling with anorexia, mainly young women, being given drugs to end their lives under assisted dying laws. And I'll take the intervention from Claire Hockey.
Claire Hockey.
I thank Audrey Nicholl for taking my intervention, and I'm listening very carefully to what she's saying. But does she also recognise that those jurisdictions that she's talking about, where people go doctor shopping, as she has labelled it, are not the same as our NHS, that the vast majority of access to doctors and medical care and indeed hospital care is private? Therefore, it is much easier for people to go around different medical professionals to access whatever it is that they're seeking.
Audrey Nicholl.
I thank Claire Hockey for her intervention. I think she raises a really valid point, and it is really important to set the context of the discussion in terms of different healthcare provision. So I absolutely recognise the point that she's made. Now, nobody in this chamber would want people with eating disorders or other similar vulnerable people to be given drugs on the NHS to take their lives in Scotland. So I'm certain that amendments to promote strong data collection, to improve the accountability of doctors is very welcome. And I think this is a point that has been raised on more than one occasion this afternoon with regard to the huge responsibility that rests on the shoulders of two people, two medical practitioners. So in my view, detailed and comprehensive recording is extremely desirable and important in terms of supporting those professionals fulfil their role, but also with regard to accountability and transparency. And I'll take the intervention from Claire.
Carol Mockin.
For taking the intervention, and I'm very sympathetic to the point that she's making. I worked in healthcare for quite a number of years in quite a complex area, and so many of our medical professionals are really used to making these really complicated, difficult decisions. And I just wanted to put that on the record to help people understand that every day, medical practitioners are working with their patients to make these complex decisions, but allowing patients to make the decision themselves, which I think is what we are trying to get to. So I'm very sympathetic to the recording of information, but I think it's important to understand these decisions are made probably every minute within the health service.
Audrey Nicholl.
Thank Carol Mockin for her intervention, and I completely agree with the comments that she's made. It is important that we strike a balance between the role of medical professionals and the role of a person in this space. But my response to that would be that that makes it all the more imperative that detailed reporting is taking place just to support that decision-making process. So just to conclude, the purpose of this amendment is to promote transparency, consistency and accountability, as I've said, in the assessment process and to ensure a clear audit trail is available for regulatory review or professional oversight. Given the instances where lack of scrutiny can allow abuse of legislation and significant failures for very vulnerable individuals, I do hope that colleagues will see why Amendment 173 is necessary and that they will support it today. And I will take Bob Doris's intervention.
Bob Doris.
Thank the member. What's been an excellent contribution. Given that my Amendment 37 was mentioned in relation to your amendment, Audrey Nicholl, I wanted to say I'm fully in support of your amendment. I think it's excellent. I think it's robust. But my question would be this. Does the member agree that it's vital that we have to collect all the data and information in actually detailed case studies if this bill was to pass in relation to give meaning to annual reports on the workability of the legislation and in the review period? This information will be essential to give any meaning whatsoever to a credible review of this bill should it pass.
Audrey Nicholl.
Thank Bob Doris for giving way, and I think the simple answer is yes. Case study review is a critical part of the overall function that we need to undertake with regard to the operation of any legislation, and particularly in this context of essentially public protection. So I would fully endorse and agree with the points that Bob Doris has made. And on that, I will move or ask members to support Amendment 173. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Alistair Allen to speak to Amendment 176 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I will, as you say, be speaking to my amendments 176, 179 and 188. Now, normally you will hear me urging the NHS to do more of its work online to avoid unnecessary and gruelling travel for patients in the Highlands and Islands. And I appreciate the points that Mr MacArthur makes, who I know will make the same case regularly. However, I believe the matter we are discussing today really is in a different category. Whatever members' views are on the merits of this bill, I hope we can agree that a person should not be put in a position where they make any decision of this kind via Zoom about ending their life. And as for the point that I think has been alluded to at times about allowing for flexibility, I honestly cannot see circumstances, and forgive me if I am ignorant in this, I cannot see circumstances in which a doctor should not make the effort to visit the patient in these circumstances. So I do have doubts about whether this bill allows enough time for proper face-to-face consultations, particularly for the first and second declarations that the legislation sets out. But regardless on your views on that, I'll give way.
I thank the member for giving way. I did wonder about how this would work in rural areas, but the member himself obviously represents quite a rural and spread out constituency. Does he still think it would be okay for in-person visits?
Well, I honestly don't think that the protections should be less in rural areas than they are in urban areas. I think the obligation on doctors in these circumstances to visit the patient seems to me to be pretty basic and should apply throughout the country. The bill presently seems to assume that consultations can be done remotely, or at least the bill does not seem to rule that out throughout the process. Now, identifying coercion over video must be extremely difficult. It is extremely difficult, often impossible, I would judge. Professionals cannot reliably see the subtle cues, hesitations or dynamics that indicate that someone is under pressure. This is not a theoretical concern. In a remote meeting, it is not even necessarily apparent to all participants who else is in the room or what is being said off camera, as Mr Greer, I think, pointed out. So frankly, regardless of whether a patient is in a city or on an island, then the professionals involved, I give way to Daniel Johnson.
Daniel Johnson.
I'm very grateful to the member for giving me, and I think he makes an excellent point about the subtleties and the cues regarding detecting coercion. But I also wonder if he might reflect that the communication is the other direction, in terms of the information the patient might seek, the communication with the doctor as they make a very difficult decision, and that, so both in terms of detecting coercion, but actually just in terms of the patient themselves, because nobody makes a decision by themselves. We are social beings, and actually making sure that is a quality interaction is absolutely vital for the patient as well as for the doctor.
Alistair Allen.
I agree with that. Anyone who has attempted to ask a question in a hybrid meeting will probably be able to readily identify with what the member has just said. So, in my view, to sum up, I believe... Yes?
Ross Greer.
Thank you. I thank the member for taking the intervention. So I would very much like to support Dr Allen's amendments. I just have a question of clarification, because they refer to the assessments under Section 6 and 7. So under Section 7, that requires the coordinating medical practitioner not just to conduct assessments with the patient, but to make inquiries with other professionals. Now, my reading of the section it's inserted into, in 8, would be that this is only in reference to the assessment between the medical professional and the patient. It wouldn't require them to consult other professionals in person. But could he just clarify that? If that is indeed his intention, I would certainly be very keen to support both of these amendments.
Alistair Allen.
That would be my understanding of the way the amendments are written. And in my view, that means that we are ensuring that at least the crucial decisions are made with everyone in the same actual rather than virtual room. And I therefore ask members to back my 3 amendments.
Thank you. I now call Jeremy Balfour to speak to Amendment 184 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I will limit my comments to the amendments that are in my name. Amendment 184 concerns an issue that sits at the very centre of the debate that Parliament has been having about this bill, and what we have been hearing over the last few minutes from different members. Mr MacArthur and others throughout the scrutiny of this bill have repeatedly given assurances that legislation will contain robust protections for vulnerable people. Supporters of the bill have pointed to the role of 2 doctors, the coordinating practitioner and the independent practitioner, as one of the key safeguards within the system. If those medical assessments are to play such a critical role, then it is essential that the outcomes of these assessments are clear, transparent and properly recorded, particularly where a doctor concludes that the criteria set out in the bill have not been met. Amendment 184 therefore introduces a straightforward, but I believe an important requirement. Where either the coordinating registered medical practitioner or the independent registered medical practitioner carries out the assessment and is not satisfied that the individual meets the conditions set out in the bill, whether because the person is not terminally ill, is not eligible under the legislation, or because they are concerned that the declaration may have not been made voluntarily, the practitioner must make a formal statement explaining that conclusion. The statement must set out the reasons why the practitioner was not satisfied, be signed and dated, and shared with the individual concerned. In other words, where a doctor determines that the legal tests in the bill have not been met, the decision should be clearly documented and properly communicated. However, the amendment goes further than that because it also addresses an important practical concern. Because without such a safeguard, there is a risk that the individual who has been assessed and found not to meet the criteria could simply seek another practitioner and begin the process again immediately. Now, I accept the intervention from Claire Hockey a few moments ago that most of this, as the bill stands, will be done within NHS Scotland. However, as the bill stands, and I'm happy to be corrected on this, but my understanding as the bill stands, there is provision for those within private business to set up such a service. So you could end up in a situation where I go and see my GP, the GP does the assessment and says, no, you don't meet the criteria, and then I simply go to maybe a private company in another part of Scotland or in the same part that I live in, and they would start the process and may come to a different conclusion. And that raises the possibility of what we have heard already as doctor shopping, where someone continues to seek further assessments until they eventually find a practitioner willing to reach a different conclusion. And I do worry that for those with certain conditions, that may be something they will do. I am sure all of us have our preferred doctor. I know that I have my own favourite GP within my practice. I know that when in previous times I've had to go for surgery, I've maybe hoped for a certain consultant over another. That is human nature. But in the context of this bill, we must prevent situations where an individual refused an assisted death by one doctor doesn't simply go on until we find someone else. Given the seriousness and the point of this bill, I do not believe that such a situation, can I just, 1 second, I could provide the robust safeguards that the Parliament have been told the bill will contain. Amendment 184 therefore introduces a clear provision where a practitioner records that they are not satisfied for legal criteria, no further assessment under the bill may take place for a period of 12 months. And I give way.
Jamie Hepburn.
Well, that's absolutely, because that's the point I wanted to come in. And I appreciate that Mr Balfour lodged his amendment before we agreed to insert a 6-month diagnosis period, but I just wonder how he can now reconcile a 12-month period for reassessment when we have now accepted that there should be a 6-month diagnosis in terms of when it's likely a person will die.
Jerry Balfour.
I'm grateful to the member for that. What we agreed last night was within the realms of 6 months. My older brother is getting tired of me telling this story, but my older brother he just retired as a GP. A few years ago, a person walked into his surgery with a very serious condition. The person said to my older brother, "How long do you think I have to left?" And he said, "Well, you won't see Christmas," and it was late summer. I'm pleased to say that person is still alive and playing golf today. So there will be situations where even with under a 6-month rule, people survive longer than that, and that's why I think we still need the 12-month rule there. Mr Johnson, Mr Johnson.
Daniel Johnson.
Very grateful to the member for giving way. And I understand the intent behind this, and indeed, in some ways, it's similar to the amendments that I've put forward in my name. But I do worry that the 12-month stipulation is overly burdensome, particularly because, while he's correct, the 6-month rule is not definitive. As I presented, it was a yardstick. But nonetheless, we are dealing with people who are probably looking at months to live. And just as he is right that we don't want dog shopping, at the same time, Doctors' opinions are fallible. And indeed, I think it's not unreasonable to necessarily want a second decision. And would he note that my amendments would require, if a subsequent decision was made contrary to a previous decision, that would need to be explained. Might that be a compromise that's acceptable to the member?
Jeremy Balfour.
I do fully accept that doctors get it wrong on different occasions. I think what still concerns me is that you could still end up, without the 12-month rule, individuals shopping around until they find somebody who agrees with them. I'll give way to Lawrence Slater.
Lawrence Slater.
Thank you. I am slightly horrified by the scenarios that the member is I think, probably maybe inadvertently coming into place. Imagine you are dying, you are suffering so badly, even with excellent care, that you and you're maybe at risk of losing your capacity at some unknown time because you are so very, very ill. But you don't want to take months to die slowly. You don't want to die gasping at an unknown time. You want to do it peacefully and at your own time. But maybe you don't vibe with the first doctor you talk to. Maybe you feel you got off on the wrong foot with that doctor. But you are still desperate. You are still weeks away, maybe just a few months away, and yet you are now being told that choice is taken away from you because you didn't kind of get off on the right foot with that right doctor. Of course, you should be allowed to go and talk to a different doctor and see if you can have a refresh of that conversation. The second doctor or third doctor you talk to has the same level of qualifications, and they may understand your situation better.
Jeremy Balfour.
I think what Lawrence Slater is advocating is find the doctor you want until you get the decision you want. So it doesn't matter whether you've got a terminal condition, it doesn't matter whether you've got capacity, any of that. Just keep going until you find the doctor that gives you what you want. Because, as Lawrence Slater said, there are Doctor 2, Doctor 3, Doctor 4, Doctor 5. That is just simply opening the system, and it's not what I don't think is Parliament. Let's see what the record says at the end of the day.
Is that a point of order?
Presiding Officer, I don't want to delay us longer, but I do want to make a couple more points. I do want to say, though, back to Mr Johnson, can I just finish this point? I do want to go back to Mr Johnson's point and say that if members were not willing to support my amendments, then I would agree that he at least takes us further down the road than is in the bill at the moment. I would hope that members would support his ones if he can't bring mine. I'll take Mr Doris' intervention.
Bob Doris.
Just incredibly briefly, Mr Balfour, just after your exchange with Ms Slater, can I just put on the record, I'm sure the Chamber will agree, irrespective of our views in relation to this bill, I respect the professional of doctors, irrespective of whether they get off on the wrong foot or otherwise. Doctors are professional and they will simply do their job. Jeremy
Balfour.
As always, Mr Doris is absolutely right. Well, not always, but on this case he is. And I'm glad, as he would say, we've put that on the record. If I could move briefly, President Officer, to Amendment 196, what complements this by introducing additional clarity, notification requirements and oversight mechanism. It requires the coordinating registered medical practitioner to notify all assessors, witnesses, proxies and legally authorised representatives within 24 hours of any statement being made. This ensures that professionals involved inform promptly, reducing the risk of miscommunication or oversight. Importantly, Amendment 196 provides a formal pathway for assessors to record any concerns about eligibility in the individual's medical records. Where disagreements arise, no further action can proceed until the matter is reviewed by an independent panel comprising a medical practitioner with expertise in end-of-life care, a legally qualified professional and an officer specialising in the end-of-life decision-making. The panel will provide written determination within 14 days. Taken together, I believe Amendments 184, 196 and 307 safeguard vulnerable adults, reinforce professional accountability and provide a structured, transparent framework for resolving disagreements. They ensure the refusal are respected, that professional concerns are independently reviewed and the process is both rigorous and consistent, and I ask members to support them when they are moved.
Thank you, Mr Balfour. I now call on Sue Webber to speak to Amendment 91 and other amendments of the group. Ms Webber. Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I first say thank you to my colleague Stephen Kerr, who spoke to my amendments yesterday in Group 2. So thank you very much, Stephen. This evening, or this afternoon still, yes, we are speaking to my amendments 91 and 92. And they simply seek to reinforce the safeguards earlier in the bill, and they are not here to serve as any form of obstacle. I note that the Parliament has agreed to redefine or refine the definition of terminal illness to only those expected to die within 6 months. And this is an amendment with consequence that should be reflected elsewhere in the bill. At the second declaration, it's imperative that the doctor once again considers that prognosis. And we've heard from colleagues just how arbitrary that 6-month timescale can be. And we all have friends and family members who have outlived the timeframe that doctors have given them. Indeed, Esther Ranson, who's campaigned vigorously for the similar bill to pass in England, had a much longer life due to new treatments becoming available. And Scott Murray, Emeritus Professor of Palliative Care here at Edinburgh University, in correspondence with MSPs, pointed out that accuracy rates in prognosis were as low as 23%. Writing in the Times, he said, "While those facing death cannot access the high quality of palliative care they need, such legislation risks becoming a simple and dangerous cost-saving measure." Chilling words from those who are working on the front lines of our health service. And given that prognosis is so flawed and inaccurate, as we heard earlier, it's vital that at a second declaration a further assessment is made. If it is found that the individual is doing better, that treatment is working, or that palliative care is giving a better quality of life, then the process should be halted and referred to a panel. If prognosis has changed, there must be a mechanism to deal with it. We must ensure that people are not able to doctor shop, as we've just heard, and can be given a decision quickly and clearly. Colleagues, you can just see how complicated all of this is. And the member in charge is keen for you to believe that this is the simplest thing in the world. Other countries have done it easily, and that there is nothing controversial in the bill. It is simply not the case. Every time you scratch the surface of this bill, you open another load of questions and issues. What happens if the prognosis at second declaration is different from the first? What are the options for the doctor and the patient? There is no panel to adjudicate on decisions, such as the bill in Westminster. This is a flawed bill. We can tighten one bit, but that just exposes issues elsewhere. I won't thank you, Ms Slater. By introducing a 6-month prognosis, there is no mechanism for solving the issue if that prognosis changes at the second declaration. So even this small, simple amendment throws up a huge number of issues about coercion, benefit, involvement of professionals, and what happens if other doctors' opinion is different from the first. None of these situations are rare, and none of them are unusual. I am moving these amendments to try and tighten up just one small flaw, but by doing that we open up other issues. Presiding Officer, the second declaration should and must be an assessment to see if anything has changed since the first declaration, and it should and must be recorded properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Webber. I now call on Liz Smith to speak to Amendment 197 and other amendments in the group. Ms Smith.
Thank you. Amendment 197 addresses what is a practical but nonetheless very important gap in the bill, namely what happens when a cancellation is not recorded. The legislation requires that a cancellation of a first or second declaration be recorded within 7 days, but the bill as drafted is silent on the consequences if that does not happen. So in legislation of this complexity and sensitivity, that silence could be taken as uncertainty. If the legislation is to proceed, then the law must be absolutely clear about the responsibilities and about what happens when these responsibilities are not met. This amendment therefore introduces a clear mechanism of accountability. If a cancellation is not recorded within the required 7-day period, the responsible medical practitioner must face professional accountability. And I heard what Mr MacArthur said regarding this amendment, but I know from my work in this Parliament that sadly there are times when medical practitioners and their oversight are not always entirely professional in their activities. So Amendment 197 would require them to issue a written apology to the adult for any distress that's caused and confirm in writing that the cancellation has now been properly recorded. That requirement matters because a recording of a cancellation is not merely an administrative step. A cancellation represents a fundamental change of an individual's decision. And if that change is not properly recorded, the system risks proceeding on the basis of information that is simply wrong. Colleagues should consider the uncertainty that could arise if that cancellation is made and not formally recorded is a part of a real problem. Who is responsible? What safeguards are triggered? How do we ensure that the individual changed wishes are respected? Because the bill as it stands does not answer these questions with sufficient clarity. So Amendment 197 therefore provides that clarity. It reinforces the expectation that decision-making in this process must be recorded accurately and promptly, and it ensures that there are consequences if that does not happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Smith. I now call Pam Duncan-Clancy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I can see again that amendments in this group seek to try to remove some of the possibility, for example, of improper motives influencing the process, and some of the amendments seek to include additional steps on assessment. Reporting and recording all of this is, of course, crucial, and I understand the motivation and intentions of amendments that do that. But I think it is important to note that many of the amendments seek to ensure people are asked about support, that conversations are had and recorded, crucial though all of that is, but none of them guarantee that such support will be provided. And I just wanted to put a few points on the record about that. Amendments that don't deliver the additional support needed, so record the information and explore it, but don't fundamentally deliver it, don't address the unmet needs or health inequalities that exist throughout life or indeed at the end of life. Amendments here that require referrals to others are helpful, particularly the ones around young people. I know many disabled people have said that so hard that it is growing up with a disability that they would have considered using this option were it available. So these amendments are really important. But we must also know that referrals don't always get actioned, wait lists are long, and they don't always result in the delivery of support. And so I think we have to remember that in the context of what we're being asked to do. Finally, Presiding Officer, perhaps my biggest concern here is that none of the amendments will address the fact that people may have needed support, social care or otherwise throughout their lives, but that it hasn't been there, and that the absence of that, indeed the relentless fight for it that many people can face, could lead them to feeling like not going on is an attractive option. So I've tried to bring amendments on this particular issue at stage 2 that would have said things like social care and support had to be available, accessible and affordable, and that packages should be in place to support, for example, disabled people to lead an independent life before this bill comes in, to try and address this concern. But I was told they were out of scope, and I understand that actually. But I guess that's the point. We can't address the risks in this bill, that other factors that motivate the choice to end a life through assessment within this bill. And for that reason, while many of the amendments in this group seek to improve the process, and I recognise that and the motivation behind them, to genuinely protect people, we must ensure not only that support is discussed or signposted, but that people are able to access that support that they need to live before we consider making it easier for them to choose to die. And we're not able to do that, I don't see, in these amendments, or indeed any of the amendments that we will debate over the coming days. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Duncan-Clancy. I call Christine Graham.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Well, there are many, many amendments in this group with which I agree and some I disagree with, but mercifully I'm only going to speak to one, and that is Amendment 154 in the name of Douglas Ross, which I support, and that's got nothing to do with his proxy declaration for independence yesterday. I think this is very important because I want to put on the record as a firm supporter of this bill that it's not an either-or for me. It's not end-of-life assistance or palliative care. It's both. And what is appropriate to the individual. So I very much welcome nailing this down, and I'll just quote what you say, what the member says. When assessing a declaration, the doctor must, mandatory, great, discuss available palliative care options. Excellent, because we know palliative care comes in many forms, not necessarily the hospice or the hospital, it could be at home, Macmillan nurses, there are lots of ways it can be delivered to the individual and at different times. Understands, ensure the person understands them and formally record that recent discussion that you've had with the patient. I absolutely support that, and I do hope, my hope, and you'll be very brief, is that if this bill passes, I want to see a huge improvement in palliative care. So it's not a case of somebody thinking palliative care is not available or it's not there or whatever, it's not suitable for me, therefore this is what I must do. I want both choices. I want both choices for myself and for everybody else. So for probably the first and last time, Mr Ross, I support you.
And I call Jamie Green.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I am going to keep this brief. This is the first time I've spoken in these proceedings to date, although I have been following them intently. And like many members, I suspect we're trying to do the right thing, particularly with free votes on these amendments. It's been an exercise and a half to get your head around them, but I have listened intently to all of them, and there are a couple today which I did lose some sleep over last night. The amendments from Daniel Johnson and Alistair Allen around the issue of in-person interactions, and I think this is maybe an issue that other members have been wrestling with through some conversations I've been having this past 24 hours. At the moment, unfortunately, I feel like some members are in an insidious position between the status quo, or the apparent status quo of the legislation as drafted, which means that in theory all interactions with both medical practitioners could be virtually, although that is a very unlikely scenario. On paper it could be, and that the only physical or face-to-face interaction some would have is at the point of the administration of the substance. I personally am not comfortable with that. I don't think that's a position that any patient would want to be in either. But the options that are being presented seem to be at the other end of that spectrum, which forces into a position where all interactions must be in person, which thus removes, I think, as Mr MacArthur pointed out, any flexibility to allow for any scenario where a patient might be suitable for at least one or more of those interactions to be virtual or in some other method. And that's put many of us in a difficult position, I think, because I'm keen to support Mr Johnson's and Mr Allen's amendments, which put on the face of the legislation that there must be some physical interaction between a patient and a doctor. Because I think in normal circumstances, particularly as many of us that lived through the COVID years of this Parliament, we accepted new ways of doing things in healthcare. But when it comes to this, when it comes to the issue of life and death and the signing off of the Schedule 2 statements that these doctors have to make, my gut feeling is that that is something that a doctor could only and should only do once he has sat with that patient in person and looked them in the eyes. But it should also allow for flexibility as well. So I think, to get ourselves out of this perhaps conundrum that some of us find ourselves in when it comes to voting on the amendments, in summing up from the Cabinet Secretary, I know the Government has taken a neutral position on the majority of the amendments, and that's helpful in some cases. But in this, is this the sort of thing that could be resolved in the guidance that is issued to practitioners or not? And I guess I'm looking for some comfort and reassurance in that, because it feels to me that may be a way out of this conundrum. If that is not a reassurance that can be given robustly or honestly and directly by the Health Secretary, that's not a criticism in advance, I will finish in a second, then I would be minded to support the amendments which put on the face of the bill the physicality element. So I'll perhaps just leave it at that. But I wanted to raise these issues because it is one that I have wrestled with personally, and I know others might have done the same. Because I think, as I said at the beginning of my opening comments, is we do want to get it right, no matter what side of this bill you will land on. And like many of us, we're trying to approach these amendments on an amendment-by-amendment basis to get them right for the patients who may benefit from this if the bill passes. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Green. And I call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, once again, before I set out the Government's position on amendments within this group, I do not have any comment to make on colleagues' contributions, the merits of them, nor indeed the organisations, in some cases, who have asked for them to be raised. I have heard many contributions in this group with compelling cases to make. I cannot comment on them. I must set out the potential implications so that colleagues can take an informed position. And of the amendments that I am referencing in this group, most are referenced regarding deliverability, practicality, or regarding potential financial implications, excepting one, which is regarding legislative competence. So, Presiding Officer, Amendment 29 has potential implications for service delivery, as it may require medical professionals to accommodate a wider range of timings and settings for provision and oversight, with associated impacts on workforce capacity, scheduling and resource planning. Amendment 31 is a necessary technical amendment which corrects an erroneous cross-reference in section 7(1)(b). In relation to Amendments 91 and 92, the addition of a further layer of assessment would have financial and resource implications for the NHS. On Amendment 95, the introduction of new requirements for recording and sharing information relating to assessments could raise deliverability issues around information flows, duplication of records and a need for clarity around who can access or use recorded data. Further consideration would need to be given regarding alignment with existing legislation, particularly the Adult Support and Protection Scotland Act 2007. Amendments 153, 176, 179 and 188 could lead to some issues around accessibility of assisted dying, particularly for those living in rural and island communities where there may be fewer registered medical practitioners who are available and willing to be involved in the provision of assisted dying, and where there is potentially greater reliance on digital healthcare. Amendment 157, requiring the assessing registered medical practitioners to make inquiries of at least one health, social work or social care professional, would have clear resource implications that would have to be considered. In relation to Amendments 161 and 163, the requirement for referral will be costly and resource intensive, as it would result in both the coordinating and independent registered medical practitioners having to make these referrals, regardless of their own clinical judgment and whether or not they feel that they require a second opinion. These amendments could require individuals who are seeking assistance to undergo potentially 6 separate assessments, given that both the initial 2 assessments would be required, as well as the coordinating and independent registered medical practitioners each having to make these 2 referrals. It is not clear what would happen in a circumstance where the coordinating and independent registered medical practitioners held the relevant experience, nor whether these referrals could be made to the same registered medical practitioner holding the relevant experience. On Amendment 164, this may raise equalities issues on the basis of a difference of treatment dependent on age. In addition, from a deliverability perspective, consideration must be given to the availability of suitably qualified social work and psychiatry professionals and the potential impact on assessment timescales and service capacity. Similarly, Amendment 170 may raise equalities issues on the basis of a difference of treatment dependent on age. The amendment may also raise issues of legislative competence in providing for regulations that include provision about training, qualifications, experience of the practitioner making the referral. From a deliverability perspective, Amendment 170 may raise concerns about service capacity, consistency of application and timely access to appropriate support. Several of the indicators listed may be common among this age group and could place additional pressure on social work and mental health services, with implications for capacity, prioritisation and waiting times. There are also challenges associated with interpretation and consistent application of the indicators. The effectiveness of the amendment would further The effectiveness of the amendment would further depend on the availability of clear referral pathways and timely access to appropriate services. Otherwise, it could potentially impact upon access to assisted dying for those aged 25 years of age, under 25 years of age. From a technical perspective, it is also not clear if it was the intention of that provision would relate to the practitioner making the referral rather than the practitioner receiving it. I give way to Mr Hepburn.
Jimmy Hepburn.
I've been trying to telepathically communicate with Mr Green to see if he would make the intervention, but he hasn't, so I make it. It's on the point that he raised. I'm inclined to believe that the assessments should be face-to-face as well, but I am taken with the points around how that could be inflexible in some circumstances, and the Cabinet Secretary has laid out some of the practical issues there. I just wonder, and I appreciate it might be difficult because I completely recognise the Government is neutral, but is there any comment on the point that Mr Green has raised around whether or not such circumstances could be accounted for in guidance?
That would need to be considered upon the implementation of the bill, if it is passed. I cannot give any further commentary as to whether it would or it should, because the Government is neutral on the bill and we would need to consider that at point of implementation. So I'm afraid I can't provide any further assurance or commentary for Mr Hepburn or Mr Green, for that matter, than what I'm able to set out at the moment. Amendment 171 may present operational challenges, raising questions about local authority capacity and alignment with existing social work and safeguarding frameworks. In practice, there is no single consolidated system through which local authorities can readily confirm an individual's status across the different legal frameworks referred to. Responding to such requests may therefore require additional checks across multiple services, potentially increasing administrative burdens and affecting the timeliness of responses. The mandatory referral to a registered social worker where a statement indicates that a person is deemed unable to protect their own interests or where undue influence is identified risks conflating existing statutory safeguarding processes with a broader non-specific referral requirement. This may result in duplication of existing assessments or referrals being made in circumstances where appropriate support or protections are already in place. There are potential challenges around interpretation and consistency of concepts, such as being deemed unable to protect their own interests. This could lead to variability in how local authority statements are produced and how practitioners interpret them. In relation to Amendment 173, it is not clear how or where these records are to be maintained. The reference to any regulatory or oversight body exercising statutory functions under the bill or other related legislation is unclear, and so the purpose of this record keeping is also not clear. If it is intended that the records should be used by Public Health Scotland for their duties under Section 24, it is not clear that the information to be recorded and retained would all be necessary. If it is to be used to support investigations into any offences or wrongdoing under the Act, the provision does not seem to support a professional regulator to access information, as they would not be exercising statutory functions under the bill or arguably under any related legislation. Without having clarity on the purpose of the record keeping, it would not be possible to say whether 10 years is a suitable period of retention. On Amendments 183, 183A, 185 and 195, the requirement for additional accompanying statements, particularly where petitioners must explain divergence from an earlier assessment, may add to the administrative burden. There are also concerns that mandating detailed written justifications could deter clinician participation, lengthen processes and duplicate information already required elsewhere in the bill and supporting guidance. Amendment 184 provides that, should someone be found to be ineligible to request an assisted death, they could not undergo further assessment until a period of 12 months has lapsed. This could result in a person who is otherwise lawfully eligible to be assisted to die being prevented from accessing an assisted death. On Amendment 186, setting up a panel would be likely to have major financial implications. I have already spoken about Amendment 193 in Group 4 as it relates to Amendment 174 in that group. Taken together, these amendments could add procedural complexity and delay without clear evidence that they would improve outcomes beyond the safeguards already provided in the bill. On Amendment 196, setting up a panel would likely have major financial implications. Amendment 197 may give rise to issues of legislative competence insofar as it may relate to the G2 reservation of regulation of health professions. From a delivery perspective, it is also not clear how this is to be monitored or enforced. It is also very prescriptive in assuming the reaction of the adult involved. For the remaining amendments in this group, Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government has no comment other than technical points to be found in the commentary.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And I now call on Brian Whittle to... Point of order, Michael Mara.
President Officer, briefly, I wish to correct the record relating to my contribution in these proceedings yesterday on the mandatory training for participation in assisted dying by a physician in Victoria, Australia. Our colleague Emma Harper set out the full mandatory training requirements for participation in assisted dying. My own contribution yesterday related specifically to training for identification of coercion. The video that must be watched by candidates is not 2 minutes, as I stated. It is 2 minutes and 22 seconds, and I hope that corrects the record.
Thank you, Mr Barrett. That will be duly noted on the record. And I now call Brian Whittle to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 150. Mr Whittle.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. It's a rather large group of amendments, and you'll be pleased to hear I won't speak to every single one of them. But as you can imagine, when we're discussing about assessments and support for terminally ill adults. Some of the contributions, or most of the contributions from across this chamber, have been considered and well made. We're talking about initially about the impact of social care and palliative care as an option. Well, I say it's not going to be an option. It has to be offered, and I'm very pleased that everybody is in agreement, because in reality we cannot separate out access to palliative care and social care from assisted dying. I was very interested to one of Mackay's intervention there around what's happened in other jurisdictions, as we had evidence in the Health and Social Care Committee around there are jurisdictions where when assisted dying has been implemented, there has been an improvement in palliative care in those areas. However, improvement is not enough. It has to be consistent, and it has to be at a level before you can consider assisted dying, which is why I was really pleased to hear my colleague Douglas Ross bring forward his Amendment 154 and once again remind us that choice has to be real. It has to be a real choice for everybody, irrespective of background or personal circumstance. I heard the contributions from Bob Doris, Jackie Bailey, Daniel Johnson, Miles Briggs and Fulton McGregor, which have brought forward amendments that have been amended from Stage 2, which at Stage 2 were eminently sensible in the direction they were going, and have been amended once again to fit the bill. And I'm very pleased that they have been. I'll not go through them all, but they have my support. I think Paula Kane's amendment making it mandatory to seek the appropriate advice, I think again is a crucial amendment, and I would ask that the Chamber support that. And the one I really want to speak to is my Amendment 155. I think, once again, once the request for assisted dying has been made, I think it is absolutely imperative that the professional judgment it comes from the two healthcare professionals has to be done independently. It must be done independently, because not only does that ensure that judgment, I think it also, I would imagine, give a certain amount of comfort to the medical professionals themselves in making such a huge decision. And finally, Deputy Presiding Officer, I have to say, and I don't say this lightly, I think the Scottish Government are being particularly unhelpful in this as this goes through goes through Stage 3. Because they are declining to give us any kind of steer at all into what potentially could be legal or otherwise. And the last bit I would say, I was interested in Stephen Kerr and Michael Mara's discussion around the impact in the finances of the government. And to Michael Mara's point, there is nothing within the budget that improves investment in palliative care. And we're working here on a Stage 3 bill without a financial memorandum that's actually been properly costed and agreed. So if this bill passes, it will be incumbent on the government to ensure that the finances are available to deliver that palliative care that's necessary. And if we can't deliver that palliative care that's necessary, we'll be sitting with a bill that's passed that will be undeliverable. I move Amendment 150 in my name.
Thank you, Mr Whittle. The question is that Amendment 150 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Are we all agreed? The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 22 in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with Amendment 150. Brian Whittle to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 22 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament... Are we all agreed? Yes, the Parliament is agreed. Sorry, Mr. Next. I call Amendment 23 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with Amendment 150. Bob Doris to move or not move?
Move.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 23 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 151 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with Amendment 144. I remind members that if Amendment 151 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 24 by way of preemption. Paul O'Kane to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 151 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Anna Sarwar. Could Mr Sarwar put his microphone on, please? Could you put his card in, please? Mr Sarwar.
I apologise for delaying the chamber even further, Presiding Officer. My app wouldn't load. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Sarwar. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 151 in the name of Paul O'Kane is yes 59, no 62. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I now call amendment 24 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 144. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 24 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 24 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 68, no 50. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 152 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with amendment 144. I remind members that if amendment 152 is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 25 by way of preemption. Paul O'Kane, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 152 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 152 in the name of Paul O'Kane is yes 50, no 73. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 25 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 144. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 25 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 25 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 70, no 49. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 153 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with amendment 150. Daniel Johnson, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 153 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 153 in the name of Daniel Johnson is yes 82, no 40. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 154 in the name of Douglas Ross, already debated with amendment 150. Douglas Ross, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding
Move. The question is that amendment 154 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast the vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 154 in the name of Douglas Ross is yes 97, no 22. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 5 in the name of Daniel Johnson, ready to debate with amendment 3. Daniel Johnson, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call amendment 88 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 3. I remind members that if amendment 88 is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 6 by way of preemption. Liam MacArthur, to move or not move? Moved. The question is that amendment 88 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 88 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 86, no 28. There were 10 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. And as a result of that, I cannot then call Amendment 6 in the name of Daniel Johnston by way of preemption. So I now call Amendment 155 in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with Amendment 150. Brian Whittle to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 155 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 155 in the name of Brian Whittle is yes 15, no 101. There were 6 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 156 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with Amendment 3. Paul O'Kane to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 156 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 156 in the name of Paul O'Kane is yes 51, no 68. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 89 in the name of Liam MacArthur, ready to debate with Amendment 3. Liam MacArthur to move or not move? Move. The question is that Amendment 89 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 89 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 87, no 27. There were 9 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 157 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with amendment 150. Paul O'Kane to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 157 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 157 in the name of Paul O'Kane is yes 56, no 63. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 26 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 150. Liam MacArthur to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 26 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed to amendment 26. I call amendment 27 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 144. Bob Doris to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 27 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. The members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 27 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 85, no 38. There was 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 158 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with amendment 144. Paul O'Kane to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 158 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 158 in the name of Paul O'Kane is yes 65, no 56. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 28 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 150. Bob Doris to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 28 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast the vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 28 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 90, no 29. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I now call amendment 159 in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with amendment 149. Brian Whittle to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 159 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast a vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 159 in the name of Brian Whittle is yes 61, no 56. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I now call amendment 29 in the name of Liam MacArthur, ready to debate with amendment 150. Liam MacArthur to move or not move?
Move.
Move. The question is that amendment 29 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. The members should cast the vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 29 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 59, no 60. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 30 in the name of Liam MacArthur, ready to debate with amendment 150. Liam MacArthur to move or not move?
Move. Moved. Sorry.
Moved. The question is that amendment 30 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 30 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 119, no 2. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 31 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 150. Liam MacArthur to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 31 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Are we all agreed?
Yes. No. Was he sure? Was he no? It was no.
Well, that's helpful. It would be helpful, to be honest, if members could actually indicate their preferences, because it's not always, because of the sound in the auditorium chamber, easy to hear. So there will be a division and members should cast a vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Graham Day.
Officer, the vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr Day. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 31 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 123, no 1. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore... Sorry, we'll withdraw that and we'll get back to the result in a minute. In the meantime, do I have a point of order?
No.
It's Bob Doris.
No, it's my fault.
Was she?
Yeah, she was wrong.
Right, well, I can assure Mr Carlott it was indeed Amendment 31. However, it was in fact Mr MacArthur and not Mr Doris. So we've got there in the end. And the result, to repeat, is yes 123, no 1. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore agreed. I now call Amendment 32 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with Amendment 150. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Thank you for that clarity. Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 32 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament has not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 32 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 87, no 33. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 160 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with Amendment 144. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 160 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament has not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 160 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 80, no 42. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I would advise at this stage that we will now proceed to have a comfort break of 20 minutes. Members should return promptly at just before 18:41. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. We will recommence. We move to Group 8, Provision of Approved Substance and Device. I call Amendment 90 in the name of Sue Webber, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I draw members to the procedural information in relation to these amendments as set out in the groupings. Sue Webber to move Amendment 90 and speak to other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I move my Amendment 90. And I will speak to Amendments 90, 96, 134, 135, Amendments 213, 215, 216 and 217, 217, not 2. Amendments 99 and 100, and Amendments 106, 122 and 124. So I've got quite a few in this group, as you can tell. Taken together, these amendments are really just there to attempt to clarify several areas of the bill where significant uncertainty remains. Firstly, Amendments 90, 96, 134 and 135 concern informed consent, and we have heard a lot about consent. They require that a registered medical practitioner clearly explains the risks, the side effects and the uncertainties associated with the substances used to end life. And that includes the possibility of complications or that the substance fails to cause death. Evidence from jurisdictions where assisted dying operates shows that these substances can involve large quantities of medication, unpleasant side effects, and sometimes requires anti-nausea drugs simply to keep them down. And in a small but significant number of cases, the drugs do not work as intended. In other words, do not cause death. If this bill is to proceed, it is surely essential that patients are fully informed of these realities. Second, my amendments 213, 215, 216 and 217 address the ambiguity around self-admission. Yes, I will, Mr Hepburn, for going back a bit.
Thanks, Sue Webber, for giving me. I do have some sympathy with the points that are laid out at Amendment 90. But I do note from the government's note that's shared with us, there is a challenge around prescribing adequate time being allowed for a person to consider and ask questions, but not defining what adequate time means. Clearly, we're looking at something putting it in law here. Is there anything laid out within the bill that she thinks could prescribe for what an adequate time would actually mean?
This whole bill is full of ambiguity, Mr Hepburn, and there's not a lot of clarity in much of it. But I think what we do need to do is make sure that patients that are perhaps considering an assisted death, which is not something I would consider, are given the stark reality of what the process entails. We'll hear, I'm sure, about some dignified deaths, but not about the unpredictable reality of what administering these life-ending drugs might mean. Can I move to my amendments 213, 215, 216 and 217, which address that ambiguity around self-administration? And they are there to make it clear that no physical assistance can be provided at the point the substance is taken. Without clarity, there is a risk that what is described as assisted dying could, in practice, move close to clinician-administered euthanasia. And these amendments, therefore, attempt to protect the central claim made by the bill's sponsor that the final act is undertaken solely by the individual. Third, Amendments 99 and 100 deal with what happens if the approved substance is not used, and they require the immediate securing, return or destruction of the drug alongside written documentation. And given the potency of these substances, the bill should clearly address the risk of diversion, misuse or unsafe storage. And I was pleased that one of Mr MacArthur's amendments in the last group didn't pass. Finally, Amendments 106, 122 and 124 relate to reporting complications. Because there are complications, and provision of a lethal medication within the NHS is going to place us into entirely new territory. If complications occur, particularly where distress or prolonged death is involved, it is vital that this information is recorded, analysed and reported to Parliament so that meaningful oversight is possible. We have to understand people are individuals and they all interact and respond to drugs in a very unique way. So taken together, all of my amendments highlight the number of practical and clinical questions that frankly remain unresolved in the bill before us. Thank you, Presiding Officer. Sorry, Ruth Maguire. I would have taken it if you jumped up a wee bit earlier.
Thank you. I will just take this moment to advise the Chamber that the Bureau has recently met, and I'll further advise members that a motion will be lodged at the end of business tonight to allow the Parliament to sit on Friday to conclude consideration of amendments. At that point, I call on the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 97 and other amendments in the group.
Presiding Officer, I will first address the amendments in my name, then Liam MacArthur's Amendment 98, which all relate to legislative competence. As I've said already, it is the view of the Scottish Government that the bill in its current form is outside the legislative competence of the Scottish Parliament, and we have engaged with the UK Government to address that. This has resulted in a Section 30 order which modifies Schedule 5 of the Scotland Act 1988 to allow the Scottish Parliament to legislate on the identification and regulation of substances and devices for use in assisted dying. This order was approved by this Parliament on the 4th of February and, following the agreement of the Privy Council on the 10th of March, has now become law. The Scottish Government lodged Amendments 97, 102, 103, 110, 111, 126, 127, 128, 130 and 131 in consequence of that Section 30 order. Amendment 110 enables the Scottish Ministers to make regulations which identify the substances and devices for use in assisted dying. If Scottish Ministers identify a device in those regulations, then Amendment 97 enables them to make regulations to require the use of those devices in specified circumstances. The requirements set by regulations made under Amendment 97 are comparable to existing provision in the bill, which requires that an approved substance must be used in assisting death in accordance with the Act. Amendment 111 makes provision for the Secretary of State to regulate such substances and devices. Amendments 102 and 103 remove the existing provision from Section 15 in relation to approval of the substance. Amendments 126, 127, 128 amend Section 28 to provide procedure for the regulations under Amendments 97 and 110. Amendments 130 and 131 make appropriate amendments to Section 29 on interpretation. Without these amendments, as well as those lodged by Mr MacArthur to remove provisions to be dealt with by way of a Section 104 order, it is our view that the bill will not be within the legislative competence of this Parliament and, if passed, may be referred to the Supreme Court or be otherwise legally challenged. This is an outcome that the Scottish Government wishes to avoid, as I am sure do all members, particularly as it is the Scottish Government who would bear the costs for such a challenge, not Parliament. Ultimately, it remains for Parliament to decide whether or not to agree these amendments. However, bearing in mind all that I have set out with regard to the bill and the need to bring it within the legislative competence of this Parliament, I strongly urge members to vote in favour of the amendments in my name. Presiding Officer, Amendments 98 and 208 relate to Section 15(1)(a) of the bill, which we have raised concerns with previously. From a practical perspective, this section is very explicit about a registered pharmacist being the only supply route for the approved substance. As such, it does not reflect all potential supply routes, and in particular, all specials manufacturers may be another potential supply route. The current provisions would also not seem to allow for supply under the supervision of a pharmacist, for example, a pharmacy technician preparing, dispensing or assembling a medicinal product. Furthermore, the substances to be used, and therefore whether any use will be unlicensed or off-label, are still to be determined. As such, it is possible that this could be a substance or substances that a pharmacist cannot supply, for example, a Schedule 1 controlled drug, which could make this restrictive definition difficult. In addition, the Scottish Government's view is that Section 15(1)(a) may raise issues of legislative competence as it may relate to the J4 Medicines Reservation. Amendment 208 seeks to amend Section 15(1)(a). The Scottish Government's view is that Section 15(1)(a) needs to be removed from the bill due to the operational issues and legislative competence concerns which I have just detailed. That is done through Amendment 98, which I have worked with Mr MacArthur on. Presiding Officer, let me now turn to other amendments within this group. On Amendment 11, I would reiterate those concerns we raised at stage 2, namely that it is likely that requiring a registered nurse to be accompanied would be costly and resource intensive. Furthermore, this may set a precedent of health and care professionals being accompanied when they have to attend people in their homes to deliver other services, which would have wider resource implications. Amendment 44 raises several concerns. From a legal perspective, to the extent that provision on management of cases relates to clinical judgment and handling by medical professionals, the Scottish Government's view is that this may raise issues of legislative competence insofar as it may relate to the regulation of health professionals. From a technical perspective, it is not clear what is meant by the management of cases, whether this is a reference to clinical management or to some other form of handling, such as a reporting process. From a delivery perspective, it is the case that this is a reference to clinical. If it is the case that this is a reference to clinical management, it is considered that this would be an unusual. It would be unusual to set this out in legislation. On Amendment 90, the level of prescription proposed may reduce flexibility for professional judgment and could have implications for deliverability, including increased time and resource demands associated with assessments. It is also not clear what would constitute adequate time for a person to consider and ask questions on the information provided. It is the Scottish Government's view that Amendment 99 may raise issues of legislative competence, particularly where the substance provided is a controlled drug, noting that at this point we do not know what substances might be approved. From a delivery perspective, the immediate removal of this substance may not be possible alongside providing necessary patient care. On Amendments 101, 104 and 105, I refer you to my comments in Group 5, where I spoke of the need to remove training provisions from the bill to be dealt with by way of a Section 104 order should the bill pass. It is the Scottish Government's view that Amendment 106 may raise issues of legislative competence relating to the J4 reservation of medicines, medical supplies and poisons, insofar as it requires Public Health Scotland to monitor the safety and risks of the approved substance. On Amendment 211, there is a lack of clarity around this requirement. It appears to seek to ensure that the assessment is made just before the substance is given and that the person has a face-to-face consultation with the individual. However, it is not clear what a structured review means in practice. A medical practitioner would make an assessment using their knowledge of the person and their clinical expertise. Amending the test to be on the balance of the probabilities does not enhance that or provide any additional safeguard and may indeed weaken it. Amendment 212 would have significant cost implications in terms of clinician time, and I've already noted our concerns around the deliverability of requirements that nurses would need to be accompanied. Introducing an independent registered medical practitioner into the process would further impact on resourcing and the financial implications of provision. On Amendment 213, the Scottish Government would note that, as the approved substance and medical devices are not yet known, it may be too prescriptive to prevent a health professional from providing physical assistance to the person. Likewise, Amendment 217 may be too prescriptive and stand in the way of clinical judgment, particularly if it meant a clinician could not intervene should a person be in distress, as they would not be able to touch the medical device. Amendment 223 seeks to specify who Scottish ministers would consult ahead of making regulations as set out in Section 15(9). The regulations in question are those provided for in Section 15(8), specifying training, qualifications and experience of authorised health professionals and specifying the approved substance. As I've already set out, these regulation-making powers are being recommended for removal from the bill due to issues with legislative competence, to be replaced in the case of the approved substance by Amendment 110. Amendments 12 to 15, 42 and 43 are all necessary technical amendments, and for the remaining amendments in this group, Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government has no comment other than technical points to be found in the commentary.
Thank you. I now call Liam MacArthur to speak to Amendment 98 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Conscious of your comments earlier about the need to eat into colleagues' Fridays, I could offer an apology again that My contribution on this group is going to be lengthy given the number of amendments therein, but I will try to be as brief as I can. In that spirit, can I simply acknowledge what the Cabinet Secretary has said in relation to the amendments relating to the Section 30 order, welcome them and urge Parliament to support them. Turning to my own amendments, 98, 42, 43, 101, 104 and 105, given the competence concerns raised by the Government regarding provisions relating to training, qualifications, experience, 101, 104 and 105 remove relevant regulating powers from Section 15 of the Bill. As discussed last night, these matters will be dealt with by way of the 104 order. Again, I repeat my commitment to ensuring that only health professionals with the appropriate level of professional training, qualification and experience participate in any assisted dying service authorised through my bill. Due to the competence concerns, however, the best, indeed the only legally defensible way of ensuring the robust provisions members quite rightly wish to see is by allowing the process agreed between Scottish and UK governments to be followed. As we see opposition campaign groups fundraising to bring legal challenges against legislation already passed in Jersey and the Isle of Man, it's safe to assume the same will happen to any bill passed by this Parliament. There are enough sensitive and complex issues tied up with this legislation of this type without seeking to use it to stress the boundaries of the constitutional settlement. Again, I pay tribute to both Scottish and UK governments. On that basis, I urge members to support Amendments 101, 104 and 105. My Amendment 98 removes subsection 1A inserted at stage 2 from section 15 of the bill. The subsection currently provides that an approved substance must only be supplied by a coordinating registered medical practitioner or an authorised health professional by a registered pharmacist in accordance with the directions of the coordinating registered medical practitioner. As members will know, the bill does not provide for the use of specific substances to assist a person's death. If the Government's Amendment 110 is agreed today, it will provide that Scottish ministers may, by regulations and with agreement from the Secretary of State, identify substances and devices for use in assisting terminally ill adults to voluntarily end their own lives. Whilst we don't know what substance would be approved, it has become clear that Section 15(1)A, which is very explicit, does not, as the Cabinet Secretary said, reflect all of the potential supply routes for substances that may be used, including specials manufacturers. Section 15(1)A would also not allow for supply under the supervision of a pharmacist, for example by a pharmacy technician preparing, dispensing and assembling a medicinal product. It is also possible that the substance or substances could be one that a pharmacist cannot supply, for example a Schedule 1 controlled drug, which could make this restrictive definition difficult. Further, the Scottish Government has confirmed that, in their view, Section 15(1)A would appear to relate to J4 medicines reservation in the Scotland Act. Regulation of medicines includes regulation of the supply chain, and these are matters which are provided for under the Human Medicines Regulations 2012, which are reserved. As such, the Government are of the view that this subsection be removed from the bill because of both practical and competence issues. Whilst I'm strongly in favour of the role of registered pharmacists as the predominant supply route for approved substances, I accept that subsection 1A may be unduly restrictive, so urge members to support Amendment 98. Amendment 42 inserts reference to an authorised health professional into section 15(4)A of the bill to provide consistency with 15(1), recognising that both a coordinating registered medical practitioner and an authorised health professional may provide a terminally ill adult with an approved substance. My Amendment 43 removes 15(4)C due to duplication. New sections 15(3)A and 4C, both agreed to at stage 2, duplicate each other, and I consider of the two, 3A is preferable as it is wider, stating for the avoidance of doubt that nothing in section 15 of the bill authorises any person to administer an improved substance to the adult on their behalf with the intention of causing their death. This amendment therefore removes subsection 4C. I'll take an intervention from Stephen Kerr.
Stephen Kerr.
William MacArthur for giving way. And can I ask him a related question? It does appear in the realm of the other amendments, and that is, in a situation where a healthcare professional is present in the home of someone who has approval to take their own life, if the process goes wrong in any way, can William MacArthur say what he would expect the healthcare professional in situ to do? Would he expect them to revive, help the patient, or in effect, euthanize them?
Liam MacArthur.
Can I thank Stephen Kerr for that? I certainly will turn to that and the amendments that very much touch on those points. I think, if memory serves, amendments that Stephen Kerr himself has lodged. I think in answer to his question, though, I would expect the medical professionals to exercise the judgment and the training they have to make the patient comfortable. And those are fairly well established provisions that exist at present. In terms of new subsections, where am I? Yeah, turning to other amendments in the group, Sue Webber's Amendment 9096, 100, 106, 124, 134 and 135 relate to the issue of potential side effects and unintended consequences of using an approved substance. I absolutely support the principle of ensuring people can make informed decisions, and in the bill as drafted, discussions around the assisted dying substance would take place as part of standard practice. Section 7 requires the registered medical practitioner to explain the nature of the substance that might be provided, including how it will bring about death. GMC guidance and professional standards already place a duty on doctors to discuss the potential outcome of different options to help people make informed decisions. However, the amendment as drafted is prescriptive and may unduly interfere with communication between doctors and individuals. I note the BMA warn against placing the weight of legislation behind these conversations. Ms Webber's Amendment 96 requires that such information is recorded in the person's medical record, while Amendment 106 provides for a report to be produced and published by Public Health Scotland, including information on potential complications, adverse reactions or unintended effects. But the bill already requires that the coordinating RMP must record complications and adverse reactions in the patient's medical records and share an anonymised report with Public Health Scotland. The detail set out in Ms Webber's amendment is better suited to clinical protocols than primary legislation, while Amendment 106 also raises legislative competence issues. Nor do I support Amendment 100, which would remove 7A and 7B from the bill. I worked with Stewart McMillan in lodging Amendments 12 to 16. They are technical and arise from changes made at Stage 2. Sections 15.7a and 15.7b address similar matters relating to complications, adverse reactions, etc. arising from the use of an approved substance. 12 to 16 remove the narrower subsection 7b while requiring the coordinating doctor or authorised health professional to ensure such information is added to a person's medical records, and brings 7a in line with recording requirements provided for under the bill. The Government has made clear that these changes will also allow systems to be designed in consultation with Public Health Scotland during implementation, and I'm happy to support them on that basis. As a result of my Amendment 98, removing Section 15.1a, I can't support Amendments 208, 210 from Brian Whittle, Stephen Kerr's Amendment 222 and Audrey Nicholl's Amendment 224. Regarding Douglas Ross's Amendment 211, the final in-person assessment of a person's capacity and intent, as well as the presence of the medical practitioner at the time of substance is the time that the substance is provided, are two important safeguards within the bill. So while sympathetic to the intention underlying this amendment, the wording, particularly around structured assessments and the balance of probabilities, is not consistent with the rest of the bill, and so it is preferable that regulations and clinical protocols address practice in this area, and therefore I can't support 211. For many of the same reasons, I don't support Mr Balfour's Amendment 212. Protecting vulnerable adults is of the utmost importance, but the bill already includes clear and strong safeguards to ensure voluntariness and capacity, with 2 independent medical assessments, specific checks for coercion and referrals to a psychiatrist and others if there are any doubts around capacity. It's important to recognise that this day would be of profound significance to the person and their loved ones. And so introducing a new clinician at this time may be unduly disruptive without adding any meaningful safeguard. In terms of Sue Webber's Amendment 213, I wholly support the requirement that the final act must be taken by the dying person. However, as drafted, Amendment 213 risks creating unintended barriers to the support that the attending clinician is legitimately able to provide, such as stirring the substance or moving a device to improve the patient's comfort. Guidance developed under Section 23 would provide the necessary clarification and details in this area. Amendment 213, therefore, I feel is unnecessary. In terms of Mr Whittle's Amendment 214, I'm cautious about creating confusion in any of the provisions in Section 15 about who can provide and, if necessary, remove the substance and carry out other functions set out in the section. Section 15 outlines steps, including confirmation of capacity and voluntariness and proper completion of the necessary paperwork. These are vital safeguards and should not be delegated to accompanying health professional who, unlike the coordinated registered medical practitioner or the authorised health professional, would not have undergone the required training and are therefore not inclined to support this. Equally, Mr Whittle's Amendment 221, whose rationale I entirely understand, risks adding confusion. Moreover, if my Amendment 98, removing subsection 1A, is agreed, 221 is rendered unnecessary. While I consider this is covered in existing provisions, I have no objection to Sue Webber's Amendment 215 and 216, which provide that the doctor may provide information and instructions on the use of substance or medical device before they are provided. Ms Webber's Amendment 217, however, is not necessary as subsection 3A and other provisions make clear the substance must be self-administered and not be administered by any other person. I worked with Jackie Bailey on Amendments 10 and 11, which tidy up and improve drafting of the bill. Brian Whittle's Amendments 218 and 219 require that the coordinating medical practitioner or authorised health professional must remain in the same room as the patient until they have died. It was agreed at stage 2 that to balance individual safety and privacy, the medical practitioner would stay in the same room as the person while they take the substance, but then have the option of leaving the room but staying on the premises until the person has died. This was included to allow the person and their family privacy should they wish, but ensure the attending medical professional is still nearby. Stephen Kerr's Amendment 220 is similar, but provides that the medical practitioner must stay with the patient until they have died, or until such time as the practitioner has monitored the patient for a clinically appropriate time and satisfied the adult is no longer at risk of harm from incomplete or failed ingestion, monitoring the patient for signs of distress and taking clinically appropriate steps during that period. And I believe Mr Whittle and Mr Kerr are attempting to achieve broadly the same thing with their amendments, but on balance I believe Mr Kerr's proposed approach is slightly less restrictive and more proportionate. I have no objection to Amendment 220, though note the Government's view that it contains a technical error, but cannot support 218 and 219. Regarding Miles Briggs' Amendment 223, I note that the bill in its current form requires ministers to consult any such persons they consider appropriate before making regulations regarding the training, qualifications and experience required by authorised health professionals. I have no doubt ministers would consult the CMO, the CNO under this process, and as such have no issue with this amendment in principle, but note the Government's view that reference to training, etc. may raise competence concerns and therefore reluctantly cannot support Amendment 223. Turning to Amendments 40 and 70 in the name of Bob Doris, which require ministers to make regulations about the management of cases when the person seeking an assisted death has not died within a timeframe the attending doctor would have expected. As I've noted throughout the bill's passage, and as the Health Committee heard at stage 1, recent international evidence shows the instances in which complications arise are extremely small in number. In those rare instances, however, the attending health professional would be expected to respond in a manner consistent with their skills, training and qualification and experience and provide necessary care to that person. Alongside the Government's concern that Amendment 44 may raise legislative competence issues, so while I agree that there may be benefit in the development of protocols in this area, and I'm confident that these will be developed, I would urge Bob Doris not to press and Parliament not to support Amendments 44 and 70. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Brian Whittle to speak to Amendment 208 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. 221, 214, 210 and 208 have arisen following concerns from the pharmacy profession. Between stage 2 and 3, I did seek feedback on the amendments that were narrowly turned down, which were meant to future-proof the role of a pharmacist as their role within the NHS evolves. However, the only feedback I have received is that the amendment that was passed at stage 2 will need to be removed for competence. No conversation about how that section 15(1)(a) could be amended at stage 3 for competence, which has given rise to Amendment 208. I think, Presiding Officer, it's becoming quite apparent that the Government are actually putting barriers in place here. I'm actually getting quite disappointed with the lack of interaction with the Government through stage 2 and stage 3. Yes.
Kate Forbes.
I mean, I know this is a free vote and I speak as on a personal basis rather than necessarily on behalf of the government, but I would just push back gently on the idea that government has not engaged in this. On the issues that we're talking about, they are reserved to the UK government under the Scotland Act. And when this bill was introduced, that was not made clear that the regulation of drugs and employment rights were reserved matters, and therefore there would be elements of this bill that would always be legally incompetent, and that is what we are all trying to grapple with. So I just push back gently that it's not the Scottish Government that has either introduced this bill or has determined what is reserved under the Scotland Act.
Brian Whittle.
And I would push gently back again to say this bill has been on the statute books for years. We've been discussing this for years. We've been trying. Sorry, I apologise. This has been in the offing for a long time, and we've been trying desperately through the Health and Sport Committee, through stage 2, I will in a second, First Minister, through stage 1, through stage 2, to try and get to a place where this bill could be competent, and only to find out at the last minute that it might not be competent, and the pushback and the lack of engagement from the Scottish Government, which I noted at stage 2, I think is quite disgraceful. First Minister.
I'm grateful to Mr Whittle for giving way, and I've not participated intensively in this debate for obvious reasons, but I cannot have Mr Whittle say what he said about my government, because the government has engaged substantively on this agenda. We have made it clear consistently that the provisions around about medications and about employment rights were outside of legislative competence. That's not a new surprise. The government has put that on the table for a long time. I'm grateful that Mr MacArthur has acknowledged these issues. But Mr MacArthur introduced a bill to Parliament that did not recognise those issues that the government had put on the record. So I firmly reject the accusation from Mr Whittle that the government has not engaged. The government is neutral on the bill, but it has pointed out for some considerable time the issues of legislative competence, and we have sought means of resolving them. That's why there's a Section 30 order. It wouldn't have happened without government engagement on that question. And it's why Mr MacArthur has brought forward the provisions that will result in a Section 104 process, because it has to be resolved or the bill will be legislatively incompetent. And the government has got a duty to make sure the statute book is intact and properly formulated based on the advice available to us. And that's what's been honestly and openly presented to Parliament.
Absolutely, well said.
Well, First Minister, let me tell you, we've been. I know the number of MSPs in this Parliament, and the number of my colleagues in the Health and Sport Committee. And I know how much work they've put into this. I know how much work that Mr MacArthur's put into this, and it's only recently that that's been made available. That knowledge has been made available to us. So I'm sorry, but I disagree intently. And you can protect your government all you like, but that is my opinion on the matter. Mr MacArthur.
We'll speak through the chair. Liam MacArthur.
I'm slightly reluctant, given the generous comments that the First Minister has made about me, to push back in the way I'm going to push back. But both the Deputy First Minister and the First Minister have now claimed the bill introduced was legislatively incompetent. Presiding Officer, I'm sure you will testify that this had confirmation from yourself that the bill introduced was competent at all stages, and I acknowledge this at stage 1. There were areas that were Parliament to back the general principles would need to be picked up with the UK Government to ensure competence, namely around use of medicines, medical devices, but also the issues around employment and regulation of professional bodies. So those statements that the Deputy First Minister made was not correct, nor indeed what the First Minister said either.
Brian Whittle. Point of order, Stephen Kerr.
I think the intervention from Liam MacArthur requires that we get some clarity from you, Presiding Officer, about the nature of the bill when it was first presented to Parliament, because Liam MacArthur has said that it was the decision of the Presiding Officer that it was a competent bill to be considered by this Parliament. The Scottish Government are saying something different. But matters of competency in terms of legislative in bills is a matter for the Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. As Presiding Officer, I'm required under the Scotland Act to take a view on the legislative competence of each and every bill at its introduction. And once that statement is made, there is no further role for the Presiding Officer in commenting on legislative competence. Where members have views on a bill, including whether provisions or the bill raise issues of legislative competence, they have the opportunity during the Parliament's consideration of a bill to make those views known and debate them. But these matters are not for the presiding officer to comment on. The Scotland Act provides for, of course, further checks after a bill has been passed, and whether a provision of a bill as agreed by the Parliament is within the Parliament's legislative competence can only be definitively determined by a court. Brian Whittle.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I welcome Liam McCarthy's intervention here, and I stand by what I said.
Kate Forbes.
I'm very grateful, just purely because I was referenced in Liam MacArthur's comments. And in terms of the 2 points I'd put on the record, it's well known across this Parliament, has been for many, many years, that the regulation of drugs and employment rights are reserved issues. That is why there has been extensive debate about whether they should be devolved or not. So that point is fairly obvious to all members. The second thing is that these are not immaterial issues and insignificant issues to the core bill. The bill cannot exist without these fundamental provisions in it, which is why the Section 30 and the Section 104 has to exist. So I would just again emphasise the fact that the reason that they've been removed in the votes that we've had yesterday, today and tomorrow is precisely because they are not competent and within the responsibilities of this government. And that issue, I think, should be well known across the chamber.
Brian Whittle. Point of order, Stephen Kerr.
This is quite a confusing situation for us. Well, I'm sorry, you may not say so, but we have the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister saying something very different than Liam MacArthur has said, and something quite different than I've understood from the presiding officer. So I'm going to seek your guidance, presiding officer. At the introduction of this bill, was it your judgment and decision that it was a competent bill to be considered by this Parliament?
Mr Kerr, as I already said, I'm required under the Scotland Act 1998 to take a view on the legislative competence of each bill at its introduction, and I did so in this case, and that was my view. Brian Whittle.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As I said, it was passed competent at stage 1, which goes against what the First Minister says, that they've been open and honest with the way in which this bill has been delivered. And I stand by my assertion that the government have been, at best, unhelpful. First Minister.
Presiding Officer, this is an incredibly sensitive issue for all members of Parliament, and the reputation of my government is being attacked by Mr Whittle, and some comments by Mr MacArthur I think undermine fundamentally some of the actions that he's taken on this bill, and it's important for me that I make this clear to Parliament. Yeah. A Section 30 order would not have had to be sought from the United Kingdom Parliament had provisions in this bill not been outside of legislative competence. It just would not have been required. And my government, in good faith, has sought that Section 30 order to enable Parliament to properly pass legislatively competent legislation by agreement with the United Kingdom Government. Now, we secured agreement for a Section 30 order, and members on other issues will know how keen I am to get Section 30 orders on other subjects where I've been less successful in securing them. But there are other issues that remain outstanding, which is why Mr MacArthur has moved amendments to remove provisions to put them into a Section 104 order, which will be determined by the United Kingdom Government. So it is, should this bill pass this Parliament. But what the United Kingdom Government have said to us is that it's the duty of the Parliament to pass legislatively competent legislation. And the UK Government is indicating to us there is a need for a Section 30 order, which we have agreed to and has been passed by Parliament, and there are also provisions in relation to which will end up in a Section 104 order should Parliament pass the legislation to make it legislatively competent. So I cannot allow Mr Whittle's comments to stand without putting on the record in good faith what the Government has done to fulfil its duties to ensure the statute book remains intact and effective, and that legislation passed here is within legislative competence.
Brian Whittle.
Presiding Officer, I do acknowledge the First Minister's assertion, and he knows, hopefully, that I have the greatest respect for him. I am merely stating the quite a lot of anger, actually, at the fact that the amount of work that's been put in it. This could have been brought to us at stage 2 and just wasn't. But I'm not going to labour the point. We've heard the discussion, and I'm sure members in the chamber can make their own mind up as to whether or not the government have been open and honest and helpful. In the yes,
Let's hear one another, colleagues. Stephen Kerr.
Is my friend saying, basically, that it would have been more helpful to the supporters of the bill if the government had said this at stage 1, when we had a full debate in this chamber? Is he saying that the government didn't say that? Because the government are clearly saying, as you can hear from the sedentary comments, that they did.
Brian Whittle.
Well, they clearly didn't say that, otherwise the presiding officer wouldn't have passed it as competent at stage 1. However,
let's hear one another, colleagues. Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on, presiding officer. Don't make it worse for yourself, First Minister. The bill...
Mr Whittle, we've been debating, I think, with great courtesy and respect throughout, and let's continue that. And let's hear Mr Whittle.
The bill, as written, presiding officer, isn't clear on the role of a pharmacist in the process of assisted dying with respect to their scope of practice, which could also risk devaluing the skills of a pharmacist. Now, I asked the pharmacists if they could outline a few of their concerns, and this is what they said, and I quote, "Imagine being a pharmacist, present at an assisted dying, but without the power to act. Imagine the patient or the family member is anxious and asks you for advice about how the substance should be taken, or asks you to confirm that the safety checks have been completed, but you aren't enabled by the legislation to support. This devalues your role as a pharmacist and adds a burden, confusion and potential distress to the patient and/or carer, as they don't get the immediate reassuring answers they are looking for from you. Imagine that the doctor or nurse asks you to hand the substance directly to the patient rather than to them, or asks you to remove the substance at the end of the process. But you can't, because you're not enabled by the legislation. Your ability to assist the process is impaired, and your professional skills and experience cannot be effectively utilised, even though these tasks would be well within your competency as a pharmacist. Imagine the doctor or nurse asks you to compound or prepare the substance or prepare the medical device whilst you are accompanying them, but the legislation prevents you from doing so. This puts all the burden on the authorised healthcare professional and doesn't allow your skills to be utilised to add capacity to the process. Imagine, as a pharmacist, you're in the room and you notice the doctor or nurse has made an error. In the legislation as drafted, it is unclear whether you would be able to intervene, which is a huge ethical dilemma. If this leads to a complaint or adverse incident, you may directly be implicated, even though you have no clear role as described by the legislation. Amendment 221 clarifies that role of an authorised healthcare professional could include a registered pharmacist. 214 clarifies that any accompanying healthcare professional, so accompanying doctor, nurse or pharmacist, may provide a terminally ill adult with an approved substance or remove the substance from the premises at which it was provided. 210 clarifies that the authorised healthcare professional may be present for the provision of the substance and not necessarily to provide it. This allows the pharmacist's role in the process to be clearly defined. 208 seeks to address concerns the Scottish Government has about employment law in regard to the above amendment, which was accepted at stage 2 by broadening the subsection to allow for other supply routes as long as they were supervised by registered pharmacists to ensure safe and secure. 218 and 219, the concern there was the liability of medical professionals in the event that something goes wrong. If they're not in the room, they are not immediately aware of any adverse reaction should it occur. 218 and 219 means the medical professional providing the substance must remain in the same room as the patient once the approved substance is administered. Because in a medical professional, Macy recognise that something is going wrong before everybody else in the room. Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I now call Douglas Ross to speak to Amendment 211 and other amendments in the group.
So before I thank you, Presiding Officer. Before I get to my Amendment 211, I do want to speak to other amendments in the group to try and bring myself up to speed on where we've been in the last 10 or 15 minutes, because we've now been debating this bill for 10 hours and 38 minutes at stage 3, and there is a conflict of what we've heard in the last 30 minutes of that 10 hours and 38 minute debate. So we've got the Scottish Government on one hand stating that the bill as lodged is incompetent because it requires input from the UK Government. You've got the member in charge saying that the Government were well aware of this from the very beginning, and I'll give way to John Mason in a moment, and you've got the presiding officer ruling that the bill was competent at stage 1. So SNP members are saying that's right and get on with it. Then I will give way in a moment because Mr Mason wants to come in first. But the Government made it very clear just a few moments ago they don't think the bill is competent, and the presiding officer said it was competent, which is why we've got to stage 3. And if one of the competency issues is around drugs and legislation surrounding drugs being reserved to the UK Parliament, I don't believe at any point when this bill was consulted on, introduced or debated, anyone ever thought, if it came into law, that drugs would not be used. I'm not aware of any other mechanisms the member in charge or supporters or opponents of the bill have suggested would be used to end someone's life. Therefore, it has been abundantly clear from day 1, line 1 of this bill, which does beg the question of this conflict. I will give way in a moment. I have other members I'd like to take in. We do have a conflict now of what the First Minister has stood up and said and what our presiding officer is telling us as the guardian of this Parliament, and the points made by the member in charge. I'll go through the members as I remember them. John Mason.
John Mason.
I thank the member for giving way. I just wonder if it really matters what happened in the past, and maybe that would be a debate for another time. But we've been here for 10.5 hours. We're expecting to be here till 10 o'clock tonight and 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Would it not agree that we should just get on with the detail?
I'm sorry, I'm shocked at that. Shocked it's come from a parliamentarian who has been here for some time and has served, like me, in both parliaments, and perhaps more shocked that that comment was applauded by some other members. We should at no point with any legislation rush things, let alone legislation that is literally a matter of life and death. And therefore, if there are questions about how we got to this stage, I think it is legitimate for parliamentarians to raise them and debate them, and not be urged to just forget about all that, maybe consider it in the future and get on with things just now. I'll give way to Dr Allen.
Alistair Allen.
I thank the member for giving way. I just wonder if he is bearing in mind at the moment that there are many, many people on both sides of this debate who care deeply about it, who are following these proceedings and who are wondering what the last half hour has been about.
Yeah, exactly.
And does he not think that, given that some of this, such as the reservation of the regulation of the medical professions, has been in the Scotland Act since 1998, that all this outrage is false outrage? We should get back to talking about amendments and get back to talking about the bill that people are interested in.
Well, Douglas Ross. Well, first of all, I've been outraged in this chamber many times, and I don't think my current demeanour would be similar to how I was when I was outraged. But Dr Allen is suggesting that people at home will be questioning what the last half hour is about. It's not just people at home. I'm questioning it. I have sat through the last half hour and the comments from the First Minister, which I listened to with all sincerity, the comments from our presiding officer and the comments from the member in charge. That's all happened in the last half hour. It wasn't what I was intending to speak about, but I was invited to speak about my amendments and other amendments in this group where this has come up. And all I'm getting from members of the governing party or former members of the governing party is, don't worry about this, move on. But I can't move on if I have concerns, and I believe people watching at home will have concerns. I'll give way to Claire Hawkey.
Blair Hockey.
Mr Ross for Thank Mr Ross for taking my intervention. I'm not going to take up too much time. I absolutely concur with what Dr Allen said. But I can assure him that these things were discussed at the committee stages, and that members were well aware of what is covered by the Scotland Act and what isn't.
Douglas Ross.
I'm not. I understand the committee convener is very clear about what happened at her committee. I sat through some of those proceedings, but the person who started this debate is also a member of that committee and was raising these legitimate concerns, which is why I think we should address them. I'm trying to take people in order, but Mr Briggs was wishing to intervene on that point, so I'll give way to Miles Briggs.
I thank the member. What I find, and another side to this whole debate, is there was no government minister at stage 2 of this process. So actually for ministers to guide members from both for and against this debate, but those who have brought amendments, brought them back again, and are now being ruled that they are apparently incompetent amendments, shows that the government haven't actually provided that commentary at stage 2. And I think that's important that we recognise that ministers haven't been given that information at stage 2, which is not what...
That's a fair point from Miles Briggs, but is actually not the point I'm making here. That's Miles Briggs' point, and it was echoed by Brian Whittle. I'm getting more to the earlier point in this, where I still haven't got a response. The government think it's incompetent, presiding officer thinks it is competent, and Mr MacArthur, as the member in charge, thinks that the government were not being fully transparent in some of their earlier interventions, he said, because he caveated his own remarks by saying he was worried about seeing it based, and I will give way to Mr MacArthur, based on what the Deputy First Minister and First Minister had said. But first of all, Mr Whittle wanted to come in.
Brian Whittle.
No, sorry, I just wanted to stand and say, that we're complaining here that we've been debating this for 10 hours. Some people in here have been working in this for years. I think it's absolutely right we get this cleared up, because I am quite angry about it when we get to this stage, because a lot of work has been put into this bill by a lot of people, and we get to the stage now when we all of a sudden discover it might not be competent.
Point of order, Kevin Stewart.
Point of order, Presiding Officer. I feel that you have given an explanation to your reasoning around about stage 1 of this bill. I think that the committee convener has given her view on what happened at stage 2. The government has said right from the outset that it was neutral on this issue. We are now discussing issues when we are dealing with the amendment stage of stage 3. Surely we should stick to the amendment stage at this moment in time. And if there is any discussion to be had about the issues that Mr Ross is raising, that's a matter for the debate at stage 3 on Monday. Could I have a ruling on that, please?
I would only say, as I have previously, that where members have a view on a bill, including whether provisions of the bill raise issues of legislative competence, they have the opportunity during the Parliament's consideration of the bill to make those views known and debate them. And that is currently the situation in which we find ourselves. Douglas Ross.
I'm grateful, and I'm not going to go too much into what Kevin Stewart was saying, but he was suggesting that Mr Ross was making these points. I think it started with Mr Whittle, and then the First Minister, and then the Deputy First Minister, and then the presiding officer and the member in charge. But as someone who has an amendment in this group, I'm also interested in this. And as someone who is very interested in the passage of this bill, I do not, as some others want to do, look at this at some time in the future and reflect on could we have done this better. We need to get this right now. We need to be sure that what we are doing is legally competent. And I believe, and if others disagree with that, this is fine, but I believe in the course of this evening's proceedings, we have had a direct conflict from what the Scottish Government are saying and what the presiding officer is saying. Finally, if he still wishes to come in, I'll give way to Liam MacArthur.
Liam MacArthur.
If it's helpful, the intervention I was making was to clarify the point in response to what the Deputy First Minister suggested about the legislative competence aspects of this bill not being acknowledged at the outset. I've always acknowledged it. It's why I drafted the bill in the way that it has. The convener of the committee is absolutely right that through the scrutiny process at stage 2, these issues were debated and discussed. Amendments were brought forward quite reasonably by other colleagues who wish to see changes made to the bill, and these now need to be addressed at stage 3. And as I've said already, the UK Government and the Scottish Government have worked at pace in order to try to address these, both through the Section 30 order and through the Section 104 provisions. I understand why colleagues, and we debated this at length yesterday, have concerns around Section 104 orders and the issues that are captured by that. But this is what this process is about. Members have an opportunity to vote on the amendments around legislative competence. That's what we've done last night. That's what we've been doing this evening, and that's what we should continue to do for the rest of the evening.
Douglas Ross.
And that is what we are doing. But I don't think we should try to stop debate on these issues. And if some members are absolutely clear in their mind that everything is fine, I respect that, and I agree with their entitlement to hold that position. Where I, as an individual, having listened to part of this debate, have concerns, then I think it is legitimate for me to raise them. If other people disagree with them, that's fine. I have no problem with that at all. But I do think it has been quite a telling moment in this bill, and I think when we come to stage 3 next Tuesday, this issue will be repeated again. But I do want to move to Amendment 211 in my name, because, Presiding Officer, it scarcely needs stated that the moments immediately prior to the administration of the lethal medication is the single most significant moment of the process and the one requiring the absolute highest level of scrutiny and safeguarding. So Amendment 211 replaces the current subjective test of the practitioner being merely satisfied with a requirement for a structured, documented, in-person assessment carried out immediately before provision. So this amendment introduces a clearer, objective legal standard and creates an auditable record, strengthening safeguards against coercion and ensuring that capacity is properly assessed at the most critical point in the process. Now, I listened to the member in charge, Mr MacArthur, when he was speaking to his amendments, and I got the impression that he understood my reasoning behind this and in some ways he accepted it, but he was urging members not to support it because the language I used in my amendment was not the same language he has used elsewhere in the bill. And I would simply make a plea to Mr MacArthur and those who are following his voting that if that is the only reason not to have an added safeguard in the bill, then I don't think it is a particularly strong reason. And a bill of this complexity and of such importance, I think, could survive, if passed, with some wording that is different, slightly different in some parts than others. The main aim of this is to improve safeguarding, to improve those guarantees, and simply because I do not use identical language in this amendment to other parts in the bill, it does not rule this amendment out in any way, and therefore I would hope that colleagues will understand that this is the very least the seriousness of the circumstances it requires, and that it is our solemn duty as legislators to ensure the highest possible level of safeguarding at what is quite literally the critical stage in the process. So despite the reservations of Mr MacArthur, I hope they can be overcome, and I would urge members for these reasons to support Amendment 211. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Jeremy Balfour to speak to Amendment 212 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, President Officer. President Officer, before I address very briefly the amendment in my name, I too have listened with real interest in the last 30 or 40 minutes to the interventions by different members. I mean, I think, as someone who has watched this at stage 1 and stage 2 and have followed it quite closely, it would seem to me a lot more sensible for the amendments that Mr MacArthur and the Scottish Government are brought forward at stage 3 to have been brought forward at stage 2, so that these could have been debated by the committee. If it has always been clear that there are sections within this bill that are incompetent, and I think we all understood that, we all understood that this bill wasn't competent, then Mr MacArthur, I think, had a duty to bring these. Now, he decided not to, but he should have brought these amendments forward at stage 2, so his clarity. I'll give way to Kate Fox.
Deputy First Minister.
Very briefly, my understanding is that there are some amendments that were introduced at stage 2 which actually added to the level of legal incompetence. And I suppose it's something that we all need to have in our minds as we vote at stage 3, that if amendments go through that make the bill incompetent again, these will need to be resolved.
Chairman Buffer.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for her intervention. I do accept what she says. I still think we could have taken quite a lot of this bill apart at stage 2, which might have been an easier way to do it. I'll give way to the Cabinet Secretary.
The Section 30 amendments that I'm bringing forward today, Mr Balfour must acknowledge the discussions in the Privy Council process was actually only concluded yesterday.
Chairman Balfour.
Yeah, I've made my point. I move on. If I can move on to the amendment in my name, that is coercion again. We've had long debates on different amendments around this, but by the very nature, coercion is often invisible, and I think it still remains the single biggest danger associated with the introduction of assisted dying. Well, it cannot be eliminated completely, not least because it will often be internal. This amendment would at least provide an element of mitigation at a critically important stage of the process. It does so by requiring an independent registered medical practitioner not involved in the early assessments to observe the patient at a time that the approved substance is provided. I think this is a safety backstop which will give absolute protection but still allow the individual to carry on if he or she wants to do it. The independent practitioner must provide, again, a written assessment that, to the best of their knowledge, the adult is acting voluntarily and without coercion. This adds, I think, clarity and a qualified safeguard, and will replace the reliance on the coordinating practitioner's subjective satisfaction with an independent auditor to check. Whether we are for or against this bill, we all want to protect the most vulnerable in our society. And this final assessment, I think, gives that reassurance if this bill is to pass. And I hope Parliament will vote for it in a few minutes' time.
Thank you, Mr Balfour. I now call Jackie Bailey to speak to Amendment 220 and to speak to Amendment 10 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Amendments 10 and 11 follow constructive dialogue between Liam MacArthur, the RCN and me. They are uncontentious, they are sensible, they are practical. So I invite the Chamber to support them, because these amendments would require, where an authorised health professional is a registered nurse, that they be accompanied by the coordinating doctor or another authorised health professional who is a doctor for all stages of the process where an individual is provided with assistance. This is to ensure consistency. Members may recall that an amendment was passed at stage 2 that ensured that nurses acting as the authorised health professionals were not working alone. So these amendments 10 and 11 bring everything into line. So I hope the Chamber will support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Bailey. I now call on Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 220 and other members of the group. Mr Kerr.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm not going to delay me addressing the amendments in my name in this group, except to say that I find it perplexing that the Parliament's lawyers do not insist that a bill is competent when a Cabinet Secretary says, get over it. That's what a Cabinet Secretary has to say, get over it. I will give way in a second. I'm taking a few seconds to offer a thought, and I'm told to get over it. The competence of this Parliament is something that we should all be concerned about as parliamentarians. And that if members of the Cabinet don't recognise this as an issue, perhaps it's not surprising that the Scottish Government has ended up in the Supreme Court so often in the last few years. But I will give way to Jamie Hepburn.
Jamie Hepburn.
I mean, it's just to make a simple point. Does the member not recognise that different groups of people can come to different conclusions in terms of the issues of legislative competence?
That's not an unusual thing to happen.
Stephen Kerr.
I think it's crystal clear from everything the First Minister said. Jamie Hepburn, I'm sure, was listening to the First Minister as carefully as I was, that it was in his mind, in the First Minister's mind, a crystal clear issue. And I simply wanted to take a second, which is now more than a second, to say that I find it surprising that the Parliament's lawyers allow us to spend so much time in consideration of a bill that is now seen clearly as not being competent as it stood when it was introduced. And as we
Mr
heard,
Kerr, sorry, could I ask you to resume just for a wee second? I understand the presiding officer has already clarified this point, and the process is that when the bill comes to the Parliament, a view is taken at that time. The presiding officer is not thereafter involved in taking a view on subsequent stages of the bill. Thank you. Please resume.
I completely accept that, and I've accepted that from the presiding officer herself when she was in the chair a few minutes ago. It was just, I just wanted to make this point, and it's become something more now. And when the Deputy First Minister says that the bill was even more incompetent after stage 2, then that also leads me to wonder, where is the legal advice that we depend on in this Parliament to provide for good law? So I turn now to my amendments in this group, which are numbers 220 and 222. And up to now we've been discussing eligibility, safeguards and assessment. And now I think we're getting to the point, clearly, I give way to Neil Gray.
I think, given the commentary that was provided by Government at stage 2, we were well aware of the legislative competence issues of the amendments that were passed there at stage 2, that, as the Deputy First Minister said, took the bill further beyond competence.
Stephen Kerr.
I'm not attempting to doubt either the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Care or the First Minister. The point I have made is about the Parliament's legal advisers. Where are they in this to give us the steer that we need? This is not the first time that this issue has been asked. I give way to Miles Briggs.
This intervention, because I think it is an important aspect, and maybe the Cabinet Secretary can tell me, at what point during the history of this Parliament has a Government Minister not attended a stage 2?
So I think it was an intervention on me, but of course, I'm happy to give way to Neil Gray if he wishes to respond to that.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, this is not my bill. I didn't have amendments at stage 2. I didn't have commentary made, but it's the responsibility of the member in charge of the bill, members of the committee, to manage the bill at stage 2, not me.
Stephen Kerr.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary, and I'm happy to give way to
Miles.
I just think it's an important point, because I fully respect, and I think it's important that the Government is neutral on this bill. But it's not neutral on the legal competencies of this bill, and it should have been advising that. So another bill which has recently passed through Parliament was my colleague Liz Smith's bill on outdoor education, where the Government again were neutral, but a Minister attended that stage 2 to guide members on their amendments. So it's quite clear, a bill like this, you would expect at least the Government Minister to be at committee to raise the points which the Minister is now saying he wants to raise at stage 3 of this process.
Stephen Kerr.
I'm grateful to Miles Briggs for his intervention, and I give way to Douglas Ross.
Douglas Ross.
It was simply to reiterate that point with another example. Daniel Johnson recently had a bill which passed through the Education Committee, and it was a member's bill. So Neil Gray's point that this is not his bill and he had no amendments, the exact same scenario, Jenny Goruth, it was not her bill, she had no amendments, and she came to committee at stage 2. So I would reiterate through Stephen Kerr, it may be interesting if the Government could provide this information tonight or through the remaining course of this stage 3 debate. Has it ever happened before where a Government Minister has not attended a stage 2 proceeding on a bill?
Stephen Kerr.
Grateful to Douglas Ross for posing that question. It is an entirely legitimate question, as indeed are all of the questions that we have been raising in the last 45 minutes or so as we consider the stage 3 amendments of this bill, because this is, I think we all agree, the weightiest piece of legislation perhaps this Parliament in its existence has considered, because we are talking about matters of life and death. And now I'd like to turn to the very practical reality of how this law might operate at the moment a life is brought to an end, because now we're not theoretically speaking, we're actually concerning ourselves with what actually happens in real rooms with real people at the most vulnerable moment of their lives. And Amendment 220 addresses what I believe is a serious and potentially dangerous flaw in the bill as drafted. As it stands, a practitioner could leave the room immediately after the ingestion of the approved substance. In other words, at the very moment when a patient's life is ending, medical supervision could be withdrawn. And this should give every member pause. And by definition, this legislation takes Scotland into territory that we've never entered before. I already mentioned the weighty nature of what we are contemplating. And our medical system has never permitted the administration of lethal medication in this way. The question, therefore, that we ask ourselves is quite simple. What happens if something goes wrong? Now, earlier on, I intervened on the member in charge to ask him that very question, because dying is not always predictable. I think Sue Webber made that point very well in her contribution to this particular group. Complications can arise, distress can arise. What is expected to be swift can become prolonged or indeed terribly frightening. In those circumstances, it cannot be right that the person undergoing that process could be left without a trained professional present. And Amendment 220, therefore, requires that a suitably qualified professional remain physically present with the patient from the moment the substance is taken until death occurs, or until it is clear that the substance has not been fully used and the person is no longer at risk. Now, this is the point that I feel leaves us in an uncomfortable place, because it has to do with the use of the word comfortable. Because when I asked Liam MacArthur what he would expect, or what this legislation indeed would expect of a healthcare professional in the situation that I'm describing, if the self-administration of this substance did not work, if it was clear that things had gone wrong, what would the member in charge expect to be done? And he said, and I think I'm quoting Liam MacArthur, and I would welcome a further intervention from him to answer this point in more detail, because I think it merits more detail. He said, make them comfortable. Now, I'm not entirely clear what those words might mean in that situation. Now, I gave him a couple of options. One was to revive and help the person in that moment of extreme distress, and the other was to enable the completion of the function of the administration of the drug, which effectively would be a form, if not indeed the very deed, of euthanasia. Now, I'd be very happy to give way to Liam MacArthur, because I think members, I certainly would welcome some expansion on what he meant when he said make them comfortable, because it is a crucial issue. And I'm grateful that he accepted my amendment 220. I am, but I think that the question I asked him during his contribution remains unanswered, and therefore I am willing to give way if he would please enlighten the Chamber, myself especially, about what the words "make them comfortable" meant in that situation. Will he accept my invitation and make an intervention?
Liam MacArthur.
I did give him a response to the question he asked. There is standard procedures for medics to use their training and experience in the circumstances they're presented with to make the patient comfortable. That is what would be expected in these circumstances. If there is any further guidance that needs to be adapted as a result of the change in the law, I'm sure that will happen. But to try and put things on the face of the bill in the circumstances he's describing is wholly inappropriate, and I'm sure Stephen Kerr will be the first to be jumping to his feet to claim that with a case. We'll be doing this in any other area of medicine.
Stephen Kerr.
I'm not again, I'm really surprised the way that members react to this very serious matter, and I'm grateful to Liam MacArthur for his intervention. But I'm not entirely clear still what he means by that. I assume he means that they would intervene to revive or resuscitate or help the person survive. I give way to Carol Mochan.
Carol Mochan.
If I could intervene on the member. I worked in the health service for 16 years. I know there's other people in the room who will have done the same or have had a family member. And on many occasions, medics will come and speak to us about keeping somebody comfortable or making somebody comfortable. And I think that we have to rely, in this instance, on the experience of the doctors that we'll have, and that kind of information doesn't need to be in the bill, but that we trust these medics so often in incredibly complicated situations.
Stephen Kerr.
I'm not trying to introduce anything into the bill. I'm seeking to understand. I'm simply asking a question that creates a quite severe form of moral dilemma in terms of what those words mean. And even after the intervention from Carol Mochan, which I'm grateful for, I'm still really none the wiser. I think this is another area in the bill where there is some dubiety about what the application of the law would mean in any given situation. But again, I express my gratitude to Liam MacArthur for him accepting my Amendment 220. And I now turn to Amendment 222, which addresses a different but equally important issue, and that is the issue of democratic oversight. Because under the bill as drafted, the substances used for assisted dying could be approved through ministerial regulation, with the Secretary of State ultimately holding a veto through a Section 30 order. And I'm grateful to Neil Gray for the way in which he's expanded on exactly what this would mean in practice and the role that would be played by Scottish ministers. But my amendment would require that any approved substance receive explicit approval from this Parliament. The substance used is not a minor technical detail. It goes to the very heart of how this law would operate in practice. It determines the method by which death occurs and the safeguards surrounding that process. If Parliament is being asked to legislate for assisted dying, it should not delegate the most consequential practical decision to secondary legislation of any type. Members themselves should have the opportunity to examine, debate and approve the substance that would be used. Members across the Chamber will approach this legislation from different convictions, and I certainly respect that. But whatever view we take on the wider principle, these amendments address the practical consequences of the bill as it stands. They ensure continuous supervision at the most critical moment, and they ensure that the decisions of such gravity remain under the authority and responsibility of this Parliament. When legislation deals with life and death, those safeguards are not excessive. They are the very least that this Parliament should require.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. I now call Stewart McMillan to speak to Amendment 12 and other amendments of the group. Mr McMillan. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. First of all, Amendments 12, 13, 14, 15 and 16 in my name have been submitted following discussion with Liam MacArthur after Stage 2, where I proposed amendments on behalf of the Salvation Army. I do want to thank Mr MacArthur for his engagement and working to deliver these amendments. Amendments 12, 13, 14, 15 and 16 provide technical improvements to the drafting and the tied-up aspects of Section 15. And I do appreciate that Sue Webber has Amendment 100, removing both subsections 7A and 7B, but I ask colleagues to reject that amendment, as my amendments enhance subsection 7A, whilst deleting subsection 7B, which obviously Sue Webber wants to see happen. I also briefly want to touch upon Amendments 43, 98, 101 and 104 in the name of Liam MacArthur. Now, I'm not going to open up what we've been hearing and listening to for the last hour and 20 minutes. But fundamentally, as a process, the Section 104 order is a legitimate process. And it has been utilised in Parliament before, as I touched upon yesterday, with regards to the Delegated Powers and Law Reform Committee, the Movable Transactions Bill and also the Trusts and Succession Bill. Now, there were amendments at Stage 2 and also Stage 3 in those bills.
And what we've heard over the last hour and 20 minutes, those concerns were not raised during those particular parts of parliamentary process. And also, the Delegated Powers and Law Reform Committee had unanimous positions on those bills across the chamber. I am saddened by what we have heard over the last hour and 20 minutes, irrespective as to what people are going to do when it comes to the final vote on next Tuesday. But fundamentally, Section 30 orders, Section 104 orders are legitimate parliamentary processes. And I'll leave it there, Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Macmillan. I now call Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 223 and other amendments of the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I note that Amendment 103 preempts Amendments 104, 105 and my own 223. And Amendment 223 I've lodged on behalf of the RCN, who are neutral on the issue of assisted dying. I note that Amendment 103 would preempt my amendment. However, it is RCN Scotland's position that Amendment 103 is not necessary because Section 15(8) relates to training requirement for devolved health service, not regulation of professionals. The role for registered nurses as authorised health professionals means that if a bill passes, nursing leadership will be vital for ensuring that appropriate protections and training are put in place. An Amendment 223 in my name would require ministers, therefore, to consult with the Chief Nursing Officer, the Chief Medical Officer and others they consider appropriate before laying regulations specifically around training, qualifications and experience that a registered nurse or registered medical practitioner should have to take on the role of authorised health professional. As has just been mentioned, yes. Happy to.
Jimmy Hepburn.
In some ways, I should probably apologise to Miles Briggs because I'm making this intervention with him as the proxy for the Cabinet Secretary, because it only occurred to me in reading the issue again. I'm a little confused in terms of the government's note here, because I've been looking at issues in Section 30 and Section 104 separately, because I think the Section 30 process has reassured me, whereas Section 104 hasn't. I just noticed in the government note here, it says that these matters should be dealt with or can be dealt with as a consequence of the Section 30 order. But the matters that you're touching on sound to me as though they would have otherwise been dealt with through the Section 104 process, because they do relate to training and so on and so forth. So you may not have a perspective on it. I suppose it's really just as much raising the issue as anything else, but if you have a perspective...
Always through the Chair, Miles Briggs.
Thank the member for that, and I suppose this is where the Cabinet Secretary will probably say what he's been saying and note that the Scottish Government is of a view that this amendment and so many other amendments may give rise to issues of legislative competence. However, the Amendment 102, in the name of Neil Gray, in fact, would remove reference in 15(8) to approved substances. And so my amendment, I think this is a point the member is trying to make, would therefore only require consultation on regulations in relation to training and around authorised health professionals, an issue which ministers should know is fully devolved to this Parliament. So I don't see why this would be outside of the competency of our Parliament. The Delegated Powers and Law Reform Committee has also recommended that a statutory requirement to consult with the Chief Medical Officer should be added to this bill, which is why I brought forward this amendment. And this does precisely what is needed by requiring consultation with the Chief Medical Officer as well. So I move the Amendment 223 in my name.
Thank you, Mr Briggs. I now call Bob Doris to speak to Amendment 44 and other amendments in the group. Mr Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As we all know, occasionally people do not die as expected from taking a lethal substance. I won't have the debate about how often that happens. I'm sure it's very rare, but it does happen. Ingestion of medication is not a reliable route for some people, especially if they're already ill. People may vomit the medication or fail to absorb a lethal or rapidly lethal amount. The person may then not die, or the process of dying may be more protracted and distressing than expected. Amendment 144 would require the Scottish Government to produce regulations on how such situations should be managed. I'll come to the Government's concerns once I put this on the record. Whilst uncommon, this is a scenario of major concern to healthcare professionals, but we cannot wish away they have these currently. The role of any clinical professional requires to intervene in such circumstances where complications arise needs to be made clear. This might be a coordinated registered medical practitioner. It might also include staff at the location of an assisted dying when it takes place, or the Scottish Ambulance Service have called to the scene, for example. So it goes beyond the registered medical practitioner. The duties of all such staff in such circumstances needs to be clearer. There must be clear regulations, as far as possible anyway, on what that must or must not happen in such circumstances. I think Mr Kerr was trying to get to that point partially as well during his commentary. Such regulations are important so that the public and families are clear about what a healthcare professional must do or can or cannot do in such circumstances. Yes.
Amy Green.
Yeah, many thanks to the member for taking my intervention, and it's following on the previous discussion and other amendments about these hypothetical scenarios. I don't actually have a problem with the quite difficult conversations that we do have to have about the substance, about the method, about what happens in the ifs and whens when something goes wrong. I think the question, though, that perhaps some people are battling with is how much of this needs to be on the face of legislation. You cannot in any way, shape or form account for every medical scenario on the face of primary legislation. However, I hope we do all agree that this should feature in guidance and regulations and in normal medical practice. But I feel like if the conversation is dragged solely to we must account for all and every scenario on the face of the bill before we pass it, I don't think that's either appropriate or practical.
Bob Doris.
I associate myself with the comments of Jamie Green. I absolutely do agree with that. What I would note is that this Amendment 44 does not put details on the face of the bill. It's a regulation making power. But Amendment 70, constitutional amendment, would ensure regulation made under affirmative procedure. Just for clarity in some of the Scottish Government's concerns, they asked about what would mean by the management in such circumstances. Would it be clinical care? Would it be other forms of care, well-being? It would be much wider, in my view. What it wouldn't be an administrative process that the Government suggested it could be. There's amendments elsewhere in this legislation where the recording of such incidents provisions are made for. So I've not defined management, but it would be management for the well-being of the individual. The reason I've not defined management is exactly the concern the Scottish Government's got in relation to the competency, because of concerns about legislative competence. So therefore, I don't think this will raise issues of legislative competence so far as it may relate to regulation of healthcare professionals, because that's not my intention in this amendment. And I would expect the Scottish Government and consulting on and developing these regulations of greater certainty, not to bring forward regulations that also regulates healthcare professionals. So if I'm clear we can't regulate healthcare professionals and the Government's clear we can't regulate healthcare professionals, let's pass this amendment and bring forward regulations that are competent.
Thank you, Mr Doris. I call Audrey Nicholl to speak to Amendment 224 and other amendments in the group. Ms Nicholl.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. So my Amendment 224 is a straightforward amendment that seeks to ensure that after a patient dies from the lethal drugs injected, that the doctor's final statement contains sufficient information on these drugs for insurance claims, regulatory review and investigations. Now, this will improve transparency, traceability and accountability. From evidence provided at committee stage on assisted dying abroad, we know that unfortunately there are cases of malpractice, and in these situations it is important for police forces and others to have this basic information available. Dr Ramona Coelho serves on the Medical Assistance in Dying Death Review Committee, which works with the Province of Ontario's Office of the Chief Coroner to identify and address public safety concerns. She was asked to give evidence to the Scottish Parliament reflecting on her experience of reviewing the practice of MAID. She advised MSPs that in Ontario alone, over 400 violations of MAID have been identified since 2018, and that doctors with many complaints to their names have been allowed to continue in their practice. No matter what members' individual position is on the workability of this bill, members will be keen to use all means at our disposal to make it harder for the same issues to be replicated here in Scotland. The recording of information will also be relevant for identifying trends and complications experienced by a patient during the process of dying from lethal drugs. And whilst, unfortunately, there are no studies into the physical experience of patients as they go through assisted dying, we know that there can be a crossover with drugs used on death row, which has undergone research. Due to the combination of drugs used and their side effects, It is suggested that the prisoners are conscious and possibly aware of pain but unable to communicate. Palliative care experts warn that questions remain unanswered as to whether patients dying with the same or similar combinations of drugs under assisted dying would in fact feel any painful sensations. And I'll take the intervention.
Ruth Maguire.
Nickel giving way, and further to what she's saying there about the information that is held on the use of death row drugs, would she share my concern that, according to the Government of Oregon's most recent data, one person took over 137 hours to die, that's 5.5 days, and over half of deaths in Oregon in 2023 took between 53 minutes and 137 hours. Would she agree with me that these facts, probably particularly in light of the uncertainties around what pain is experienced by patients as a result of the drugs or as of vomiting whilst trying to get the drugs down, give a really strong challenge to the notion that all assisted suicides are quick, they're guaranteed to be quick and painless? That's just not a guarantee that we can give to citizens, is it?
Audrey Nicholl.
I thank Ruth Maguire for her intervention, and in answer to her first point, yes, I do share her concerns, and I do think perhaps there is something around public awareness for one thing, but also in terms of the lack of research that has been undertaken into the reliability of drugs used in assisted dying. So, for example, recently in the Journal of Law and Biomedical Sciences, there was an article that just set this out very clearly, so I share the members' concerns. So to conclude, Presiding Officer, whilst Amendment 224 will not address all issues relating to complications, it would make the identification of trends and complications more possible. The recording of basic information on what drugs are used is a necessary step in firming up accountability and prioritising patient safety. And I urge members, therefore, to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Nicholl. I would say to members that as we are nearing the agreed time limit under Rule 9.8.4a, small brackets C, close brackets, I consider it necessary to allow the debate on this group to continue beyond the limit in order to avoid the debate being unreasonably curtailed. And I call Ross Crew.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I wasn't planning on speaking in this group, so I do promise to be brief. I just want to address the debate on competency that's arisen from the approved substance issue in this group. And I say this as someone who is still undecided on this bill. I'm not trying to swing the debate one way or another. And I am deeply frustrated that we've got to this point and these issues of competence are still so deeply contested. I would love to know how we got to that point, but right now, I frankly don't really care where fault lies. What's in front of us is a bill and amendments to it. Those should be our only concern. And I do want to emphasise that through the combination of the Section 30 order, Amendments 110, 111, 133 and 133A, we could have a bill in front of us on Tuesday which is competent and which has safeguards on drugs and poisons, on employment protections, conscientious objection, on minimum training and qualification requirements for the professionals involved. At that point, it will be up to members to decide whether or not we believe that would result in a system which is sufficiently safe and operable. But the combination of amendments in front of us, and I'll say it again, 110, 111, 133 and 133A, would resolve the issues of legislative competence and would result in a bill which is safeguarded on drugs and poisons, on employment protections, conscientious objection and minimum training and qualification requirements. I wouldn't want the level of confusion in this debate to result in members coming to the debate on Tuesday doubting whether or not we can have a competent bill. If we vote for these amendments, we can have a competent bill and then we can make a final decision on the core ethical question in front of us.
Thank you, Ms Gray. I call Keith Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It hadn't been my intention to speak at this point, and I haven't spoken yet in this debate, which after 15 hours was a bit of a record for me, I would say. But I did want to say a couple of words before we decide on the amendments which we're just about to decide on. I have genuine concerns about this bill, and I voted against it at stage one. I recognise, of course, it's a very complex bill, and it's perhaps the most complex set of votes that we've had, in my experience, in 19 years in this place. For my part, I was very keen to listen to others with perhaps more expertise and with different points of view from my own. And in doing so, I also tried to take account of what I believe to be the motivation and judgment of those that are making proposals for amendments. For example, if people have objections on religious or moral grounds, I don't have religious or moral objections to this bill, but I would like to know the motivations behind it. Similarly, if I see unjustified attacks on the government or on the Parliament, that can only, in my view, undermine the judgment and motivation which I form as a view on those making those amendments. In my view, the government has acted with integrity at all stages, and they should not be attacked for doing that. And it's very unfortunate it's happened, because it will leave people like me in the position I'm in, trying to find my way through these amendments with less to rely on as we consider these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Brown. And I call Sue Webber to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 90. Ms Webber.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This Group 8 has brought into sharp focus, and I'll not dwell too long about some of the serious competence issues that remain within this bill. Ross Greer has given a very succinct outline of what could be done to resolve that in just a moment ago. But quite frankly, it has been unsatisfactory for this Parliament to find itself here at stage 3 when we're still debating and removing provisions that should have been properly addressed and scrutinised much earlier in the process. And using stage 3 to strip out elements of the bill that should have been addressed earlier is not how careful legislation should be made, particularly on a matter as grave and consequential as this, because I can think of no issue this Parliament session has debated that carries greater moral weight or demands greater certainty than this. Yet today, well, on Tuesday rather, MSPs are going to be asked to improve. Yes, I will, Mr Gray. Cabinet Secretary.
I'll make the same point to Sue Webber as I made to Mr Balfour, that the amendments that, in my name that we're debating here could only have been brought forward at stage 3 because of the agreement that was required to be arrived at with the UK Government only recently concluding. Indeed, the Privy Council process only concluded yesterday.
Sue Webber.
The amendments deadline was quite some time before that statement. But what I'm just saying, Mr Gray, is just outlining how complex this legislation is and the ramifications that this legislation has. And I'm not doubting what you've been doing, or indeed what other members have said. I'm here to sum up, and I'm just trying my best to surmise what the debate has been for the last 2 or 3 hours on this group alone. And I don't think it's good enough that we were asked to perhaps approve legislation that will hope everything will just fall into place. That's not the best law, is it? And it's not good enough. And I personally think that's wholly unacceptable. And as I said at stage 1, and I make no apology for repeating it, one mistake in legislation is one mistake too many. Yes, Mr Cole-Hamilton.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
I'm grateful for the member giving way. Would you recognise that with a few honourable exceptions in this Parliament, very few of us are clinicians, and it would be, as other members have said, wholly inappropriate for us to hypothecate all of those circumstances in the delivery of the administration of the preparation required to end one's life and ascertain a route or legislate for a route in those cases?
Sue Webber.
I'm quite glad we're not all clinicians, because I'd be upset if all of us were not out here actually seeing patients, maybe in a GP surgery or an outpatient clinic, because it would be much, perhaps, might make more of an impact on waiting lists there. And I know that's perhaps a slight on your remarks, Mr Cole-Hamilton, but we aren't all clinicians.
Always through the chair, please.
Apologies, Presiding Officer. And, you know, it's our responsibility in this chamber to legislate for the most vulnerable. Those that are not empowered cannot seek out their own information on substances or indeed what steps may be best for them in their dire state of health. And that is why we're here to make responsible law for once. And as I said at stage 1, I make no apology for repeating it. One mistake in legislation like this is one mistake too many. And I also want to talk about something else that's been highlighted, is the stark reality of the process of dying itself. Colleagues across the chamber have spoken candidly about the difference between the rhetoric of a so-called dignified death and the complex, often unpredictable reality of administering life-ending drugs. I mean, Ruth Maguire and Audrey Nicholl have presented some quite horrific and harrowing examples there. And the evidence from other jurisdictions shows that these deaths are not immediate, they're not straightforward, and they are not without complication. And what we've not heard, and I've not been satisfied, I've not heard with. So what does that health professional do? What do they do when they are in someone's home and something goes wrong? Do they revive that individual, or do they euthanise that individual? We have not been given satisfactory answers to that today. And we have to ask those serious questions, and also about the role of that assisting physician. So what happens if things don't go as expected? What happens if the process fails? And what are doctors permitted or required to do if something goes wrong? Yes, Ruth Maguire.
Ruth Maguire.
I thank Sue Webber for giving way, and I take Alec Cole-Hamilton's point that we're not clinicians and we won't spell out clinical practice on the face of a bill. But I just wanted to share an example that will maybe speak to the complexity and why we have to talk through all these things. In a case in Oregon, a drug failed to kill the patient. That patient never repeated the attempt. Now, that might suggest that if the procedure fails, the doctor should try and preserve life. Someone might want to ask a doctor to not intervene. If they were experiencing seizures, if they're vomiting, if their life's in the balance. It's a grey area, and I think that's the point that we're trying to make. I'm not trying to say that the face of a bill will set out the clinical practice, but we have to acknowledge that this is really complicated and complex. It's not just some simple procedure.
Sue Webber. Thank you indeed, Ruth Maguire, because these are not theoretical concerns. We've heard time and time again they're not. They are fundamental questions about responsibility, legality and patient safety. And the fact that there are so many questions remaining unsolved at this late stage should give every single member pause for thought. And I would like to know if Mr MacArthur agrees with the statement in the Medical Advisory Group report that the doctor be present to ensure the patient dies peacefully, because we've heard of some rather unpeaceful deaths this evening. There are still too many what-ifs surrounding this legislation, and if the member believes that raising these concerns amount to hunting for reasons to oppose the bill, he is mistaken. These are legitimate, necessary questions that must be answered when we are dealing with legislation that would fundamentally change the role of the state, the medical profession and our approach to the end of life. For me, these uncertainties remain far too great, the safeguards far too unclear and the consequences too profound. I urge colleagues across the chamber to think carefully as they vote in this group, and I'll be moving my amendments, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Webber. The question is that Amendment 90 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Mary McCallan.
Presiding Officer, I couldn't vote. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms McCallum. Normally speaking, we would expect your camera to be on. Maybe that should be borne in mind. And your vote will be recorded. I call point of order, Graham Day.
Sorry, apologies, Presiding Officer. My app's not working. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Day. Your vote will be recorded. I call point of order from Shona Robertson.
Couldn't connect. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Robertson. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 90 in the name of Sue Webber is yes 53, no 67. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 161 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with amendment 150. I would remind members that if amendment 161 is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 162 by way of preemption. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move? Moved. The question is that amendment 161 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 161 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 49, no 72. There was 1 abstention and the amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 162 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 2. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 162 be agreed. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament has not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 162 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 118, no 3. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 163 in the name of Stephen Kerr, ready to debate with amendment 150. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 163 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 163 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 48, no 74. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 7 in the name of Jackie Bailey, ready to debate with amendment 142. Jackie Bailey's move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 7 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament has not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their vote now. Vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 7 in the name of Jackie Bailey is yes 19, no 100. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 33 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 144. Bob Doris, move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 33 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 33 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 70, no 52. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 164 in the name of Jackie Bailey, already debated with amendment 150. Jackie Bailey to move or not move? Moved. Moved. The question is that amendment 164 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 164 in the name of Jackie Bailey is yes 67, no 53. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 165 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 150. Bob Doris to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 165 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 165 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 102, no 19. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 166 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 150. Bob Doris to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 166 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 166 in the name of Bob Doris is yes, 73, no, 44. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 167 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 150. Bob Doris, move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 167 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast a vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Claire Adamson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It was actually on the previous vote. I'm in the system at the moment, and in the chat it says chat disabled. So I wasn't able to make a point of order in the previous vote. But I wonder if somebody could please explain to me what's happening and how I could do that on the chat next, if it happens again. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Adamson. We will arrange for somebody to contact you to speak to you about that. Obviously, the vote has been recorded, the previous vote, and that will not be changed. I have a point of order from Natalie Don-Innes.
Apologies, Presiding Officer. My app wouldn't connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Don-Innes. Your vote will be recorded. I have a point of order from Edward Mountain.
Presiding Officer, I'd just like to clarify for the record, I unfortunately pushed the wrong button on that vote. I voted no when I would have abstained. I know I can't change it, but I would just like it put on the record, please, Presiding Officer.
That matter is now in the record, but the vote obviously is recorded in the way that the member voted. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 167 in the name of Bob Doris is yes, 75, no, 44. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 168 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 150. Bob Doris, move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 168 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast a vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 168 in the name of Bob Doris is yes, 68, no, 51. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 169 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with amendment 150. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 169 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast the vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 169 in the name of Miles Briggs is yes 85, no 36. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 170 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with amendment 150. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 170 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 170 in the name of Miles Briggs is yes 59, no 65. There was 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 171 in the name of Fulton McGregor, already debated with amendment 150. Fulton McGregor to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
The question is that amendment 171 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 171 in the name of Fulton McGregor is yes 73, no 50. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 172 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with amendment 144. Paul O'Kane to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 172 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 172 in the name of Paul O'Kane is yes 46, no 74. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 173 in the name of Audrey Nicholl, already debated with amendment 150. Audrey Nicholl to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 173 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 173 in the name of Audrey Nicholl is yes 71, no 50. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 8 in the name of Jackie Bailey, already debated with amendment 142. Jackie Bailey to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 8 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. The member should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 8 in the name of Jackie Bailey is yes 17, no 101. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 174 in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with amendment 144. Brian Whittle to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 174 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 174 in the name of Brian Whittle is yes 18, no 102. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 34 in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with amendment 150. Brian Whittle's move or not move?
Moved, please.
Okay, on the basis that that is moved, I now call amendment 34A in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with amendment 150. Brian Whittle to move or not move?
Moved.
Was that moved?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 34A be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I would then ask Brian Whittle to press or withdraw amendment 34 as amended.
Press.
Press, thank you. The question is that amendment 34 as amended be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I now call amendment 175 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with amendment 144. I remind members that if amendment 175 is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 35 by way of preemption. Paul O'Kane to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 175 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 175 in the name of Paul O'Kane is yes 36, no 85. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I now call Amendment 35 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with Amendment 144. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 35 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 35 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 69, no 46. There were 8 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I now call Amendment 176 in the name of Alistair Allen, already debated with Amendment 150. Alistair Allen, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is, that Amendment 176 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Mary McCallan.
Presiding officer, my app froze again. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms McCallan. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 176 in the name of Alistair Allen is yes 81, no 43. There was 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 177 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, already debated with Amendment 144. Jeremy Balfour, to move or not move?
Move.
Move. The question is that Amendment 177 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 177 in the name of Jeremy Balfour is yes 65, no 58. There was 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 178 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with Amendment 144. I remind members that if Amendment 178 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 36 by way of preemption. Paul O'Kane, to move or not move? Move. The question is that Amendment 178 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. This will be a no, I think. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 178 in the name of Paul O'Kane is yes 35, no 88. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 36 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 144. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 36 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 36 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 73, no 43. There were 6 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 179 in the name of Alistair Allen, already debated with amendment 150. Alistair Allen, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 179 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 179 in the name of Alistair Allen is yes 83, no 40. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 180 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, ready to debate with amendment 144. Jeremy Balfour, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that amendment 180 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 180 in the name of Jeremy Balfour is yes 67, no 57. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 181 in the name of Michael Mara, already debated with amendment 144. Michael Mara, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 181 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 181 in the name of Michael Mara is yes 25, no 97. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 182 in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with amendment 144. Brian Whittle's move or not move?
Not move.
Not moved. I call amendment 9. I call amendment 9 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with amendment 150. Daniel Johnson's move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 9 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament has not agreed. There will be a division. The members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 9 in the name of Daniel Johnson is yes 64, no 54. There were 6 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 183 in the name of Daniel Johnson, ready to debate with amendment 150. Daniel Johnson's move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is... No, I'm not doing this properly. I beg your pardon. So I now call amendment 183A in the name of Daniel Johnson, ready to debate with amendment 150. Daniel Johnson's move or not move? Thank you. The question is that amendment 183A be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament has not agreed. There will be a division. The members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 183A in the name of Daniel Johnson is yes 70, no 51. There was 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore agreed. So I call on Daniel Johnson to press and withdraw amendment 183 as amended.
Press.
Press. Thank you. The question is that amendment 183 as amended be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. The members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 183 as amended in the name of Daniel Johnson is yes 72, no 51. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 184 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, ready to debate with amendment 150. Jeremy Balfour to move or not move? Is he there? I'll move on his behalf. Is he right?
Can I?
Yes, thank you, Edward Mountain. The question is that Amendment 184 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 184 in the name of Jeremy Balfour is yes 50, no 72. There were 2 abstentions. Yes 50, no 71. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I now call Amendment 185 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with Amendment 150. Daniel Johnson, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 185 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 185 in the name of Daniel Johnson is yes 75, no 47. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 37 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 150. Bob Doris, move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 37 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed, and therefore amendment 37 is agreed to. I call amendment 186 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with amendment 150. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 186 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division, and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 186 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 50, no 69. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 187 in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with amendment 144. Brian Whittle, to move or not move? Not moved. I call amendment 91 in the name of Sue Webber, already debated with amendment 150. Sue Webber, to move or not move? Moved. Moved. The question is that amendment 91 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 91 in the name of Sue Webber is yes 47, no 75. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 92 in the name of Sue Webber, raised to debate with amendment 150. Sue Webber to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 92 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament has not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 92 in the name of Sue Webber is yes 46, no 76. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 93 in the name of Ruth Maguire, already debated with amendment 144. Ruth Maguire to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 93 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament has not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 93 in the name of Ruth Maguire is yes 74, no 50. There was 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 188 in the name of Alistair Allen, already debated with amendment 150. Alistair Allen to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 188 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. The members should cast their vote now. Vote is now closed. Point of order, Gillian Martin.
My app isn't connecting. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Martin. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 188 in the name of Alistair Allen is yes 84, no 40. There was 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 38 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 150. Bob Doris, move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 38 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament has not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 38 in the name of Bob Doris is yes, 111, no, 9. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I now call amendment 189 in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with amendment 144. Brian Whittle's move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. We'll just have a very brief suspension at this moment.
Thank you, colleagues. I would just advise the Chamber that as there is insufficient time to finish the debate on the next group this evening, and as there are still a number of procedural items that we must conclude today, we will conclude amendment proceedings there for this evening. We will resume them this morning and we will move on to our next item of business. I'll just give members a moment to take their seats. Thank you, colleagues. That next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 21077 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau setting out a business programme, and I call on the Minister to move the motion.
Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call on Jeremy Balfour.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, I rise to challenge this motion and to question whether this is the right way forward for the Parliament to go. I understand where we are, and I understand the issues that we have in regard to the timescale. But as I've said on a previous occasion, if this Parliament genuinely seeks to be a Parliament that wants those who have caring responsibilities or who need carers to be involved, to change the timetable at this time of the week makes it very difficult for some individuals. And I know there are members who will not be able to be here on Friday because they have caring responsibilities or they themselves need carers. And I would ask the Bureau, when they were looking at the timescale for this, why are they factoring in a Friday morning in regard to that? And there are a number of us, in fact I think 9 of us now, who are not part of the Bureau discussions, who have had no input into this decision. So I do question if we are looking to the next Parliament and people are looking at this and saying, if this is going to happen, how am I going to cope with the responsibilities I have? We are given... I'll give way, Mr Mason.
John Mason.
I thank the member for giving way, and I largely agree with what he's saying, but we are where we are. Does he have a suggestion when would be a better time for us to meet?
And I appreciate that we do have to meet. I think the notice is the key factor, so I think if we had moved it to Monday, that would have given people more time to be able to get the appropriate care in place. But to expect people to have carers or to expect people to have those that care for them in that... Can I just finish this one point and then I will... If they expect that, they need the notice, because many people cannot change the arrangements they have at the drop of a hat. And I'm not sure those that don't have those responsibilities fully understand where we are in regard to. I'll give Mr Kerr.
Ross Greer.
To Mr Balfour for giving way, and I have real sympathy with the argument that he's laying out and the fact that, frankly, it was obvious at the start of the week that this was going to happen. A decision should have been made earlier. But if we move this debate to Monday, I do not believe it will give members sufficient time to consider the bill as it stands once amended before we debate on it in its final form on Tuesday. I certainly would like more than just one night to consider the significant changes that are being made to the bill at this stage before we have that final debate.
Jeremy Balfour.
I absolutely agree with the member. And if we were doing a move to the Monday, we have a week after that. So we have a Tuesday where we finish at 5 o'clock at the moment. Decision time for the last Tuesday of the week is down, I think, for 5 p.m. That would give us a whole 7 days to do that, and it would allow those that need the carers or need the care responsibility to have it. Because if we're not saying that, there are going to be people who want to be in the chamber on Friday who are going to be excluded from that. That's not an open Parliament, and I think there's real concerns again about this policy. I will.
Graham Simpson.
Thank Jeremy Balfour for taking the intervention. Would Jeremy Balfour agree with me that attendance is bound to be down on Friday, and that actually makes a mockery of the whole process of what is a very important bill. And I think, and I don't know if Jeremy Balfour would agree, it's a bit of an insult to the member who spent 4.5 years, he was telling us earlier, on this bill.
Jeremy Balfour.
I mean, I can't comment on what the attendance will be or not be. All I know is that there will be people who want to be here that cannot be here, not because they don't want to be, but because they have either a caring responsibility or need a carer to help them, and they are going to be excluded. That doesn't seem to me a democratic, open way to do it. I'll give way to Mr Stewart.
Kevin Stewart.
I do thank Mr Balfour for giving way, and I do understand what he is saying. But the reality, quite simply, is that there is no ideal time for some of us who have to travel further distances. This is difficult as is, and rearranging and then rearranging again is not easy either. I do recognise that this does put Parliament in a dilemma, but we do have a job to do here, and we do have the situation where, whether folk like it or not, there is the ability to attend virtually, which wasn't there before, and there is also the ability, I am sure, in these circumstances where folk can't change their care responsibilities and can't come on virtually, where they could be given proxy votes. I'm quite sure. And I thank Mr Balfour for giving way again, and I recognise the dilemma, but we've got a job to do.
Jeremy Balfour.
I don't want to labour a point at 9:30, but can I just respond to Mr Stewart by saying I think there's a difference from someone having to travel a distance compared to say to somebody physically cannot get here because of their caring responsibility. And I think that is fundamentally a difference to the proceedings. And that is why I appreciate there is no ideal solution to this. But I would gently ask the Bureau, could this not happen on Monday? And could this not allow everyone to take part in the debate that people want to take part in? Yes, we have a job to do, Mr Stewart. The trouble is...
You must wind up, Mr Balfour.
If the decision we make tonight is to move it to Friday, we are stopping people from being able to do their jobs. And that, I think, is a really dangerous position to put us in. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Jackie Bailey.
Officer, these are of course serious and substantial issues that we're being asked to consider, and this in my view is the most consequential Members' Bill of the Parliament, indeed probably since Parliament was established. I acknowledge that timetabling has been difficult. We've consistently underestimated the amount of time that's been taken and has been required. I appreciate all of that, but this process feels slightly chaotic and I don't think shows the Parliament in a terribly good light. Now, I know the Government's legislative programme has been full. It feels as if it's been rushed through and squeezed into the final few weeks of Parliament, and I don't think that's a sensible way for us to legislate. I appreciate people have caring responsibilities. I appreciate that many of us, particularly as constituency but also list MSPs, consider Fridays to be protected days for constituency work. Members already have plans, have surgeries, have meetings with constituents and external organisations, and cancelling at short notice does make that difficult. But I'm also told that there is a strong possibility that next Friday may well be necessary for other legislation. And I am worried that in our dash to get to the end of this legislative programme in this parliamentary session, we're going to squeeze everything in and not consider it properly. Now, I do accept the need to get through this. I absolutely do. But I would ask that the Bureau would maybe consider this again. I'm conscious that some committees have concluded their business, are no longer meeting, so it may be that some mornings might be available when members would be on the parliamentary estate anyway. It may be that there are some slots where we could meet in the evening. But I think for all sorts of sensible legislative reasons, never mind being inclusive in the Parliament, I would ask the Bureau to consider withdrawing their motion and looking at it again overnight. And if there is no alternative but Friday, then I think members would more readily accept that. But I'm asking you to be flexible to explore opportunities. I think Edward Mountain wants to intervene.
Edward Mountain.
Presiding Officer, I'd like to thank Jackie Bailey for letting me intervene on this. I think it's a really difficult problem, and it's something the Bureau is going to wrestle with. I'm not going to be clever and trying to suggest all sorts of answers, but one thing that is very clear to me, having been in my short time in the Parliament for 10 years, is when we sit late towards midnight, we tend not to give legislation the due care and attention that we should be doing. And I would just ask if the member would agree with me that whilst Friday might not be the perfect solution, nor is sitting till 12 o'clock at night.
Agree with the member, but I've not suggested that we do that. There are some evenings where we're not sitting to 10 o'clock. That's part of the normal parliamentary timetable. There are mornings where committees aren't meeting, where there is an opportunity to perhaps use those slots. All I'm asking is that the Bureau look at this again and be flexible in the interest not just of members, but actually in the interest of good legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Douglas Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I understand and respect the points made by Jeremy Balfour and others. I just want to make a few points, but on some of the interventions to Mr Balfour, members were saying there is no alternative. There may be no alternative now, but there was a big alternative. Liam MacArthur never hid that he was introducing this bill. We have known about it for years. I do think some reflection will have to be taken at some point by the Government or the Parliament that we have left such an emotive and important bill to our final weeks in this session. I think that is something we cannot get away from. But the reason I requested to speak is because right now, this is what I'm troubled with. We are considering a motion to sit for an additional date when we've not even reached the time limit to when we were supposed to be debating this bill tonight. Group 9 only had 6 amendments in it. So I think we will have to sit for further days than scheduled, but I think we should use the maximum time allocated on the days we are due to speak about this bill. And therefore, I am seriously concerned that if we agree to the business motion today, are we going to have further scenarios where we're going to stop early? Because I don't think that is acceptable. I was more than willing and prepared to debate this bill and amendments to this bill until 10 o'clock and then get into the further procedures we have to do today. And I'm unsure who took the decision and why a decision was taken not to start Group 9, because I believe it could have been finished, and if it couldn't, we could have followed up until the amendments that had been debated, I will give way to Mr Greer, and then restarted it. If we are not even going to be flexible around those issues, then we might not even complete the business on Friday, the additional day. I'll give way to Mr Greer.
Ross Greer.
Mr Ross says that we were due to debate this bill until 10 o'clock this evening. My understanding is that an hour had been allocated for multiple SSIs already. That was always part of the planned business this evening.
Douglas Ross.
My understanding, and I don't have the business bulletin in front of me, that was after we reached a 10 o'clock deadline for decision time, and therefore we should start those SIs at 10 o'clock. Now, we've taken up a large amount of that time discussing this, but we stopped debate on amendments on this bill before 9:30. That was an extra 30 or 40 minutes. I believe we could have got through Group 9. We would certainly have made progress, and I would like that to be perhaps considered. I don't know if the Minister can say anything. And finally, the point that Jackie Bailey has made. I say this as a committee member, not as a committee convener, because I can't speak on behalf of this committee, though I try sometimes. We have scheduled meetings over the next 2 weeks. We have witnesses invited, and witnesses have agreed to come. It would either be no committees at all, or where I know my Education Committee and Edward Mountain's Net Zero Committee have scheduled sessions. I don't think they can be cancelled at this stage, despite the heavy pressure that we have on legislation to get through. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Keith Brown.
Thank you, President Officer. I think rather than talk about the Bureau and the Government, I think every single one of us has to look at ourselves as to what we may have done to help cause the situation in the first place. I think I'd also say that Friday, for the reasons that Jeremy Balfour and others have said, is very difficult. But it's also true that it's a defining aspect of the job that we're elected to do, is to legislate. And if that's the day it has to be that day. If I could just finish the point I want to make just now. Friday is the 30th anniversary of Dunblane in my constituency, and it's odd, of course, that we're having a debate on assisted dying as well at that time. All I would say is, rather than what we've seen tonight, if we can make sure, if we do meet on Friday, that we conduct ourselves in a way that's cognisant of the background to that day 30 years ago. And also, for a shameless plug for me, I have a member's motion on Dunblane's 30th anniversary. So if we want to show respect for the people of Dunblane, we could perhaps sign that motion. I'll give way to Jeremy Balfour.
Jeremy Balfour.
I'm grateful to remember. Again, I am labouring this point, so I don't want to. But can the member see there is a difference for when someone wants to do their job, but they are being excluded from doing their job? So I think there's a difference when you travel, when you have meetings. I appreciate that puts difficulty in diaries. But where we as a Parliament are saying, because somebody has a carer responsibility or needs a carer to be there and they cannot do it, we are actually not being inclusive and we are excluding people from employment. And I think that we must draw a distinction between travelling and meetings and those who cannot get here because they cannot physically get dressed to get here.
Keith Brown.
Yeah, I think I've considered the point already that I recognise the difficulties that Jeremy Balfour and others have pointed out, and it is very unfortunate it will fall unevenly on different members of the Parliament. But the situation we're in requires us to finish this bill, to finish the legislative programme, and I think if it has to be on Friday, then I will certainly be here on Friday, albeit it may be easier for me to get here than it will be for others.
Christine Graham.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm a bit bewildered about the issue of caring responsibilities. I regard Friday as a working day, just as being in here today is a working day and tomorrow. And all I've been required to do, and I've not had the obligations that Keith Brown has, much more important than mine, but I've cancelled my surgeries, I've cancelled the meetings that would follow on it, I've reinstated them, I've cancelled them. I am prepared, because it's a working day, I always have arrangements to be in the constituency and free to be, about as many of us are. So I don't quite understand the distinction between Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday and a Friday, which is just another working day to me. And we do have a responsibility in here. We've had Can I just finish this point, Mr Kane? We've had very lengthy debates on some amendments, some going over and over and over the same subjects, which has made a mockery of what the Bureau had decided would be the timings of amendments, and we all know that. And before I finish, I'll take your intervention.
Paul O'Kane.
I'm very grateful, and I recognise, of course, Friday is a working day, and I think colleagues would all recognise that they work on a Friday. I think the reality, though, is that people were planning to do something different on Friday and had made arrangements for that. So my day involved having to care for my son as part of my day on Friday. I am now not going to be able to do that, so that will preclude me from doing my job here. Now, the arrangements I would have in my region would be different because I'm closer to home. And it's a point that Jeremy Balfour's made and other colleagues have made, that they have made arrangements relative to their caring responsibilities that keep them more local. So coming to Edinburgh is different. So I just would ask that Christine Graham reflects on that.
Christine Graham.
I hear your point. Obviously, I don't know everybody's domestic circumstances, but you may be able to consider whether you can, in fact, work remotely, which was not available in previous sessions of the Parliament. And the final... yes.
Emma Roddick.
I'll just point out to the member, I appreciate it might be easy to misunderstand if you're able to get home tonight or you're able to get home after business finishes tomorrow, but that is not the case for everyone. So in order to vote remotely and take part in business remotely, you would have to travel home, which is not going to be possible for all members between 10 o'clock one night and 9 o'clock the next morning.
Christine
As
Kerr.
I said, I can't respond to every individual case in this Parliament. My broad understanding is Friday. I go back to my point. Friday is a working day. We have to tweak it. I've been inconvenienced over and over the past few days. I accept that.
Let's hear one another.
I've had to cancel meetings. I've had to cancel my final surgery in Peebles, which meant a lot to me after 27 years. But that's nothing. But the other issue I want to raise is we cannot take this so that we're reprinting the bill as amended a few days or even a day before we debate it. There has to be a sufficient time for members to consider the bill as amended, because there's lots of amendments come from different places. I don't know what the bill is going to look like at the final stage. I'd certainly like to have time to reflect on it, consider it before I'm involved in voting on the bill as amended.
Nicola Sturgeon.
Presiding Officer, firstly, can I share the frustration that has already been expressed that while we are debating this, we could right now be making more progress with the assisted dying legislation. The point I want to make is this, though. I have great sympathy with the points that have been made by Jeremy Balfour and others about Friday, although I accept that there is probably no alternative to sitting on Friday. But the plea I want to make to the Bureau is that it takes the time overnight or tomorrow morning to take an overview of the remainder of this session and the business that has to be got through. Because a week today, there is a substantial stage 3 with over 200 amendments. I really fear that a week tonight we will be in exactly the same position, having exactly the same debate. So can the Bureau... yes.
Ms Maguire.
I thank Nicola Sturgeon for giving way, and I'm going to be really brief here. Jeremy Balfour has, in a very dignified and eloquent manner, tried to explain to Chamber the difficulties that a number of our colleagues face who require carers to help them get to work. I think it's very easy to talk about being an inclusive Parliament, but if we don't listen to our colleagues, then the stuff we have written on paper is worth nothing.
Nicola Sturgeon.
I think Ruth Maguire makes a very fair point. I am accepting, although I accept that others disagree, that Friday may be unavoidable. But to go back to the plea I'm making is that the Bureau takes an overview of the remaining business in the remainder of this session and comes back with a revised plan that utilises all available time. There is Monday, as Jackie Bailey said, there may be some mornings. The final point I would make is this. For reasons that I don't understand, so apologies if there are good reasons, a decision has been taken to end business in the final week on Wednesday and not utilise the Thursday of that week. So there's a day that could be utilised. But I do think a revised plan taking an overview is badly needed, and that would be the plea I make.
Pauline McNeill.
I just want to come in support of what Jackie Bailey said earlier and what Nicola Sturgeon has just said. I think it would seem sensible to have a look at this. What I would make a plea for, and Ruth Maguire is right to do the same, is that we were almost going to get into a bidding war there about who could and couldn't for what reasons. We're all dedicated, all of us, no matter what party we're from, no matter what reason we came here, we're all dedicated. As Kevin Stewart says, we all travel from different parts of the country, we've all got personal circumstances and we've all got constituents to look after. So I think in resolving this, let's not ever get into this again, and let's put on the record that in a future Parliament that these matters do need to be resolved when there isn't enough time for all the legislation that we want to pass. We didn't think we would be here, and let's be honest, it is unprecedented. I've served in 5 parliaments. I know people have served, I know Jackie served in more, and Nicola served in the same number. We haven't faced the situation again, so let's try and do it sensibly. Let's try and keep as many people on board as we can. We do have options, but my final plea, Presiding Officer, is let's stop the bidding war about why it is that people have got problems. We're all dedicated to whatever position you want to take on this bill. We all need to make sure we do our best to make sure that we reach the end of it and people are satisfied that they can make a decision they're comfortable with.
Thank you. And I call on the Minister to respond on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau.
Presiding Officer, it's late at night and I hope I can respond to all the points that have been made. Nicola Sturgeon talked about the Bureau needing to take an overview of the business that's remaining, and that is precisely what the business managers have been attempting to do. There was a comment made by a colleague, and I forget who it was earlier on, about there was ample opportunity in the remaining weeks because of early finishes that we could do things differently. Let me outline to colleagues that next week, as matters currently stand, we are looking at finishes of circa 10 p.m, 10 p.m. and 9 p.m. on the 3 days that we are planned to be sitting. Business managers have also been discussing a reordering, if I put it that way, of the Tuesday of the week after that, in order to facilitate a separation. One of the things we've explored is the amending stage of stage 3s to be taken next week, and the debates to be held the following week. Because we're conscious, amongst many other things, that stakeholders who have an interest in some of these stage 3s would be deeply concerned if we were to push stage 3s in their entirety back to that last week. There would be a fear that these would fall. So the business managers have to take a lot of things into account. And if I share with colleagues, a few weeks ago, can I make some progress, please, Mr Balfour, and I'll come back to you. A few weeks ago, the Bureau was approached by a colleague asking that we reorder business to accommodate a childcare issue. We took that on board. And an hour later, we were criticised by another colleague for making that change because it had impacted their childcare. And I just relate that story to try not to give a woe or we on the Bureau type message, but that is the kind of thing that we're trying to balance. Now, to broader issues that were raised. Of course, Mr Balfour has made valid points about his own situation. Some colleagues would prefer that we sat on Monday, not on Friday. I absolutely get that. But sitting on Monday would be a problem for other colleagues. And this point that Ross Greer raised, first of all, and Christine Graham echoed, was that the Parliament, the Bureau, took a view that because of the importance of this legislation, we would go through the amending stage and then we would take a pause so that the Parliament could bring together a critique of the bill, where it was at, and give members time to consider that so they could make a considered decision. That's why it has been separated out in this way. Now, already, if we sit on Friday, there will be challenges for the gathering together of that critique, the creation of that critique, to give members time to consider it in time for next week. Douglas Ross made the point about we've known for a long time that this bill was coming and it would be a great deal of interest in it, and I accept that point. But until the Bureau, until the Parliament has decided on the number of amendments, it is difficult to determine the exact nature of the time that will be required. And that brings me to the point, about... I'll give way to Jeremy Balfour just now.
Jeremy Balfour.
I'm grateful. I have two questions, if the Minister could maybe pick up. The first was following on from Nicola Sturgeon's remark about the Thursday of the final week. It's still available for us. And the second is, and I can say this with respect to all members of the Bureau, because I understand you have a difficult job, but there was no consultation with those who might be affected by this. It was done by 4 or 5 individuals with no consultation. Now, can I say, Presiding Officer, I will be here on Friday 9 o'clock. I am not actually speaking on my behalf. I'm speaking on behalf of others who have these issues. But I would gently say to the Minister, there was no consultation with those who might face this issue the most. And if we again, as Ruth Maguire says, have on paper that we're an inclusive Parliament, we had every seat filled 3 Saturdays ago with disabled people, and the message this Parliament gave from the Presiding Officer to the Minister to all that this Parliament is open to you all. And now we're saying, well, actually, it's not open to you all, and we're not even going to consult with you. I think there's a problem there, Minister.
Minister.
Presiding Officer, and to that point, who do we consult with? Jeremy Balfour says that we should consult with the people who are affected. There will be people affected by any decision that is taken in this space. Now, I do gently point out as well that last night, at the conclusion, I think, of business, the Presiding Officer pointed out that we were way behind where we needed to be at that stage, and I think she indicated that the Bureau would have to consider how that was addressed. The Bureau has been anxious to make members aware of the challenge that we faced and the solution that would be required to that. I want to pick up on how we got here, if I may, because I don't want this very briefly.
Miles Briggs.
The former First Minister made a really important point, because we've got 3 weeks to do this. There are 3 smaller bills to come before Parliament. The Government have a debate time space the last Tuesday, which they could sacrifice for those 3 bills to be put into there. And I think that would create that opportunity for these 2 significant bills to then be actually properly debated in the time which is over the next 2 weeks.
For Mr Briggs, the Government has sacrificed that time for that very purpose. That is the kind of challenges we are facing here. The proposal that we are currently looking at, to be confirmed by the Bureau and brought back to Parliament, would be to sacrifice that debating time and use it for the final debates on 3 bills. That is, and I think, hope for colleagues, that illustrates the pressure that the Parliament is under. And we have some very important legislation next week. I think it was Douglas Ross made the point about we don't want to be in this situation again next week. That is what the Bureau has been trying to avoid. Now, we've scheduled a lot of time for this particular piece of legislation this week, and extensive work was done by the Parliament staff and business managers to arrive at the original scheduling for Stage 3 of the Assisted Dying Bill. But that was entirely predicated on progress being made in line with what might be reasonably predicted. Disposal of the amendments has not proceeded at the anticipated pace. To give members a flavour of that, we had predicted it would take around 21 hours and 40 minutes to get through the amendments. We are now looking, at this stage, at 26 hours. I may be out by a few minutes, but I hope that gives colleagues a thing. As a result of that, we require to find additional and exceptional time in order to complete the process. And that's why the business has been scheduled for Friday from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Now, how much time will actually be needed on Friday, self-evidently, is going to be determined by the pace of progress from here on in. And I apologise to colleagues if I have not covered some of the points that they've been made. But I go back to my central point, that whatever the Bureau did, members would be inconvenienced. I absolutely accept that. But I would also ask members to proceed on the basis and support the motion, because if we can conclude this on Friday, it alleviates some pressure pushed down the line. Now, there was a point made about, I think it was Nicola Sturgeon made about, well, why don't we sit on the additional Thursday? Well, we could do that. We could move a change to business. But this approach that pushes everything back, to be frank, is one of the reasons why we've got here. We have to tackle the problems as they arise, deal with business as it arises, and frankly crack on with this. So I would ask Parliament, recognising all that I've heard, to support the business motion. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And the question is that motion 21077 be agreed. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. Therefore, we'll move to a vote, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Claire Adamson for a point of order.
Thank you. Thank you, Presiding Officer. Voted yes.
Thank you. Ms Adamson, can I just ask you to repeat that, please?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I would have voted yes.
Thank you. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on motion 21077 in the name of Graham Day is yes 101, no 19. There were 3 abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of the business, is consideration of business motion 21035 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau setting out a business programme, and I call on the Minister to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call on Alexander Burnett to speak to and move amendment 21035.1.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and my apologies to colleagues for the additional time at this late hour, and I hope for some understanding when we hear the seriousness of what I have of my amendment, and I move the amendment in my name. Now, the amendment adds a statement on the urgent situation regarding the Baird Family Hospital and Anchor Centre, and I'd hope there's cross-party support for this. I've put my request through the proper channels at Bureau, and that has been denied. And whilst I welcome the offer to meet Neil Gray, I'm afraid the end of this Parliament, the seriousness of this issue, and the possible opening of the Anchor Centre in July requires greater scrutiny. Because what is at stake here is a repeat of the tragedy that occurred in the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital. For context, the Baird and Anchor are now 6 years behind schedule and over £330 million over budget. Some of these costs are inflationary, but some are due to contractors ripping out works newly installed because designs were not approved, materials were not protected, and clinical sign-off was not obtained. The financial waste itself would normally necessitate a ministerial statement, the overrun being 5 times NHS Grampion's deficit, and the board itself being in special measures due to serious financial issues. However, more worrying than financial incompetence is the serious health and safety concerns that are not being shared with the public, which has come to light in this whistleblower's report, of which I have a shortened version. Now, this report on NHS Grampian, commissioned by NHS Highland, reveals a host of failures in the design and construction of these sites in Aberdeen. Expert eyewitnesses' concerns about a catalogue of mistakes around ventilation, mould and flood risk at facilities where children and cancer patients will soon go to get better. This report upheld complaints relating to ventilation and water cleanliness during critical parts of the Baird and Anchor design and construction phases. It includes that HIA scribe guidance was not followed, that the infection prevention control team were not listened to, that public money has been wasted due to HI scribe guidance and internal IPC warnings not being followed, and that patient safety and staff well-being have been negatively impacted. However, this report was denied to me by the Chief Executive of NHS Grampian. They said that sharing the report with me would compromise the whistleblower, despite me submitting a consent form from the whistleblower themselves. Now, the independent national whistleblowing officer has now taken the step of having to extract the full report from NHS Grampian, which won't even release the details to the person who made the complaints and compiled all the evidence. They were told during the process that information contained within could never leave the top tiers of NHS Grampian, the insinuation being that this would create some kind of tidal wave of job losses. Now, the whistleblowing officer, in a departure from their usual process, has contacted NHS Grampian with urgent questions to be answered by this Friday. Now, this departure from normal procedure follows a meeting to discuss the high risks. It considers the imminent opening of the buildings, ongoing failure to address IPC risks in the Anchor and Baird, and the ongoing water safety concerns. The whistleblowing officer has also been in contact with Healthcare Improvement Scotland and NHS Assure about the concerns. Since then, the whistleblower met with the Chief Executive and Director of Improvement at NHS Grampian last week, who apologised for what has happened and acknowledged that concerns were not listened to. They assured the whistleblower that they plan to change the culture and improve governance. Now, the powers that be have apologised to the whistleblower, themselves a respected practitioner in the NHS for many years, because they could see NHS ashore making exactly the same mistakes it was set up to avoid. The mistakes that made children ill in 2017 and resulted in the death of children and adults with repercussions which are still being felt years later. So if NHS Grampian can see changes needed, and if the independent national whistleblowing officer is concerned enough to depart from normal processes, should the Health Secretary not explain to the Parliament his knowledge of the issue, whether he can provide a cast-iron guarantee that all infection control measures have been resolved, and whether Lord Brodie's recommendations will be 100% acted upon. We need to know that the mistakes of this government have been learned from, and this is going to be the very best hospital it can be for decades to come, and it will save thousands of lives without harming a single one. So I ask the Chamber to back my amendment and ensure that the tragedy of the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital will not be repeated. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on the Minister to respond on behalf of the Parliamentary.
Presiding Officer, members will be aware that the position regarding the Baird Family Hospital and Anchor Centre continues to evolve. Commercial discussions between NHS Grampian and the contractor are still active, and those negotiations require space to conclude before any further government update can appropriately be given. Now, as we've heard, NHS Grampian has very recently provided a detailed public update, including revised target dates for the project's delivery, and that statement reflects the current factual position and remains the most accurate information available at this time. Now, the Government continues to... briefly, I will.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for taking an intervention, and certainly as has been articulated in the earlier submission about the state of affairs, seems far more serious than perhaps people were aware of when the initial request was made. And I understand that there is information that is hopefully going to be provided on Friday. If that is not provided, would not the situation alter to the point of view of whether or not a statement should be given on the basis of what we've heard in the Chamber this evening?
Minister.
To pick up on Martin Whitfield's point, of course that is something the Government can reflect upon. There was an offer made at the Bureau and let's remember that a few moments ago we had discussed in great detail the pressures on the parliamentary business, and I know there's a number of members across this chamber who would ideally be wanting to ask for ministerial statements in the closing 14 days or so of the Parliament, but they recognise that their aspirations cannot reasonably be met. And I don't in any way downplay the points that Alexander Burnett has made. So as I say, the position that we articulated was that Neil Gray, the Health Secretary, would be more than willing to meet any members with an interest in this issue, and that offer still stands. But of course, we will reflect further on the timetable that Martin Whitfield has identified. In the meantime, I would ask Parliament to approve this business motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The first question is that Amendment 21035.1 in the name of Alexander Burnett, which seeks to amend Motion 21035 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a business programme, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 21035.1 in the name of Alexander Burnett is yes 31, no 89. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is that motion 21035 in the name of Graham Day, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau setting out a business programme, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau Motion 21036 on approval of an SSI, and I ask the Minister on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, and I call on Liam Kerr.
Yes, thank you, Presiding Officer. I rise to support this SSI, which adds the characteristics of sex as a protected characteristic to the Hate Crime Act, because, of course, women and girls deserve protection in law, and we must seek to address prejudice based on sex, exactly as I, Adam Tompkins, Joanne Lamont, Jenny Mara, Pauline McNeill and so many others argued in this chamber when the Hate Crime Bill was going through this Parliament. Then the government rejected our arguments and whipped its MSPs on the promise of a standalone, dedicated misogyny law, specifically designed to address the misogynistic abuse, harassment and hostility that women and girls experience daily. Now, I recall my and many colleagues' doubts that that law would be delivered, and sure enough, last summer, the government abandoned its promise of a misogyny law. Now it offers these regulations, which insert sex into the existing hate crime framework. Now, this change goes some way to providing additional protection, and for that reason I support it. But be under no illusions. It is not the comprehensive response that Baroness Kennedy recommended. It is not what women and girls were promised. And indeed, many have made clear that the hate crime model is ill-suited to tackling the wider forms of misogynistic behaviour that women experience, behaviour that may not present as overt hatred, but is nevertheless vicious, harmful and pervasive. Not only that, but these protections will not even come in until April 2027, despite the government having had over a year to work out how to bring this in. So, Presiding Officer, I will vote for this SSI, but I do so recognising that this is not the full answer. This is not the legislation that women and girls were promised, and today must not be the end of this matter. Presiding Officer, women and girls deserve to be protected by a justice system that fully recognises the scale and nature of misogynistic behaviour. The last government made promises of protection. This government has failed to deliver. Today, we go a small part of the way to remedying that, but I urge, in the strongest possible terms, any MSPs who return to this place in May to urgently take forward the comprehensive misogyny legislation that Baroness Kennedy demanded, that this government promised and that women and girls deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call on Angela Constance, Cabinet Secretary, to respond.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. These regulations will add the characteristic of sex into the existing legislative framework contained in the Hate Crime and Public Order Scotland Act 2021. They have been introduced because we are not prepared to leave a gap in protection for women and girls in hate crime legislation. They deserve protection alongside other groups already protected by the hate crime legal framework. Yes, of course.
Maggie Chapman.
Thank you. The Scottish Greens strongly oppose this SSI. Helena Kennedy and the Misogyny Working Group were clear that misogyny should not be addressed by adding sex to the hate crime framework, and instead recommended dedicated misogyny legislation. Given that advice, can the Cabinet Secretary explain why the Government is choosing to proceed through the 2021 Act rather than bringing forward comprehensive misogyny legislation as recommended? And can she also say, because we strongly oppose the trans-exclusionary language used in the proposed definition of sex in these regulations, why the Government has effectively replicated the definition of biological sex used by the UK Supreme Court in relation to the Equality Act 2010, when the court was explicit that its interpretation applied only to the Equality Act. There are several protected characteristics in the Hate Crime and Public Order Act that are defined differently to how they are defined in the Equality Act. Why has the government chosen to import that definition into Scots law here, given the serious concerns about its impact on trans people? There's no requirement to do so, and it risks trans people having to out themselves in order to get support.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I think there are three important points there that I should address to Ms Chapman and, of course, to the rest of Chamber. It is important to remember that there are existing protections within Hate Crime Act for transgender identity and variations in sex characteristics, and it's really important to stress that those remain in place. And what we have done is endeavour to ensure that there is no significant overlap. It is, again, I wish to explain that what the SSI does is it defines sex for the purpose of the Hate Crime Act. And we have taken the approach of defining the characteristic of sex as relating to biological sex, which means sex at birth, in light of the need for criminal law to be clear and unambiguous. And this approach has no wider read across to other laws and reflects the existing operation of Hate Crime Act. And the hate crime model is a proven way of addressing crimes that have been committed due to that have been aggravated by malice or ill will on the basis of protected characteristics. However, I do accept that for the protection of women and girls, it is most certainly not the only approach. And I do very much respect, appreciate, and I can assure you value the work undertaken by Baroness Kennedy and the working group that she led. I very much understand why many consider primary legislation on misogyny to be necessary, and there is no reason that there cannot be misogynistic harassment legislation in the next session. There is still a clear merit in Parliament considering this further as separate and bespoke new protections separate from the hate crime framework. But we all know that given the short time left in this parliamentary session after the Supreme Court judgment last year, there was simply insufficient time to progress a misogyny bill in this session, given the complexities in providing for gendered law. And a misogyny bill would have been the first example of gendered law, and that is why so many people had rallied around it. No, I'm just about finished, thanks. The point that I think I really do wish to make is, actually I took Ms Chapman's intervention because the Green Party is not represented on committee, whereas the Labour Party and the Conservative Party are represented on the Criminal Justice Committee. And the Criminal Justice Committee, when I gave evidence, we explored all of these matters in great detail, as is quite correct and proper, and they did pass this SSI that Parliament as a whole has got in front of us. They did pass that unanimously. But the important, no, thank you. But the important point that I wished to make about the importance of criminal law, provisions in criminal law need to be robust and unequivocal. And we do know, Presiding Officer, and I'll end on this point, that women and girls do experience disproportionately high levels of harassment, abuse and threatening behaviour, simply because they are women and girls, and that is to say it is behaviour motivated by prejudice relating to our sex. And I would urge members to vote to pass the regulations tonight to ensure that women and girls have the legal protections through the existing hate crime framework.
You must conclude, Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, of course. Which means if Parliament agrees that these legal protections are passed into law this parliamentary term. Thank you for your indulgence, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question on this motion will be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau Motion 21037 on approval of an SSI. And I ask the Minister, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question on this motion will be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau Motion 21038 on approval of an SSI, and I ask Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. And I call on Sue Webber.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As you know, buses are central to Scotland's transport network, and while most passengers just want to get on with their journey, it's clear to bus operators and other passengers that there has been a growing problem of antisocial behaviour on our buses over the past number of years. The small minority of disruptive passengers, where they are aged under 22 or older, disrupt buses, commit verbal and physical assaults and put the safety of passengers and drivers at risk. And we all remember the tragic death of Keith Rawlinson in February 2024, and yet only a few weeks ago the First Minister was unable to answer whether Rawlinson's killer would have had his bus pass removed under the SSI we are voting for on tonight. The Scottish Conservatives will support this SSI. However, and although it's a step in the right direction, we believe that it does not go far enough. The fact that the Minister, Jim Fairley, had to appear before the Net Zero Energy and Transport Committee twice to get this SSI passed demonstrates this. Furthermore, the SNP's plan to remove free bus travel from passengers who commit antisocial behaviour on buses is soft touch, full of loopholes, and does not guarantee that criminals will have their bus passes removed.
Sue Webber, give way.
Yes, I will give way, Mr Ross.
Douglas Ross.
I'm grateful to Sue Webber for giving way. Keith Rawlinson was a constituent of mine. I attended his funeral at Elgin Town Hall. I have listened as his wife Sue and their family have expressed their deep concern and frankly disgust that the killer of their husband could soon be released from, I can't even say prison because he's not in a prison, but could soon be released and still be entitled to his free bus pass. Does Sue Webber agree that is completely unacceptable, and this government should do everything possible to ensure that someone who has killed a bus driver never, ever, ever is allowed to retain his free bus pass?
Sue Webber.
Thank you, Mr Ross. And frankly, yes, I do agree, and I think law-abiding Scots across the country would also agree, and would agree with me that free bus passes must be stripped from those who have used them as any excuse to act violently, whether on a bus or they use their passes to travel to a location where they carry out antisocial behaviour and criminality, whether it be stations, bus or rail, retail venues or leisure. The Scottish Conservatives are on Scotland's side, and believe that any passenger who commits criminal or antisocial behaviour should automatically have their bus pass stripped from them. That is the least that passengers and bus drivers deserve. This SSI gets the ball rolling, but there's far more that needs to be done to deliver safer buses for Scotland, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, and I call on Jim Fairley to respond. Minister.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Thank you, Presiding Officer. The programme for Government for 2025-2026 set out a commitment to suspend and withdraw free travel from anyone who doesn't act responsibly on Scotland's buses. This SSI is an important step in delivering that commitment. It secures the enabling power for the policy and provides the basis for the ongoing work with operators and partners to finalise the supporting administrative procedures. The policy will apply to all national concessionary travel schemes, recognising that people of any age can engage in unacceptable behaviour. It will be backed by a code of conduct which will set out clear standards for respectful behaviour, and the code focuses on behaviours that hurt or threaten others or damages or disrupts the bus. At its core is a focus on the behaviours that have the most significant impact on passengers, drivers and the safety of the bus journey. A phased approach is being taken to the implementation to ensure that a fair and robust process is established. This will take into account a range of issues that I know concern colleagues, including business impacts, child well-being and poverty considerations, impacts on older and disabled people. The approach will also take into account any operational issues as they emerge. There has been substantial engagement with internal and external stakeholders as part of this policy, legislation and procedures, and this approach will continue to be published and will continue with published impact assessments being updated as appropriate. Our goal is to make the bus network safer. We want to create a difference. We want to create a deterrent that stops people behaving in an unacceptable way, and that is surely the best possible outcome that we should all support. And I'll take the intervention from Mark Ruskell.
Mark Ruskell.
Can I thank the Minister for giving way? Will he acknowledge, though, that this won't stop those who've committed antisocial behaviour from getting on a bus? It will just mean that they won't have a free bus pass?
Minister.
I absolutely accept that point. The people could still pay to get on a bus, and it was a point that I raised right at the very first roundtable discussion that we had. However, where people do act in an unacceptable way, this SSI will make our buses safer by removing the privilege of a free bus travel. Of course, we all know that criminal behaviour on buses remains primarily a matter for the police and the justice system. But this policy is part of a wider concerted effort to improve community safety and reduce antisocial behaviour, including through the Violence Prevention Framework for Scotland, the Cashback for Communities programme and the provision of further funding to Police Scotland. And I'll take Douglas Ross's intervention.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. He's spoken about antisocial behaviour, bad behaviour. There's nothing worse than taking the life of a bus driver in the circumstances that happened to Keith Rawlinson. So how does he defend his government's decision to include this in the programme for government in 25-26 after Keith Rawlinson was killed at the hands of someone who had a free bus pass and someone who will continue to have that free bus pass? They knew the circumstances that happened at Elgin Bus Station that February in 2024 when they introduced this in the programme for government. So why have they come up with legislation that doesn't strip a bus pass from someone who killed a bus driver?
Minister.
I think the point that Douglas Ross has made is that he doesn't understand what it is that we've actually done, the legislation that we've brought forward. So I'm going to finish on saying this, Presiding Officer, and this is the most important point I want to make. I want to pay tribute to those people who have campaigned for this policy, not least of all the family of Keith Rawlinson. And my deepest condolences go to Mrs Rawlinson and to her friends and wider family of her husband. It's absolutely correct that Mr Rawlinson should have been able to go to his work and come home safely. It's why I'm absolutely determined that we get this policy right. Everyone should be able to go to where they need to go without the fear of abuse or worse. So I urge members to support this motion and this SSI.
Thank you. The question on this motion will be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau Motion 20139 on approval of an SSI. And I ask the Minister on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. And I call on Ariane Burgess.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Last year, this Parliament took the landmark step of reintroducing rent controls for the first time in almost 40 years. Without rent controls, rents were allowed to skyrocket. Here in Edinburgh, rents for a one-bedroom flat have increased over 100% since 2010. Those unacceptable increases have worsened poverty, inequality and hardship. And when the bill is commenced, local authorities will be empowered to introduce rent control areas that will hold down rents in specific locations, not cut rents, as we clearly need to do in some areas and as the Greens have called for. But rent controls will at least stop the rip-off increases we have seen. But just as we are about to implement one of the most important ever advances for working people, one that we know will help tackle the cost of living, we are today considering pulling back by exempting build-to-rent and mid-market rent properties from the controls renters have called for so long. Changes that were opposed by over 95% of the consultation responses, changes that would be a grave mistake. To work for renters and to work for landlords, the system needs to be simple and transparent. Tenants need to understand.
We will suspend for a moment. Thank you for your forbearance, colleagues. I will ask Ms Burgess to resume.
To work for renters and to work for landlords, the system needs to be simple and transparent. Tenants need to understand the system and their ability to contest illegal rent increases. The onus is very much on them. But the more complicated the system is, the harder it will be for rent controls to work as intended. Many renters are already not familiar with their rights. In the absence of the measures Greens sought to amend into the bill to increase renter awareness of rent controls, we will need to work very hard to make sure people know whether or not they live in a rent control area, let alone then ensuring people are aware of whether or not they live in a build-to-rent or mid-market home. Bringing in a system of rent control for some people and not for others, for some properties and not for others, for significant numbers of tenants will only add to this problem. It is a recipe for confusion and for unscrupulous landlords to take advantage of that. And I've not heard one good reason why some of our constituents who rent deserve protection. I'm going to proceed. I think we want to, I haven't heard one good reason why some of our constituents who rent deserve protection and others do not, simply on the grounds of where they've chosen to live. It's also important to note that the exemptions are not time limited. Jump ahead a few years and you can easily see the nonsense of this. Why should renters' degree of protection from unfair hikes depend on how the property was built, perhaps many, many decades before? Looking at rent control systems from around the world, there's nowhere near enough evidence that rent controls damage new house building to justify such sweeping exemptions as is being proposed. But despite that, and despite the fact that the new mid-market and build-to-rent are already free from rent controls outside rent control areas, developers and landlords have pushed for more. To close, Presiding Officer, homes should be for living in, not for profiteering. And on behalf of the Scottish Greens, on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of renters who desperately need a simple system of rent controls, I urge the Parliament to vote against this motion.
Thank you, and I call on Mary McCallan, Cabinet Secretary, to respond.
Presiding Officer, thank you. And firstly, just let me thank you for your flexibility in allowing me to contribute remotely, not something I would normally wish to do, so thank you. By way of response, the Housing Scotland Act 2025, as Ariane Burgess has said, introduced a long-term evidence-based system of rent controls for Scotland, which is allowing us to protect tenants in areas where rents have been rising too steeply. Ultimately, this is addressing affordability. However, the housing emergency demands that we also increase the availability of all tenures of housing, including rented housing in Scotland. So this is very straightforwardly why we have brought forward these exemptions, to remove barriers to investment in mid-market and build-to-rent properties, helping to ensure confidence and a continued supply of new rented options. As a government, we engaged extensively during the bill process, working hard to strike the right balance with our proposals. And since the Act was passed, we've continued this engagement with stakeholders, including local authorities, the Scottish Federation of Housing Associations, the Housing Investment Task Force and landlord and tenant groups. And I can take Miles Briggs.
Miles Briggs.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking this intervention because Ariane Burgess wanted some evidence at the impact of rent controls. And I wonder if the Cabinet Secretary could outline what has happened to the buy-to-let market and also the mid-market rent market build sector here in the capital. Everyone I've met have withdrawn from the capital and we've seen the collapse in that supply of housing. So that has been a direct consequence of rent controls, and I wondered if the Cabinet Secretary could outline that.
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Miles Briggs for his intervention, and what I can say for sure, Presiding Officer, is that since the question of exemptions was debated and supported on the floor of the Parliament, there has been a renewed confidence in investing in housing, both mid-market and build-to-rent sectors in Scotland. And I think that underlines the importance of these exemptions. So I should like to offer reassurance to Ariane Burgess and to others that I've carefully considered and designed the exemptions so they continue to provide support for tenants. For example, for tenants in build-to-rent properties, they will still be protected by the rent adjudication process that's available to them, which allows them to have rent increases challenged. And of course, the Housing Scotland Act strengthened the rent adjudication process, indeed for those living in mid-market rent as well. If the landlord should deviate from a mid-market rent, then we're absolutely clear they will no longer qualify for an exemption. So I do hope that provides some reassurance. However, on the whole, Presiding Officer, these exemptions are vitally important as part of a commitment to address the housing emergency, because very straightforwardly, they ensure a continued supply of new rented properties. They've enjoyed support across this chamber and across the housing sector, and I should ask that they are supported by the Parliament this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. The question on this motion will be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of 7 Parliamentary Bureau motions, and I ask the Minister on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move motions 21040 to 21045 on approval of SSIs and 21046 on designation of a lead committee.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Minister, the question on these motions will be put at decision time. There are 5 questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first question is that motion 21036 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on approval of an SSI be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. Can I? Okay. Thank you. We are not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. Point of order. First Minister.
President, I don't think my vote registered, but I would have voted yes.
Thank you. We will ensure that's recorded. I can confirm it was recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on motion 21036 in the name of Graham Day is yes 110, no 7. There was 1 abstention. The motion is therefore agreed. The next question is that motion 21037 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on approval of an SSI be agreed. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on motion 21037 in the name of Graham Day is yes 93, no 27. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. The next question is that motion 21038 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on approval of an SSI be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on motion 21038 in the name of Graham Day is yes 112, no 2. There were 6 abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. The next question is that motion 21039 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on approval of an SSI be agreed. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on motion 21039 in the name of Graham Day is yes 110, no 8. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. I propose to ask a single question on 7 Parliamentary Bureau motions. Does any member object? No member objects. Therefore, the question is that motions 21040 to 21045 on approval of SSIs and 21046 on designation of a lead committee in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau be agreed. Are we all agreed? The motions are therefore agreed, and that concludes decision time, and I close this meeting.